Photo moment. December 4th, 1961. Riva and Hugo lose their minds. Heard of a quickie wedding? How about a quickie marriage? Well, this one takes the cake. Bombshell Evelyn Hugo was spotted in the lap of none other than her biggest fan, Mick Riva, last Friday night in the heart of Las Vegas. Card players and dice guys alike were treated to quite a show by the two of them. Canoodling, necking, and drinking up a storm, from the craps table right out the door and down the street to a chapel. That's right, Evelyn Hugo and Mick Riva got married. And to make matters even crazier, they promptly filed for an annulment. The booze seemed to have gotten to their heads, and in the morning, clearer heads prevailed. With a string of failed marriages between the two of them, what's one more? Sub Rosa, December 12th, 1961. Evelyn Hugo's heartbreak. Don't believe what you hear about Evelyn and Mick's drunken escapades. Mick may get a little too eager with the drink, but those in the know say Evelyn was in full control that night and desperately wanted to get married. Poor Evelyn's had such a hard time finding love after Dawn left her. It's no wonder she would throw herself into the arms of the first handsome man to come along. And we're hearing she's inconsolable since he left her. It seems like Evelyn was no more than a night of fun to Mick, but she really thought they had a future together. We just hope Evelyn can get it right one of these days.
For 2 months, I was living in near bliss. Celia and I never talked about Mick, because we didn't have to. Instead, we could go wherever we wanted, do whatever we wanted. Celia bought a second car, a boring brown sedan, and left it parked in my driveway every night without anyone asking questions. We would sleep cradling each other, turning off the light an hour before we wanted to fall asleep so that we could talk in the darkness. I would trace the lines of her palm with my fingertips in the mornings to wake her up. On my birthday, she took me out to the polo lounge. We were hiding in plain sight. Fortunately, painting me as some woman who couldn't keep a husband sold more papers for a longer period of time than outing me. I'm not saying the gossip columnists printed what they knew to be a lie. I'm simply saying they were all too happy to believe the lie I was selling them. And of course that's the easiest lie to tell, one you know the other person desperately wants to be true. All I had to do was make sure that my romantic scandals felt like a story that would keep making headlines, and as long as I did that, I knew the gossip rags would never look too closely at Celia. And it was all working so goddamn beautifully, until I found out I was pregnant. "You are not," Celia said to me. She was standing in my pool in a lavender polka-dot bikini and sunglasses. "Yes," I said, "I am." I had just brought her out a glass of iced tea from the kitchen. I was standing right in front of her, looming over her in a blue cover-up and sandals. I'd suspected I was pregnant for 2 weeks. I'd known for sure since the day before, when I went to Burbank and saw a discreet doctor Harry had recommended. I told her then, when she was in the pool and I was holding a glass of iced tea with a slice of lemon in it, because I couldn't hold it in any more. I am and have always been a great liar, but Celia was sacred to me, and I never wanted to lie to her. I was under no illusions about how much it had cost Celia and me to be together, and that it was going to continue to cost us more. It was like a tax on being happy. The world was going to take 50% of my happiness, but I could keep the other 50%. And that was her, and this life we had. But keeping something like this from her felt wrong, and I couldn't do it. I put my feet into the pool next to her and tried to touch her, tried to comfort her. I expected that the news would upset her, But I did not expect her to hurl the iced tea to the other side of the pool, breaking the glass on the edge, scattering shards in the water. I also did not expect her to plunge herself under the surface and scream. Actresses are very dramatic. When she popped back up, she was wet and disheveled, her hair in her face, her mascara running, and she did not want to talk to me. I grabbed her arm, and she pulled away. When I caught a glimpse of her face and saw the hurt in her eyes, I realized that Celia and I had never really been on the same page about what I was going to do with Mick Riva. "You slept with him?" she said. "I thought that was implied," I said. "Well, it wasn't." Celia raised herself up out of the pool and didn't even bother to dry off. I watched as her wet footprints changed to the color of the cement around the pool, as they created puddles on the hardwood, and then started dampening the carpet on the stairs. When I looked up at the back bedroom window, I saw that she was walking back and forth. It looked like she was packing. "Celia, stop it," I said, running up the stairs. "This doesn't change anything." By the time I got to my own bedroom door, it was locked. I pounded on it. "Honey, please, leave me alone." "Please," I said, "let's talk about this." "No." "You can't do this, Celia. Let's talk this out." I leaned against the door, pushing my face into the slim gap of the doorframe, hoping it would make my voice travel farther, make Celia understand faster. "This is not a life, Evelyn," she said. She opened the door and walked past me. I almost fell, so much of my weight had been resting on the very door she had just flung open. But I caught myself and followed her down the stairs. "Yes, it is," I said. "This is our life. And we've sacrificed so much for it, and you can't give up on it now." "Yes, I can," she said. "I don't want to do this anymore. I don't want to live this way. I don't want to drive an awful brown car to your home so no one knows I'm here. I don't want to pretend I live by myself in Hollywood when I truly live here with you in this house. And I certainly don't want to love a woman who would screw some singer just so the world doesn't suspect she loves me. You are twisting the truth. You are a coward, and I can't believe I ever thought any differently. I did this for you," I yelled. We were at the foot of the stairs now. Celia had one hand on the door, the other on her suitcase. She was still in her bathing suit. Her hair was dripping. "You didn't do a goddamn thing for me," she said, her chest turning red in splotches, her cheeks burning. "You did it for you. You did it because you can't stand the idea of not being the most famous woman on the planet. You did it to protect yourself and your precious fans, who go to the theater over and over just to see if this time they'll catch a half frame of your tits. That's who you did it for." "It was for you, Celia. Do you think your family is going to stick by you if they find out the truth?" She bristled when I said it, and I saw her turn the doorknob. "You will lose everything you have if people find out what you are," I said. "What we are," she said, turning toward me. "Don't go around trying to pretend you're different from me." "I am," I said, "and you know that I am." "Bullshit." "I can love a man, Celia. I can go marry any man I want and have children and be happy. And we both know that wouldn't come easily for you." Celia looked at me, her eyes narrow, her lips pursed. "You think you're better than me? Is that what's going on? You think I'm sick, and you think you're just playing some kind of game?" I grabbed her, immediately wanting to take back what I'd said. That wasn't what I meant at all. But she flung her arm away from me and said, "Don't you ever touch me again." I let go of her. "If they find out about us, Celia, they'll forgive me. I'll marry another guy like Don, and they'll forget I even knew you. I can survive this, but I'm not sure that you can, because you'd have to either fall in love with a man or marry one you didn't love, and I don't think you're capable of either option. I'm worried for you, Celia. More than I'm worried for me. I'm not sure your career would ever recover, if your life would recover, if I didn't do something. So I did the only thing I knew. And it worked. It didn't work, Evelyn. You're pregnant. I will take care of it. Celia looked down at the floor and laughed at me. You certainly know how to handle almost any situation, don't you? Yes, I said, unsure why I was supposed to be insulted by that. I do. And yet, when it comes to being a human, you seem to have absolutely no idea where to start. You don't mean that. You are a whore, Evelyn. You let men screw you for fame, and that is why I'm leaving you. She opened the door to leave, not even looking back at me. I watched her walk out to my front stoop, down the stairs and over to her car. I followed her out and stood, frozen in the driveway. She threw her bag into the passenger's side of her car, and then she opened the door on the driver's side and stood there. I loved you so much that I thought you were the meaning of my life, Celia said, crying. I thought that people were put on earth to find other people, and I was put here to find you and touch your skin and smell your breath and hear all your thoughts. But I don't think that's true anymore. She wiped her eyes. Because I don't want to be meant for someone like you. The searing pain in my chest felt like water boiling. You know what? You're right. You aren't meant for someone like me, I said finally, because I'm willing to do what it takes to make a world for us, and you're too chicken shit. You won't make the hard decisions. You aren't willing to do the ugly stuff, and I've always known that. But I thought you'd at least have the decency to admit you need someone like me. You need someone who will get her hands dirty to protect you. You want to play like you're all high and mighty all the time. Well, try doing that without someone in the trenches protecting you. Celia's face was stoic, frozen. I wasn't sure she'd heard a single word I'd said. I guess we aren't as right for each other as we thought, she said, and then she got into her car. It wasn't until that moment, with her hand on the steering wheel, that I realized this was really happening, that this wasn't just a fight we were having, that this was the fight that would end us. It had all been going so well and had turned so quickly in the other direction, like a hairpin turn off the freeway. I guess not, was all I could say. It came out like a croak, the vowels cracking. Celia started the car and put it in reverse. "Goodbye, Evelyn," she said at the very last minute. Then she backed out of my driveway and disappeared down the road. I walked into my house and started cleaning up the puddles of water she'd left. I called a service to come and drain the pool and clean the shards of glass from her iced tea. And then I called Harry. 3 days later, he drove with me to Tijuana, where no one would ask any questions. It was a set of moments that I tried not to be mentally present for, so that I would never have to work to forget them. I was relieved, walking back to the car after the procedure, that I had become so good at compartmentalization and disassociation. May it make its way to the record books that I never regretted, not for 1 minute, ending that pregnancy. It was the right decision. On that I never wavered. But still I cried the whole way home, while Harry drove us through San Diego and along the California coastline. I cried because of everything I had lost and all the decisions I had made. I cried because I was supposed to start Anna Karenina on Monday, and I didn't care about acting or accolades. I wished I'd never needed a reason to be in Mexico in the first place, and I desperately wanted Celia to call me, crying, telling me how wrong she'd been. I wanted her to show up on my doorstep and beg to come home. I wanted her. I just wanted her back. As we were coming off the San Diego freeway, I asked Harry the question that had been running through my mind for days. "Do you think I'm a whore?" Harry pulled over to the side of the road and turned to me. "I think you're brilliant. I think you're tough. And I think the word whore is something ignorant people throw around when they have nothing else." I listened to him and then turned my head to look out the window. "Isn't it awfully convenient," Harry added, "that when men make the rules, the one thing that's looked down on the most is the one thing that would bear them the greatest threat? Imagine if every single woman on the planet wanted something in exchange when she gave up her body. You'd all be ruling the place, an armed populace. Only men like me would stand a chance against you, and that's the last thing those assholes want, a world run by people like you and me." I laughed, my eyes still puffy and tired from crying. "So am I a whore or not?" "Who knows," he said. "We're all whores, really, in some way or another, at least in Hollywood. Look, there's a reason she's Celia St. James. She's been playing that good girl routine for years. The rest of us aren't so pure. But I like you this way. I like you impure and scrappy and formidable. I like the Evelyn Hugo who sees the world for what it is, and then goes out there and wrestles what she wants out of it. So, you know, put whatever label you want on it, just don't change. That would be the real tragedy." When we got to my house, Harry tucked me into bed and then went downstairs and made me dinner. That night he slept in the bed next to me, and when I woke up, he was opening the blinds. "Rise and shine, little bird," he said. I did not speak to Celia for 5 years after that. She did not call. She did not write. And I could not bring myself to reach out to her. I knew how she was doing only from what people said in the papers and what sort of gossip was running around town. But that first morning, as the sunlight shone on my face and I still felt exhausted from the trip to Mexico, I was actually okay. Because I had Harry. For the first time in a very long time, I felt like I had family. You do not know how fast you have been running, how hard you have been working, how truly exhausted you are, until someone stands behind you and says, "It's okay. You can fall down now. I'll catch you." So I fell down, and Harry caught me.
"You and Celia didn't have any contact at all?" I ask. Evelyn shakes her head. She stands up and walks over to the window and opens it a crack. The breeze that streams in is welcome. When she sits back down, she looks at me, ready to move on to something else, but I'm too baffled. "How long were the two of you together by that point?" 3 years, Evelyn says. "Just about." "And she just left? Without another word?" Evelyn nods. "Did you try to call her?" She shakes her head. I didn't know yet that it is okay to grovel for something you really want. I thought that if she didn't want me, if she didn't understand why I did what I did, then I didn't need her." "And you were okay?" "No, I was miserable. I was hung up on her for years. I mean, sure, I spent my time having fun, don't get me wrong. But Celia was nowhere in sight. In fact, I would read copies of Sub Rosa because Celia's picture was in them, analyzing the other people with her in the photos, wondering who they were to her, how she knew them. I know now that she was just as heartbroken as I was, that somewhere in her head she was waiting for me to call her and apologize. But at the time, I just ached all alone." "Do you regret that you didn't call her?" I asked her. "That you lost that time?" Evelyn looks at me as if I am stupid. "She's gone now," Evelyn says. "The love of my life is gone, and I can't just call her and say I'm sorry and have her come back. She's gone forever. So yes, Monique, that is something I do regret. I regret every second I didn't spend with her. I regret every stupid thing I did that caused her an ounce of pain. I should have chased her down the street the day she left me. I should have begged her to stay. I should have apologized and sent roses and stood on the top of the Hollywood sign and shouted, "I'm in love with Celia St. James," and let them crucify me for it. That's what I should have done. And now that I don't have her, and I have more money than I could ever use in this lifetime, and my name is cemented in Hollywood history, and I know how hollow it is, I am kicking myself for every single second. I chose it over loving her proudly. But that's a luxury. You can do that when you are rich and famous. You can decide that wealth and renown are worthless when you have them. Back then, I still thought I had all the time I needed to do everything I wanted. That if I just played my cards right, I could have it all. You thought she'd come back to you, I say. I knew she'd come back to me, Evelyn says. And she knew it too. We both knew our time wasn't over. I hear the distinct sound of my phone, but it isn't the familiar tone of a regular text message. It is the beep I set just for David last year when I got the phone, just after we were married, when it never occurred to me that he'd ever stop texting. I look down briefly to see his name, and beneath it, "I think we should talk. This is too huge, Em. It's happening too fast. We have to talk about it." I put it out of my mind instantly. "So, you knew she was coming back to you, but you married Rex North anyway?" I ask, refocused. Evelyn lowers her head for a moment, preparing to explain herself. Anna Karenina was way over budget. We were weeks behind schedule. Rex was Count Vronsky. By the time the director's cut came in, we knew the entire thing had to be re-edited, and we needed to bring someone else in to save it. And you had a stake in the box office. Both Harry and I did. It was his first movie after leaving Sunset Studios. If it flopped, he would have a hard time getting another meeting in town. And you? What would have happened to you if it flopped? If my first project after Bouton Tren didn't do well, I was worried I'd be a flash in the pan. I'd risen from ashes more than once by that point, but I didn't want to have to do it again. So I did the one thing I knew would get people desperate to see the movie. I married Count Vronsky.
Clever Rex North. There is a certain freedom in marrying a man when you aren't hiding anything. Celia was gone. I wasn't really at a place in my life where I could fall in love with anyone, and Rex wasn't the type of man who seemed capable of falling in love at all. Maybe if we'd met at different times in our lives, we might have hit it off. But with things as they were, Rex and I had a relationship built entirely on box office. It was tacky and fake and manipulative, but it was the beginning of my millions. It was also how I got Celia to come back to me. And it was one of the most honest deals I've ever made with anybody. I think I will always love Rex North a little bit because of all that. "So you're never going to sleep with me," Rex said. He was sitting in my living room with one leg casually crossed over the other, drinking a Manhattan. He was wearing a black suit with a thin tie. His blonde hair was slicked back. It made his blue eyes look even brighter, with nothing in their way. Rex was the kind of guy who was so beautiful, it was nearly boring. And then he smiled, and you watched every girl in the room faint. Perfect teeth, 2 shallow dimples, a slight arch of the eyebrow, and everybody was done for. Like me, he'd been made by the studios. Born Karl Olversson in Iceland, he hightailed it to Hollywood, changed his name, perfected his accent, and slept with everybody he needed to sleep with to get what he wanted. He was a matinee idol with a chip on his shoulder about proving he could act. but he actually could act. He felt underestimated because he was underestimated. Anna Karenina was his chance to be taken seriously. He needed it to be a big hit just as much as I did, which was why he was willing to do exactly what I was willing to do, a marriage stunt. Rex was pragmatic and never precious. He saw 10 steps ahead but never let on what he was thinking. We were kindred spirits in that regard. I sat down next to him on my living room sofa, my arm resting behind him. "I can't say for sure I'd never sleep with you," I said. "It was the truth. You're handsome. I could see myself falling for your shtick once or twice." Rex laughed. He always had a detached sense about him, like you could do whatever you wanted and you wouldn't get under his skin. He was untouchable in that way. "I mean, can you say for certain that you'd never fall in love with me?" I asked. "What if you end up wanting to make this a real marriage? That would be uncomfortable for everyone." "You know, if any woman could do it, it would make sense that it was Evelyn Hugo. I suppose there's always a chance." "That's how I feel about sleeping with you," I said. "There's always a chance." I grabbed my Gibson off the coffee table and drank a sip. Rex laughed. "Tell me then, where will we live?" "Good question." "My house is in the bird streets, with floor-to-ceiling windows. It's a pain in the ass to get out of the driveway, but you can see the whole canyon from my pool." "That's fine," I said. "I don't mind moving to your place for a little while. I'm shooting another movie in a month or so over at Columbia, so your place will be closer anyway. The only thing I insist on is that I can bring Louisa." After Celia left, I could hire help again. After all, there was no longer anyone hiding in my bedroom. Louisa was from El Salvador, just a few years younger than I was. The first day she came to work for me, she was talking to her mother on the phone during her lunch break. She was speaking in Spanish right in front of me. "La señora es tan bonita, pero loca." This lady is beautiful, but crazy. I turned and looked at her, and I said, "Disculpe, yo te puedo entender." "Excuse me? I can understand you." Luisa's eyes went wide, and she hung up the phone on her mother and said to me, "Lo siento, no sabía que usted hablaba español. I'm sorry, I didn't know you spoke Spanish." I switched to English, not wanting to speak Spanish anymore, not liking how strange it sounded coming out of my own mouth. "I'm Cuban," I said to her. "I've spoken Spanish my entire life." That wasn't true, though. I hadn't spoken it in years. She looked at me as if I were a painting she was interpreting, and then she said apologetically, "You do not look Cuban." "Pues lo soy," I said haughtily. "Well, I am." Louisa nodded and packed up her lunch, moving on to change the bed linens. I sat at that table for at least a half hour, reeling. I kept thinking, how dare she try to take my own identity away from me? But as I looked around my house, seeing no pictures of my family, not a single Latin American book, stray blonde hairs in my hairbrush, not even a jar of cumin in my spice rack, I realized Louisa hadn't done that to me. I had done it to me. I'd made the choice to be different from my true self. Fidel Castro had control of Cuba. Eisenhower had already put the economic embargo in place by that point. The Bay of Pigs had been a disaster. Being a Cuban American was complicated, and instead of trying to make my way in the world as a Cuban woman, I simply forsook where I came from. In some ways this helped me release any remaining ties connecting me to my father, but it also pulled me further away from my mother, whom this had all been for at some point. That was all me, all the results of my own choices. None of that was Louisa's fault. So I realized I had no right to sit at my own kitchen table blaming her. When she left that night, I could tell she still felt uncomfortable around me. So I made sure to smile sincerely and tell her I was excited to see her the next day. From that day forward, I never spoke Spanish to her. I was too embarrassed, too insecure of my disloyalty. But she spoke it from time to time, and I smiled when she made jokes to her mother within earshot. I let her know I understood her, and I quickly grew to care for her very much. I envied how secure she was in her own skin, how unafraid she was to be her true self. She was proud to be Luisa Jimenez. She was the first employee I ever had whom I cherished. I was not going to move house without her. "I'm sure she's great," Rex said. "Bring her. Now, practically speaking, do we sleep in the same bed?" "I doubt it's necessary. Luisa will be discreet. I've learned that lesson before. And we'll just throw parties a few times a year and make it look like we live in the same room." "And I can still do what I do?" "You can still sleep with every woman on the planet, yes." "Every woman except my wife," Rex said, smiling and taking another sip of his drink. "You just can't get caught." Rex waved me off as if my worry wasn't a concern. "I'm serious, Rex. Cheating on me is a big story. I can't have that." "You don't have to worry," Rex said. He was more sincere about that than anything else I'd asked of him, maybe more than any scene in Anna Karenina. "I would never do anything to make you look foolish. We're in this together." "Thank you," I said. "That means a lot. That goes for me, too. What I do won't be your problem, I promise you." Rex put out his hand, and I shook it. "Well, I should be going," he said, checking his watch. "I have a date with a particularly eager young lady, and I'd hate to keep her waiting." He buttoned his coat as I stood up. "When should we tie the knot?" he asked. "I think we should probably be seen around town a few times this coming week, and keep it going for a little while. Maybe put a ring on my finger around November." Harry suggested the big day could be about 2 weeks before the film hits theaters. "Shock everybody, and get them talking about the movie. The fact that I'm Vronsky and you're Anna makes the whole thing seem tawdry, when our marriage will make it seem legitimate." "It's both dirty and clean," Rex said. "Exactly. That's your bread and butter," he said. "Yours, too." "Nonsense," Rex said. "I am dirty through and through." I walked with him to the front door and hugged him goodbye. As he stood in the open doorway, he asked, "Have you seen the latest edit? Is it good?" "It's fantastic," I said, "but it's almost 3 hours long. If we're going to get people to buy a ticket—" "We have to put on a show," he said. "Precisely." "But we're good in it, me and you. We're absolutely dynamite."
Photo moment. November 26, 1962. Evelyn Hugo and Rex North hitched. Evelyn Hugo's at it again, and this time we think she's outdone herself. Evelyn and Rex North tied the knot last weekend at North's estate in the Hollywood Hills. The two met during the filming of the upcoming Anna Karenina and are said to have fallen in love instantly, smitten with each other even during rehearsals. These two blonde lovers are sure to heat up theaters in the coming weeks as Anna and Count Vronsky. This is the first marriage for Rex, although Evelyn has a couple of failed marriages behind her. This year, her famous ex, Don Adler, is separating from Hat Trick star Ruby Riley. With a brand new movie, a star-studded wedding, and 2 mansions between them, surely Evelyn and Rex are having the time of their lives. Photo moment. December 10, 1962. Celia St. James engaged to quarterback John Braverman. Superstar Celia St. James has been on a hot streak lately in the film department with her period drama Royal Wedding and her stunning turn in the musical Celebration. And now she has even more to celebrate because she's found love with New York Giants QB John Braverman. The two have been spotted in Los Angeles and Manhattan, dining out and enjoying each other's company. Here's hoping Celia turns out to be a good luck charm for Braverman. That big diamond on her finger has sure got to feel like a good luck charm for her. Hollywood Digest, December 17, 1962. Anna Karenina wins big at the box office. The eagerly awaited Anna Karenina sailed into theaters this Friday and took the weekend. With rave reviews for both Evelyn Hugo and Rex North, it's no wonder audiences are flocking to the film. Between the world-class performances and the chemistry both on and off screen, excitement for the movie has reached a fever pitch. People are saying a pair of Oscars might be just the perfect wedding gift for the newlyweds. As a producer on the film, Evelyn stands to make boffo numbers off the box office. Brava, Hugo.
The night of the Academy Awards, Rex and I sat next to each other, holding hands, allowing everyone a glimpse of the romantic marriage we were peddling around town. We both smiled politely when we lost, clapping for the winners. I was disappointed but not surprised. It seemed a little too good to be true, the idea of Oscars for people like Rex and me, beautiful movie stars trying to prove they had substance. I got the distinct impression that a lot of people wanted us to stay in our lane, so we took it in stride and then partied the night away, the two of us drinking and dancing until the wee hours. Celia wasn't at the awards that year, and despite the fact that I searched for her at every party Rex and I went to, I didn't lay eyes on her. Instead, Rex and I painted the town red. At the William Morris party, I found Harry and dragged him into a quiet corner, where the two of us sipped champagne and talked about how wealthy we were going to be. You should know this about the rich. They always want to get richer. It is never boring, getting your hands on more money. When I was a child, trying to find something to eat for dinner besides the old rice and dry beans in the kitchen, I would tell myself that if I could just have a good meal every night, I'd be happy. When I was at Sunset Studios, I told myself all I wanted was a mansion. When I got the mansion, I told myself all I wanted was 2 houses and a team of help. Here I was, just turned 25, already realizing that no amount would ever really be enough. Rex and I went home at around 5 in the morning, the two of us downright drunk. As our car drove away, I searched my purse for keys to the house, and Rex stood beside me, breathing his sour gin breath down my neck. "My wife can't find the keys," Rex said, stumbling ever so slightly. "She's trying very hard, but she can't seem to find them." "Would you be quiet?" I said. "Do you want to wake the neighbors?" "What are they going to do?" Rex said, even louder than before. "Kick us out of town? Is that what they will do, my precious Evelyn? Will they tell us we can't live on Blue Jay Way anymore? Will they make us move to Robin Drive or Oriole Lane?" I found the keys, put them in the door, and turned the knob. The two of us fell inside. I said good night to Rex and went to my room. I took off my dress alone, without anyone there to unzip the back of it. The loneliness of my marriage hit harder in that moment than it ever had. I caught a glimpse of myself in the mirror and could see in no uncertain terms that I was beautiful. But it didn't mean anyone loved me. I stood in my slip and looked at my brassy blonde hair and my dark brown eyes and my straight, thick eyebrows, and I missed the woman who should have been my wife. I missed Celia. My mind reeled with the thought that she might be with John Braverman that very moment. I knew better than to believe any of it, but I also feared that I didn't know her the way I thought I did. Did she love him? Had she forgotten me? Tears welled in my eyes as I thought about her red hair that used to fan across my pillows. "There, there," Rex said from behind me. I turned around to see him standing in the doorway. He had taken off his tux jacket and undone his cufflinks. His shirt was half-buttoned, his bow tie undone, hanging on either side of his neck. It was the very sight that millions of women across the nation would have killed for. "I thought you went to bed," I said. "If I'd known you were up, I'd have had you help me get my dress off." I would have liked that. I waved him off. "What are you doing? Can't sleep?" "Haven't tried." He walked farther into the room, closer to me. "We'll try then. It's late. At this rate, the two of us will be asleep until evening." "Think about it, Evelyn," he said. The lights streaming in through the windows lit his blonde hair. His dimples glowed. "Think about what?" "Think about what it would be like." He moved closer to me and put his hand on my waist. He stood behind me, his breath once again on my neck. It felt good to be touched by him. "Movie stars are movie stars are movie stars. Sure, we all fade after a while. We are human, full of flaws like anyone else. But we are the chosen ones because we are extraordinary. And there is nothing an extraordinary person likes more than someone else extraordinary." "Rex." "Evelyn," he said, whispering into my ear, "just once. Shouldn't we?" "No," I said, "we shouldn't." But I was not wholly convinced of my answer, and thus neither was Rex. "You should go back to your room before we both do something we'll regret tomorrow." "Are you sure?" he said. "Your wish is my command, but I'd like it very much if you changed your wish." "I won't change it," I said. "Think of it, though," he said. He raised his hands higher up my torso, the silk of my slip the only thing between us. "Think of the way I'd feel on top of you." I laughed. "I will not think about that. If I think about that, we'll both be sunk." "Think of the way we'd move together, the way we'd be slow at first and then lose control. Does this work with other women?" "I've never had to work this hard with other women," he said, kissing my neck. I could have walked away from him. I could have slapped him right across the face, and he would have taken it with a stiff upper lip and left me alone. But I wasn't ready for this part to be over. I liked being tempted. I liked knowing I might make the wrong decision. And it would absolutely have been the wrong decision, because as soon as I got out of that bed, Rex would forget how badly he'd worked to get me. He'd remember only that he'd had me. And this wasn't a typical marriage. There was too much money on the line. I let him flick one side of my slip off. I let him run his hand underneath the neckline of it. "Oh, what it would be to lose myself in you," he said, "to lie underneath you and watch you writhe on top of me." I almost did it. I almost ripped my own slip off and threw him onto the bed. But then he said, "Come on, baby. You know you want to." And it became perfectly clear just how many times Rex had tried this before with countless other women. Never let anyone make you feel ordinary. "Get out of here," I said, though not unkindly. "But no buts. Go on to bed. Evelyn, Rex, you're drunk and you're confusing me for one of your many girls. But I'm your wife," I said, with all obvious irony. "Not even once," he said. He seemed to sober up quickly, as if his hooded eyes had been part of the act. I was never really sure with him. You never knew exactly where you stood with Rex North. "Don't try it again, Rex. It's not going to happen." He rolled his eyes and then kissed me on the cheek. "Good night, Evelyn," he said. And then he slipped out my door just as smoothly as he'd come in. The next day I woke up to a ringing phone, deeply hung over and mildly confused about where I was. "Hello?" "Rise and shine, little bird." "Harry, what on earth?" The sun in my eyes felt like a burn. "After you left the Fox party last night, I had a very interesting conversation with Sam Poole." "What was a Paramount exec doing at a Fox party?" "Trying to find you and me," Harry said. "Well, and Rex." "To do what?" To suggest that Paramount signed you and Rex to a 3-picture deal. What? They want 3 movies, produced by us, starring you and Rex. Sam said to name a price. Name a price? Whenever I had too much to drink, I always woke up the next morning feeling as if I were underwater. Everything looked muted, sounded blurry. I needed to make sure I was following. What do you mean, name a price? Do you want $1 million for a picture? I heard that's what Don's getting for the time before. We could get that for you, too. Did I want to make as much money as Don? Of course I did. I wanted to get the paycheck and mail a copy of it to him with a photo of my middle finger. But mostly I wanted the freedom to do whatever I wanted. No, I said, nope, I'm not signing some contract where they tell me what movies to be in. You and I decide what movies I do. That's it. You aren't listening. I'm listening just fine, I said, shifting my weight onto my shoulder and changing the arm that was holding the phone. I thought to myself, I'm going to go for a swim today. I should tell Louisa to heat the pool. We choose the movies, Harry said. It's a blind deal. Whatever films you and Rex like, Paramount wants to buy, whatever salary we want. All because of Anna Karenina? We've proven your name brings people into the theater. And if I'm being entirely clear-eyed about this, I think Sam Poole wants to screw over Ari Sullivan. I think he wants to take what Ari Sullivan threw away and make gold out of it. So I'm a pawn. Everyone's a pawn. Don't go around taking things personally now, when you never have before. Any movies we want? Anything we want. Have you told Rex? Do you honestly think I would run a single thing by that cad before running it by you? Oh, he is not a cad. If you had been there to talk to Joy Nathan after he broke her heart, you'd disagree. Harry, he's my husband. Evelyn, no, he's not. Can't you find something to like about him? Oh, there's plenty to like about him. I love how much money he's made us, how much he will make us. Well, he's always done good by me. I told him no, and he walked out my door. Not every man would do that, not every man had. That's because you both want the same thing. You, of all people, should know that you can't tell a single thing about a person's true character if you both want the same thing. That's like a dog and a cat getting along because they both want to kill the mouse. Well, I like him. And I want you to like him, especially because if we sign this deal, Rex and I will have to stay married quite a bit longer than we originally thought, which makes him my family, and you're my family, so you're both family. Plenty of people don't like their families. Oh, shut up, I said. Let's get Rex on board and sign this thing, okay? Get your agents together to hammer out the deal. Let's ask for the moon. Okay, I said. Evelyn, Harry said before getting off the phone. Yes? You know what's happening, right? What? You're about to become the highest-paid actress in Hollywood. For the next 2.5 years, Rex and I stayed married, living in a house in the hills, developing and shooting movies at Paramount. We were staffed up with an entire team of people by that point. A pair of agents, a publicist, lawyers, and a business manager for each of us, as well as 2 on-set assistants and our staff at the house, including Louisa. We woke up every day in our separate beds, got ready on opposite sides of the house, and then got into the same car and drove to the set together, holding hands the moment we drove onto the lot. We worked all day and then drove home together, at which point we'd split up again for our own evening plans. Mine were often with Harry or a few Paramount stars I had taken a liking to, or I went out on a date with someone I trusted to keep a secret. During my marriage to Rex, I never met anyone I felt desperate to see again. Sure, I had a few flings, some with other stars, one with a rock singer, a few with married men, the group most likely to keep the fact that they'd bedded a movie star a secret. But it was all meaningless. I assumed Rex was having meaningless dalliances too, and for the most part he was, until suddenly he wasn't. One Saturday he came into the kitchen as Louisa was making me some toast. I was drinking a cup of coffee and having a cigarette, waiting for Harry to come pick me up for a round of tennis. Rex went to the fridge and poured himself a glass of orange juice. He sat down beside me at the table. Louisa put the toast in front of me and then set the butter dish in the center of the table. "Anything for you, Mr. North?" she asked. Rex shook his head. "Thank you, Louisa." And then all three of us could sense it. She needed to excuse herself. Something was about to happen. "I'll be starting the laundry," she said, and slipped away. "I'm in love," Rex said when we were finally alone. It was perhaps the very last thing I ever thought he'd say. "In love?" I asked. He laughed at my shock. "It doesn't make any sense. Trust me, I know that." "With whom?" "Joy." "Joy Nathan?" "Yes, we've seen each other on and off through the years. You know how it is." "I know how it is with you, sure, but last I heard you broke her heart." "Yes, well, it will come as no surprise to you that I have, in the past, been a little, let's say, heartless." "Sure, we can say that." Rex laughed. "But I started feeling like it might be nice to have a woman in my bed when I woke up in the morning." "How novel." "And when I thought of what woman I might like that to be, I thought of Joy. So we've been seeing each other, quietly, mind you, and well, now I find that I can't stop thinking about her, that I want to be around her all the time." "Rex, that's wonderful," I said. "I hoped you'd think so." "So what should we do?" I asked. "Well," he said, breathing deeply, "Joy and I would like to marry." "Okay," I said, my brain already kicking into high gear, calculating the perfect time to announce our divorce. We'd already had 2 movies come out, one a modest hit, one a smash. The third, Carolina Sunset, about a young couple who have lost a child and moved to a farm in North Carolina to try to heal, ultimately having affairs with people in their small town, was premiering in a few months. Rex had phoned in his performance, but I knew the movie had the potential to be big for me. We'll say that the stress of filming Carolina Sunset, of being on set and watching each other kiss other people, ruined us. Everyone will feel bad for us, but not too bad. People love stories of hubris. We took what we had for granted, and now we're paying the price. You'll wait a little while. We'll plant a story that I introduced you to Joy because I wanted you to be happy." "That's great, Evelyn, really," Rex said, "except that Joy's pregnant. We're having a baby." I closed my eyes, frustrated. "Okay," I said, "okay, let me think." "What if we just say that we haven't been happy for a while, that we've been living separate lives?" "Then we're saying that our chemistry has fizzled out, and who's going to go see Carolina Sunset then?" This was the moment, the one Harry had warned me about. Rex didn't care about Carolina Sunset, certainly not as much as I did. He knew he wasn't anything special in it, and even if he was all wrapped up in his new love, his new baby. He looked out the window and then back at me. "Okay," he said, "you're right. We went into this together. We'll leave it together. What do you suggest? I told Joy we'd be married by the time the baby comes." Rex North was always a more stand-up guy than anyone gave him credit for. "Obviously," I said, "of course." The doorbell rang, and a moment later, Harry walked into the kitchen. I had an idea. It wasn't a flawless idea. Almost no idea is. "We're having affairs," I said. "What?" Rex asked. "Good morning," Harry said, realizing he'd missed a large part of the conversation. "During the course of making a movie about both of us having affairs, we both started having affairs. You with Joy, me with Harry. What? Harry said. People know we work together, I said to Harry. They've seen us together. You've been in the background of hundreds of photos of me. They'll believe it. I turned to Rex. We'll divorce immediately after the stories are planted, and anyone who blames you for cheating on me with Joy, which we can't deny for obvious reasons, will realize it's a victimless crime because I was doing it to you too. This actually isn't a terrible idea, Rex said. Well, it makes both of us look bad, I said. Sure, Rex said. But it will sell tickets, Harry said. Rex smiled and then looked me right in the eye, put out his hand and shook mine. No one's going to believe it, Harry said as we drove to the tennis club later that morning. People in town, at least. What do you mean? You and me? There are a lot of people who will dismiss it right out of hand. Because they know what I am. I mean, I've considered doing something like this before, maybe one day even taking a wife. God knows it would make my mother happy. She's still sitting there in Champaign, Illinois, desperately wondering when I'll find a nice girl and have a family. I would love to have a family, but too many people would see through it. He looked at me briefly as he drove. Just as I'm afraid too many people will see through this. I looked out my window at the palm trees swaying at their tops. So we make it undeniable, I said. The thing I liked about Harry was that he was never one step behind me. Photos, he said, of the two of us. Yeah, candids, looking like we've been caught at something. Isn't it easier for you just to pick someone else, he said. I don't want to get to know someone else, I said. I'm sick of trying to pretend I'm happy. At least with you, I'll be pretending to love someone I really do love. Harry was quiet for a moment. I think you should know something, he said finally. Okay. Something I've thought I should tell you for some time. Okay, tell me. I've been seeing John Braverman. My heart started beating quickly. Celia's John Braverman? Harry nodded. For how long? A few weeks. When were you going to tell me? I wasn't sure if I should. So their marriage is fake, Harry said. She doesn't love him, I asked. They sleep in separate beds. Have you seen her? Harry didn't answer at first. He looked as if he was trying to choose his words carefully, but I had no patience for perfect words. Harry, have you seen her? Yes. How does she seem? I asked, and then thought of a better question, one more pressing. Did she ask about me? While I had not found living without Celia to be easy, I did find it easier when I could pretend she was part of another world. But this, her existing in my orbit, made everything I had been repressing come bubbling up. She didn't, Harry said, but I suspect it's because she didn't want to ask, rather than not wanting to know. But she doesn't love him. Harry shook his head. No, she doesn't love him. I turned my head and looked back out the window. I imagined telling Harry to drive me to her house. I imagined running to her door. I imagined dropping to my knees and telling her the truth, that life without her was lonely and empty and quickly losing all meaning. Instead, I said, when should we do the picture? What? The picture of you and me, where we make it look like we've been caught in an affair. We can do it tomorrow night, Harry said. We can park the car. Maybe up in the hills, so photogs can find us, but the picture will look secluded. I'll call Rich Rice. He needs some money. I shook my head. This can't come from us. These gossips aren't playing ball anymore. They are out for themselves. We need someone else to call it in, someone the rags will believe wants me to get caught. Who? I shake my head the moment the idea comes to me. I already don't want to do it the moment I realize I have to. I sat down at the phone in my study. I made sure the door was closed, and I dialed her number. "Ruby? It's Evelyn, and I need a favor," I said as soon as she answered. "I'm open to it," she said, not missing a beat. "I need you to tip off some photographers. Say you saw me necking in a car up in the Truesdale Estates." "What?" Ruby said, laughing. "Evelyn, what are you up to?" "Don't worry about what I'm up to. You have enough on your plate." "Does this mean Rex is about to be single?" she asked. "Haven't you had enough of my leftovers?" "Honey, Don pursued me." "I'm sure he did." "The least you could have done was warn me," she said. "You knew what he was doing behind my back," I said. "What made you think he'd be any different with you?" "Not the cheating, Ev," she said. And that's when I realized he'd hit her, too. I was temporarily stunned silent. "You're okay now?" I asked after a moment. "You got away?" "Our divorce is final. I'm moving to the beach. Just bought a place in Santa Monica." "You don't think he's going to try to blackball you?" "He tried," Ruby said, "but he won't succeed. His last 3 movies barely broke even. He didn't get nominated for The Night Hunter like everybody thought. He's on a downward spiral. He's about to be as harmless as a declawed cat." I felt for him in some small way as I twirled the phone cord in my hand, but I felt for her much more. "How bad was it, Ruby?" "Nothing I couldn't hide with pancake makeup and long sleeves." The way she said it, the pride in her voice, as if admitting that it hurt her was a vulnerability she wasn't willing to give in to, made my heart break. It broke for her, and it broke for the me of all those years ago who did the same thing. "You'll come over for dinner one of these days," I said to her. "Oh, let's not do that, Evelyn," she said. "We've been through too much to be so phony." I laughed. "Fair enough." "Anybody in particular you want me to call tomorrow, or just anybody with a tip line?" "Anybody powerful will do. Anybody eager to make money off my demise." "Well, that's everybody," Ruby said. "No offense." "None taken." "You're too successful," she said. "Too many hits, too many handsome husbands. We all want to shoot you down from the air now." "I know, dear, I know. And when they're done with me, they'll come for you." "You're not really famous if anybody still likes you," Ruby said. "I'll call tomorrow. Good luck with whatever it is you're doing." "Thanks," I said. "You're a lifesaver." And as we hung up, I thought, if I'd told people what he was doing to me, he might not have had the chance to do it to her. I wasn't much interested in keeping a log of the victims of my decisions, but it did occur to me that if I was, I'd have had to put Ruby Riley on the list. I put on a risque dress that showed just a little too much cleavage, and I drove up Hillcrest Road with Harry. He pulled over to the side, and I moved toward him. I'd stuck with nude lipstick because I knew red would be pushing it. I was careful to control the elements enough, but not too much, because I didn't want it to look perfect. I wanted to be sure the photo wouldn't look staged. I needn't have been worried. Pictures speak very loudly. In general, we can almost never shake what we see with our eyes. "So how do you want to do this?" Harry said. "Are you nervous?" I asked him. "Have you kissed a woman before?" Harry looked at me as if I was an idiot. "Of course I have." "Have you ever made love to one?" "Once." "Did you like it?" Harry thought, "That one's harder to answer." "Pretend I'm a man, then," I said. "Pretend you have to have me." "I can kiss you unprompted, Evelyn. I don't need you to direct me. We have to be doing it long enough that when they come by it looks like we've been here for a while." Harry messed up his hair and pulled at his collar. I laughed and messed mine up, too. I pushed one shoulder off my dress. "Ooh," Harry said, "it's getting very racy in here." I pushed him away, laughing. We heard a car coming up behind us, the headlights shining ahead. Panicked, Harry grabbed me by both arms and kissed me. He pressed his lips hard against mine, and just as the car passed us, he ran one hand through my hair. "I think it was just a neighbor," I said, watching the car's rear lights as it made its way farther up the canyon. Harry grabbed my hand. "We could do it, you know." "What?" "We could get married. I mean, as long as we're going to pretend to do it, we could really do it. It's not so crazy. After all, I love you, maybe not the way a husband is supposed to love a wife, but enough, I think. Harry. And what I told you yesterday about wanting a wife, I've been thinking, and if this works, if people buy it, maybe we could raise a family together. Don't you want to have a family?" "Yes," I said, "eventually I think I do. We could be great for each other. And we won't just give up when the bloom falls off the rose because we already know each other better than that." "Harry, I can't tell if you're serious." "I'm dead serious. At least I think I am." "You want to marry me?" "I want to be with someone I love. I want to have a companion. I'd like to bring someone home to my family. I don't want to live alone anymore. And I want a son or a daughter. We could have that together. I can't give you everything, I know that, but I want to raise a family, and I'd love to raise one with you." "Harry, I'm cynical and I'm bossy, and most people would consider me vaguely immoral." "You're strong and resilient and talented. You're exceptional, inside and out." He had really thought about this. "And you and your proclivities, how does that work?" "The same as it has with you and Rex. I do what I do, discreetly, of course. You do what you do." "But I don't want to continue to have affairs my entire life. I want to be with someone I'm in love with, someone who's in love with me." "Well, that I can't help you with," Harry said. "For that one you have to call her." I looked down at my lap, stared at my fingernails. Would she take me back? She and John, me and Harry. It could actually work. It could work so beautifully. And if I couldn't have her, did I want anyone else? I was pretty sure that if I couldn't have her, all I wanted was a life with Harry. "Okay," I said. "Let's do it." Another car came up behind us, and Harry grabbed me again. This time he kissed me slowly, passionately. When a guy jumped out of his car with a camera, Harry pretended, just for a split second, that he didn't see him, and slipped his hand down the top of my dress. The image printed in the papers the next week was tawdry, scandalous, and shocking. It showed us with swollen faces and looks of guilt, Harry's hand clearly on my breast. The next day, everyone was printing headlines that Joy Nathan was pregnant. The four of us were the talk of the nation. Unscrupulous, unfaithful, lustful sinners. Carolina Sunset set a record for the longest stay in theaters. And to celebrate our divorce, Rex and I shared a pair of dirty martinis. "To our successful union," Rex said, and then we clinked our glasses and drank.
It is 3 in the morning by the time I get home. Evelyn had downed 4 cups of coffee and apparently felt wired enough to keep talking. I could have bowed out at any point, but on some level, I think I welcomed the excuse not to go back to my own life for a little while. Being wrapped up in digesting Evelyn's story means I don't have to exist in my own. And anyway, it's not my place to go making the rules. I picked my battle. I won. The rest is up to her. So when I get home, I crawl into bed and will myself to fall asleep quickly. My last thought as I go to sleep, is that I am relieved I have a valid excuse for why I haven't responded to David's text yet. I'm woken up by my cell phone ringing, and I look at the time. It's almost 9. It's Saturday. I was hoping to sleep in. My phone shows my mother's face smiling at me. It's not quite 6 her time. Mom? Is everything okay? Of course it is, she says, as if she's calling at noon. I just wanted to try and catch you and say hi before you headed out for the day. It's not even 6 a.m. where you are, I say. And it's the weekend. I'm mostly planning on sleeping in and transcribing some of the hours of Evelyn's recordings. We had a small earthquake about a half hour ago. Now I can't go back to sleep. How's it going with Evelyn? I feel weird calling her Evelyn, like I know her or something. I tell her about getting Frankie to agree to a promotion. I tell her that I got Evelyn to agree to a cover story. You're telling me you went up against the editor-in-chief of Vivant and Evelyn Hugo both within 24 hours, and you came out getting what you want from everyone? I laugh, surprised at how impressive it sounds. Yeah, I say. I guess I did. My mom lets out what can only be described as a cackle. That's my girl, she says. Oof, let me tell you, your father would be beaming right now if he were here. Would just be glowing with pride. He always knew you were going to be a force to be reckoned with. I wonder if this is true. Not because my mom has ever really lied to me, but because it's just so hard for me to imagine. I can see my dad thinking I'd grow up to be kind or smart, that makes sense. But I've never thought of myself as a force to be reckoned with. Maybe I should start thinking of myself that way. Maybe I deserve to. I kind of am, aren't I? Don't mess with me, world. I'm out to get mine. That's right, honey, that you are. As I tell my mom I love her and I hang up the phone, I feel proud of myself, smug even. I have no idea that in less than a week, Evelyn Hugo will finish her story, and I'll find out what this has all been about. And I will hate her so much that I'll be truly afraid I might kill her.
Brilliant, kind-hearted, tortured Harry Cameron. I was nominated for Best Actress for Carolina Sunset. The only problem was that Celia was nominated that year, too. I showed up on the red carpet with Harry. We were engaged. He'd given me a diamond and emerald ring. It stood out against the black beaded dress I wore that night. 2 slits on either side of the skirt went up to my mid-thigh. I loved that dress. And so did everyone else. I've noticed that when people do retrospectives of my career, photos of me in that dress always make it in somehow. I made sure it would be included in the auction. I think it could raise a lot of money. It makes me happy that people love that dress as much as I do. I lost an Oscar, but it ended up being one of the greatest nights of my life. Celia arrived just before the show began. She was wearing a pale blue strapless gown with a sweetheart neckline. The color of her hair against the dress was striking. When my eyes set on her for the first time in nearly 5 years, I found myself breathless. I'd gone to see every single one of Celia's movies, even though I was loath to admit it, so I had seen her. But no medium can capture what it is to be in someone's presence. Certainly not someone like her. Someone who makes you feel important simply because she's choosing to look at you. There was something stately about her at the age of 28. She was mature and dignified. She looked like the kind of person who knew exactly who she was. She stepped forward and took John Braverman's arm. In a tux that seemed to strain at his broad shoulders, John looked as all-American as a husk of corn. They were a gorgeous couple, no matter how false it all was. "Ev, you're staring," Harry said as he pushed me into the theater. "Sorry," I said, "thank you." As we took our seats, we smiled and waved to everyone seated around us. Joy and Rex were a few rows behind us, and I waved politely, knowing people were watching, knowing that if I ran up and hugged them, people might be confused. When we sat down, Harry said, "If you win, will you talk to her?" I laughed. "And gloat?" "No, but you'd have the upper hand that you seem to so desperately want." "She left me." "You slept with someone." "For her." Harry frowned at me as if I was missing the point. "Fine. If I win, I'll talk to her." "Thank you." "Why are you thanking me?" "Because I want you to be happy, and it appears I have to reward you for doing things in your own favor." "Well, if she wins, I'm not saying a single word to her." "If she wins," Harry said delicately, "which is a big if, and she comes and talks to you, I will hold you down and force you to listen and speak back." I couldn't look directly at him. I was feeling defensive. "It's a moot point anyway," I said. "Everyone knows they're going to give it to Ruby because they feel bad she didn't get it last year for the dangerous flight." "They might not," Harry said. Yeah, I told him, "and I've got a bridge in Brooklyn to sell you." But when the lights dimmed and the host came out, I was not thinking that my chances were slim. I was just delusional enough to think the Academy might finally give me a goddamn Oscar. When they called out the nominees for Best Actress, I scanned the audience for Celia. I spotted her the very same moment she spotted me. We locked eyes, and then the presenter didn't say Evelyn or Celia, he said Ruby. When my heart sank into my chest, aching and heavy, I was mad at myself for believing I had a chance. And then I wondered if Celia was okay. Harry held my hand and squeezed it. I hoped John was squeezing Celia's. I excused myself to the bathroom. Bonnie Lakeland was washing her hands as I came in. She gave me a smile, and then she left, and I was alone. I sat in a stall and closed the door. I let myself cry. "Evelyn?" You don't spend years pining away for one voice, not to notice it when it finally appears. "Celia?" I said. My back was to the stall door. I wiped my eyes. "I saw you come in here," she said. "I thought it might be a sign that you were upset." "I'm trying to be happy for Ruby," I said, laughing just a little bit as I used a piece of toilet paper to carefully dry my eyes. "But it's not exactly my style." "Mine either," she said. I opened the door, and there she was, blue dress, red hair, small stature, with a presence that filled the whole room. And when her eyes set on me, I knew she still loved me. I could see it in the way her pupils widened and softened. "You're as gorgeous as ever," she said, as she leaned against the sink, her arms holding her weight behind her. There was always something intoxicating about the way Celia looked at me. I felt like a rare steak in front of a tiger. "You're not so bad yourself," I said. "We probably shouldn't be caught in here together," Celia said. "Why not?" I asked. "Because I suspect more than a few people seated in there know what we once got up to," she said. "I know you'd hate for them to think we were up to it again." This was a test. I knew it, she knew it. If I said the right thing, if I told her I didn't care what they thought, if I told her I'd make love to her in the middle of the stage in front of all of them, I just might be able to have her back. I let myself think about it for a moment. I let myself think about waking up tomorrow to her cigarette and coffee breath. But I wanted her to admit it wasn't all me, that she had played a part in our demise. Or maybe you just don't want to be seen with a— what was the word you used? I believe it was whore? Celia laughed and looked down at the floor and then back up at me. "What do you want me to say? That I was wrong? I was. I wanted to hurt you like you hurt me. But I never meant to hurt you, I said. Never once would I have done a single thing to hurt you on purpose. You were ashamed to love me. Absolutely not, I said. That is absolutely untrue. Well, you certainly went to great lengths to hide it. I did what had to be done to protect both of us. Debatable. So debate it with me, I said, instead of running away again. I didn't run far, Evelyn. You could have caught up with me if you wanted to. I don't like being played, Celia. I told you that the first time we went out for milkshakes. She shrugged. You play everyone else. I have never claimed that I wasn't a hypocrite. How do you do that? Celia said. Do what? Act so cavalier about things that are sacred to other people. Because other people have got nothing to do with me. Celia scoffed, somewhat gently, and looked down at her hands. Except you, I said. I was rewarded with the sight of her looking up at me. I care about you, I said. You cared about me. I shook my head. No, I didn't misspeak. You certainly moved on fast enough with Rex North. I frowned at her. Celia, you know better than that. So it was fake. Every moment. Have you been with anyone else? Any men? She asked. She was always jealous of the men, worried she couldn't compete. I was jealous of the women, worried I wouldn't compare. I've had a good time, I said, as I'm sure you've had. John isn't... I'm not talking about John, but I'm sure you haven't kept chaste. I was fishing for information that might break my heart, a flaw of the human condition. No, she said, you're right about that. Men? I asked, hoping the answer was yes. If it was men, I knew it didn't mean anything to her. She shook her head, and my heart broke just a little bit more, like a tear that deepens from strain. Anyone I know? None of them were famous, she said. None of them meant anything to me. I touched them and thought of what it felt like to touch you. My heart both ached and swelled to hear it. You shouldn't have left me, Celia. You shouldn't have let me leave. And with that I had no more fight in me. My heart cried out the truth through my throat. I know that, I know. Sometimes things happen so quickly, you aren't sure when you even realize they were about to begin. 1 minute she was leaning against the sink, the next her hands were on my face, her body pressed against me, her lips between mine. She tasted like the musky creaminess of thick lipstick and the sharp, spiced sting of rum. I was lost in her, in the feel of her on me once again, the sheer joy of her attention, the glory of knowing she loved me. And then the door was flung open, and the wives of 2 producers walked in. We broke apart. Celia pretended she had been washing her hands, and I moved to one of the mirrors and fixed my makeup. The 2 women talked together, caught up in their conversation, barely noticing us. They entered 2 stalls, and I looked at Celia. She looked at me. I watched her turn off the faucet and take a towel. I worried that she might walk right out the bathroom door. But she didn't. One of the wives left, and then the other. We were finally alone again. Listening closely, we could tell the show had come back from a commercial break. I grabbed Celia and kissed her. I pushed her up against the door. I couldn't get enough of her. I needed her. She was as much of a fix to me as any drug. Before I even stopped to consider the danger, I lifted her dress and slipped my hand up her thigh. I held her against the door, I kissed her, and with one hand I touched her the way I knew she liked. She moaned slightly and put her hand over her mouth. I kissed her neck, and the 2 of us, our bodies tightly wound, shuddered against the door. We could have been caught at any moment. If one woman in the whole auditorium chose to visit the ladies' room during those 7 minutes, we'd have lost everything we'd worked so hard for. That is how Celia and I forgave each other, and how we knew we couldn't live without each other, because now we both knew what we were willing to risk just to be together.
Photo moment. August 14th, 1967. Evelyn Hugo weds producer Harry Cameron. 5th time's a charm? Evelyn Hugo and producer Harry Cameron married last Saturday during a ceremony on the beaches of Capri. Evelyn wore an off-white silk gown and had her long blonde hair down and parted in the middle. Harry, known for being one of the better-dressed Hollywood players, wore a cream-colored linen suit. Celia St. James, America's sweetheart, attended as the maid of honor, and her fabulous hubby John Braverman served as the best man. Harry and Evelyn have been working together since the 50s, when Evelyn came to fame in such hits as Father and Daughter and Little Women. They admitted they were having an affair late last year when they were caught in flagrante while Evelyn was still married to Rex North. Rex is now married to Joy Nathan and the proud papa of their little girl, Violet North. We're glad that Evelyn and Harry have decided to finally make it official. After such a shocking beginning to their relationship and a long engagement, all we can say is, it's about time.
Celia got absolutely smashed during the wedding. She was having a hard time not being jealous, even though she knew the whole thing was fake. Her own husband was standing next to Harry, for crying out loud. And we all knew what we were. 2 men sleeping together, married to 2 women sleeping together. We were 4 beards. And what I thought as I said I do was, it's all beginning now. Real life, our life. We're finally going to be a family. Harry and John were in love. Celia and I were sky high. When we got back from Italy, I sold my mansion in Beverly Hills. Harry sold his. We bought this place in Manhattan on the Upper East Side, just down the street from Celia and John. Before I agreed to move, I had Harry look into whether my father was still alive. I wasn't sure I could live in the same city he lived in, wasn't sure I could handle the idea of running into him. But when Harry's assistant searched for him, I learned that my father had died in 1959 of a heart attack. What little he owned was absorbed by the state when no one came forward to claim it. My first thought when I heard he was gone was, so that's why he never tried to come after me for money. And my second was, how sad that I'm certain that's all he'd ever want. I put it out of my head, signed the paperwork on the apartment, and celebrated the purchase with Harry. I was free to go wherever I wanted. And what I wanted was to move to the Upper East Side of Manhattan. I persuaded Louisa to join us. This apartment might be within a long walk's distance, but I was 1,000,000 miles away from Hell's Kitchen. And I was world famous, married, in love, and so rich it sometimes made me sick. A month after we moved to town, Celia and I took a taxi to Hell's Kitchen and walked around the neighborhood. It looked so different from when I left. I brought her to the sidewalk just below my old building and pointed at the window that used to be mine. Right there, I said, on the 5th floor. Celia looked at me with compassion for all I had been through when I lived there, for all I had done for myself since then, and then she calmly, confidently took my hand. I bristled, unsure if we should be touching in public, scared of what people would do. But the rest of the people on the street just kept on walking, kept on living their lives, almost entirely unaware of or uninterested in the 2 famous women holding hands on the sidewalk. Celia and I spent our nights together in this apartment. Harry spent his nights with John at their place. We went out to dinner in public, the four of us looking like two pairs of heterosexuals, without a heterosexual in the bunch. The tabloids called us America's favorite double daters. I even heard rumors that the four of us were swingers, which wasn't that crazy for that period of time. It really makes you think, doesn't it, that people were so eager to believe we were swapping spouses, but would have been scandalized to know we were monogamous and queer. I'll never forget the morning after the Stonewall riots. Harry was at rapt attention, watching the news. John was on the phone all day with friends of his who lived downtown. Celia was pacing the living room floor, her heart racing. She believed everything was going to change after that night. She believed that because gay people had announced themselves, had been proud enough to admit who they were, and strong enough to stand up, attitudes were going to change. I remember sitting out on our rooftop patio looking southward and realizing that Celia, Harry, John, and I weren't alone. It seems silly to say now, but I was so self-involved, so singularly focused, that I rarely took time to think of the people out there like myself. That isn't to say that I wasn't aware of the way the country was changing. Harry and I campaigned for Bobby Kennedy. Celia posed with Vietnam protesters on the cover of Effect. John was a vocal supporter of the civil rights movement, and I had been a very public supporter of the work of Dr. Martin Luther King, Jr. But this was different. This was our people. And here they were, revolting against the police in the name of their right to be themselves, while I was sitting in a golden prison of my own making. I was out on the terrace, directly in the sun, on the afternoon after the initial riots, wearing high-waisted jeans and a black sleeveless top, drinking a Gibson, and I started crying when I realized those men were willing to fight for a dream I had never even allowed myself to envision. A world where we could be ourselves, without fear and without shame. Those men were braver and more hopeful than I was. There were simply no other words for it. "There's a plan to riot again tonight," John said as he joined me on the patio. He had such an intimidating physical presence, more than 6 feet tall, 225 pounds, with a tight crew cut. He looked like a guy you didn't want to mess with, but anyone who knew him, and especially those of us who loved him, knew he was the first guy you could mess with. He may have been a warrior on the football field, but he was the sweetheart of our foursome. He was the guy who asked how you slept the night before, the guy who always remembered the smallest thing you said 3 weeks ago. And he took it on as his job to protect Celia and Harry, and by extension me. John and I loved the same people, and so we loved each other. And we also loved playing gin rummy. I can't tell you how many nights I stayed up late finishing a hand of cards with John, the two of us deadly competitive, trading off who was the gloating winner and who was the sore loser. "We should go down there," Celia said, joining us. John took a seat in a chair in the corner. Celia sat on the arm of the chair I was in. "We should support them. We should be a part of this." I could hear Harry calling John's name from the kitchen. "We're out here," I yelled to him at the same moment as John said, "I'm on the patio." Soon Harry appeared in the doorway. "Harry, don't you think we should go down there?" Celia said. She lit a cigarette, took a drag, and handed it to me. I was already shaking my head. John outright told her no. "What do you mean, no?" Celia said. "You're not going down there," John said. "You can't. None of us can." "Of course I can," she said, looking to me to back her up. "Sorry," I said, giving her the cigarette back. "I'm with John on this." "Harry?" she said, hoping to make one final successful plea. Harry shook his head. We go down there, all we do is attract attention away from the cause and toward us. The story becomes about whether we're homosexuals and not about the rights of homosexuals. Celia put the cigarette to her lips and inhaled. She had a sour look on her face as she blew the smoke into the air. So what do we do then? We can't sit here and do nothing. We can't let them fight our fight for us. We give them what we have, and they don't, Harry said. Money, I said, following his train of thought. John nodded. I'll call Peter. He'll know how we can fund them. He'll know who needs resources. We should have been doing that all along, Harry said. So let's just do it from now on, no matter what happens tonight, no matter what course this fight takes. Let's just decide here and now that our job is to fund. I'm in, I said. Yeah, John nodded, of course. Okay, Celia said, if you're sure that's the way we can do the most good. It is, Harry said. I'm sure of it. We started filtering money privately that day, and I've continued to do so the rest of my life. In the pursuit of a great cause, I think people can be of service in a number of different ways. I always felt that my way was to make a lot of money and then channel it to the groups that needed it. It's a bit self-serving, that logic, I know that. But because of who I was, because of the sacrifices I made to hide parts of myself, I was able to give more money than most people ever see in their entire lifetime. I am proud of that. But it does not mean I wasn't conflicted. And of course, a lot of the time, that ambivalence was even more personal than it was political. I knew it was imperative that I hide, and yet I did not believe I should have to. But accepting that something is true isn't the same as thinking that it is just. Celia won her second Oscar in 1970 for her role as a woman who cross-dresses to serve as a World War I soldier in the film Our Men. I could not be in Los Angeles with her that night because I was shooting Jade Diamond in Miami. I was playing a prostitute living in the same apartment as a drunk. But Celia and I both knew that even if I had been free as a bird, I could not go to the Academy Awards on her arm. That evening, Celia called me after she was home from the ceremony and all the parties. I screamed into the phone. I was so happy for her. "You've done it," I said. "Twice now you've done it." "Can you believe it?" she said. "2 of them." "You deserve them. The whole world should be giving you an Oscar every day as far as I'm concerned." "I wish you were here," she said petulantly. I could tell she'd been drinking. I would have been drinking too if I'd been in her position, but I was irritated that she had to make things so difficult. I wanted to be there. Didn't she know that? Didn't she know that I couldn't be there? And that it killed me? Why did it always have to be about what all of this felt like for her? "I wish I was too," I told her. "But it's better this way. You know that." "Ah, yes, so that people won't know you're a lesbian." I hated being called a lesbian. Not because I thought there was anything wrong with loving a woman, mind you. No, I'd come to terms with that a long time ago. But Celia only saw things in black and white. She liked women, and only women. And I liked her. And so she often denied the rest of me. She liked to ignore the fact that I had truly loved Don Adler once. She liked to ignore the fact that I had made love to men and enjoyed it. She liked to ignore it until the very moment she decided to be threatened by it. That seemed to be her pattern. I was a lesbian when she loved me, and a straight woman when she hated me. People were just starting to talk about the idea of bisexuality, but I'm not sure I even understood that the word referred to me then. I wasn't interested in finding a label for what I already knew. I loved men, I loved Celia. I was okay with that. Celia, stop it. I'm sick of this conversation. You're being a brat. She laughed coldly. Exactly the same Evelyn I've been dealing with for years. Nothing's changed. You're afraid of who you are, and you still don't have an Oscar. You are what you have always been, a nice pair of tits. I let the silence hang in the air for a moment. The buzz of the phone was the only sound either of us could hear. And then Celia started crying. "I'm so sorry," she said. "I should never have said that. I don't even mean it. I'm so sorry. I've had too much to drink, and I miss you, and I'm sorry that I said something so terrible." "It's fine," I said. "I should be going. It's late here, you understand. Congratulations again, sweetheart." I hung up before she could reply. That was how it was with Celia. When you denied her what she wanted, when you hurt her, she made sure you hurt too.
"Did you ever call her on it?" I ask Evelyn. I hear the muffled sound of my phone ringing in my bag, and I know from the ringtone that it's David. I did not return his text over the weekend because I wasn't sure what I wanted to say. And then, once I got here again this morning, I put it out of my mind. I reach over and turn the ringer off. "There was no point in fighting with Celia once she got mean," Evelyn says. "If things got too tense, I tended to back off before they came to a head. I would tell her I loved her, and I couldn't live without her. And then I'd take my top off, and that usually ended the conversation." For all her posturing, Celia had one thing in common with almost every straight man in America. She wanted nothing more than to get her hands on my chest. "Did it stick with you, though?" I ask. "Those words?" "Of course it did. Look, I'd be the first person to say back when I was young that all I was a nice pair of tits. The only currency I had was my sexuality, and I used it like money. I wasn't well educated when I got to Hollywood. I wasn't book smart, I wasn't powerful, I wasn't a trained actress. What did I have to be good at other than being beautiful? And taking pride in your beauty is a damning act, because you allow yourself to believe that the only thing notable about yourself is something with a very short shelf life." She goes on. "When Celia said that to me, I had crossed into my 30s. I wasn't sure I had many more good years left, to be honest. I thought, sure, Celia would keep getting work because people were hiring her for her talent. I wasn't so sure they would continue hiring me once the wrinkles set in, once my metabolism slowed down. So yeah, it hurt a lot." "But you had to know you were talented," I tell her. "You had been nominated for an Academy Award 3 times by that point." "You're using reason," Evelyn says, smiling at me. "It doesn't always work."
In 1974, on my 36th birthday, Harry, Celia, John, and I all went out to the Palace. It was supposedly the most expensive restaurant in the world during that time, and I was the sort of person who liked being extravagant and absurd. I look back on it now, and I wonder where I got off, throwing money around so casually, as if the fact that it came easily to me meant I had no responsibility to value it. I find it mildly mortifying now. The caviar, the private planes, the staff big enough to populate a baseball team. But the Palace it was. We posed for pictures, knowing they would end up in some tabloid or another. Celia bought us a bottle of Dom Perignon. Harry put back 4 Manhattans himself, and when the dessert came with a lit candle in the middle, the 3 of them sang for me as people looked on. Harry was the only one who had a piece of the cake. Celia and I were watching our figures, and John was on a strict regimen that had him mostly eating protein. At least have a bite, Ev, John said good-naturedly as he took the plate away from Harry and pushed it toward me. It's your birthday, for crying out loud. I raised an eyebrow and grabbed a fork, using it to scrape a forkful of the chocolate fudge icing. When you're right, I said to him. He just doesn't think I should have it, Harry said. John laughed. 2 birds with 1 stone. Celia lightly tapped her fork against her glass. Okay, she said. Small speech time. She was due to shoot a film in Montana the following week. She'd postponed the start date so she could be with me that night. To Evelyn, she said, lifting her glass in the air, who has lit up every goddamn room she ever walked into, and who, day after day, makes us feel like we're living in a dream. Later that night, as Celia and John went out to hail a cab, Harry gently helped me put my jacket on. Do you realize that I'm the longest marriage you've had? He asked. By that point, Harry and I had been married for almost 7 years. And also the best, I said, bar none. I was thinking. I already knew what he was thinking, or at least I suspected what he was thinking because I'd been thinking it too. I was 36. If we were going to have a baby, I'd put it off for as long as I could. Sure, there were women having babies later than that, but it wasn't very common, and I had spent the last few years staring at babies in strollers, unable to focus my eyes on anything else when they were around. I would pick up friends' babies and hold them tightly until the very moment their mothers demanded them back. I thought of what my own child might be like. I thought of how it would feel to bring a life into the world, to give the 4 of us another being to focus on. But if I was going to do it, I had to get moving. And our decision to have a baby wasn't really just a 2-person conversation. It was a 4-person conversation. Go on, I said, as we made our way to the front of the restaurant. Say it. A baby, Harry said. You and me. Have you discussed it with John? I asked. Not specifically, he said. Have you discussed it with Celia? No. But are you ready? He said. My career was going to take a hit. There was no avoiding it. I'd go from being a woman to being a mother, and somehow those things appeared mutually exclusive in Hollywood. My body would change. I'd have months where I couldn't work. It made absolutely no sense to say yes. Yes, I said, I am. Harry nodded. Me too. Okay, I said, considering the next steps. So we'll talk to John and Celia. Yeah, Harry said, I suppose we will. And if everyone is on board, I asked, stopping before we got out to the sidewalk. We'll get started, Harry said, stopping with me. I know the most obvious solution is adoption, I said, but you think we should have a biological child? I do, I said. I don't want anyone trying to claim we adopted because we had something to hide. Harry nodded. I get it, he said. I want a biological child, too. Someone half you, half me. I'm with you on this. I raised my eyebrow. You do realize how babies are made? I asked him. He smiled and then leaned in and whispered, There is a very small part of me that has wanted to bed you since I met you, Evelyn Hugo. I laughed and hit him on the arm. No, there is not. A small part, Harry said, defending himself. It goes against all my greater instincts, but it is there nonetheless. I smiled. Well, I said, we will keep that part to ourselves. Harry laughed and put out his hand. I shook it. Once again, Evelyn, you've got yourself a deal. Would the baby be raised by the both of you? Celia asked. We were lying in bed, naked. My back was lined with sweat, my hairline damp. I rolled over onto my stomach and put my hand on Celia's chest. The movie she was doing next was making her a brunette. I found myself transfixed by the golden red of her hair, desperate to know that they would dye it back properly, that she would return to me looking exactly like herself. Yes, I said, of course, it would be ours. We'd raise it together. And where would I fit into all of this? Where would John? Wherever you want to. I don't know what that means. It means that we would figure it out as we go. Celia considered my words and stared at the ceiling. This is something you want? Celia asked finally. Yes, I told her. Very badly. Is it a problem for you that I have never wanted that? She asked. That you don't want children? Yes. No, I suppose not. Is it a problem for you that I cannot give you that? Her voice was starting to crack, and her lips were starting to quiver. When Celia was on screen and needed to cry, she would squint her eyes and cover her face, but they were fake tears, generated out of nothing, for nothing. When she really cried, her face remained painfully still, except for the corners of her lips and the water brimming in her eyes that stuck to her lashes. Honey, I said, pulling her toward me, of course not. I want to give you everything you've ever wanted, and you want that, and I can't give it to you. Celia, no, I said. It's not like that at all. It's not? You have given me more than I ever thought I could have in one life. You're sure? I'm positive. She smiled. You love me? She said. Oh, my God, what an understatement, I told her. You love me so much you can't see straight? I love you so much that when I sometimes get a look at all the crazy fan mail you get, I think, well, sure, that makes sense. I want to collect her eyelashes, too. Celia laughed and ran her hand across my upper arm as she stared at the ceiling. I want you to be happy, she said, when she finally looked at me. You should know that Harry and I will have to— There's no other way, she asked. I thought women were getting pregnant by men just using their sperm now. I nodded. I think there are other ways, I said, but I'm not confident in the security of the situation. Or rather, I don't know how to ensure that no one finds out. That's how we did it. You're saying you're going to have to make love to Harry, Celia said. You are the person I'm in love with. You are the person I make love to. Harry and I are merely making a baby. Celia looked at me, reading my face. You're sure about that? Absolutely positive. She looked back up at the ceiling. She didn't talk for a while. I watched her eyes as they moved back and forth. I watched her breathing as it slowed. And then she turned to face me. If it's what you want, if you want a baby, then have a baby. We will figure it out. I will make it work. I can be an aunt, Aunt Celia, and I'll find a way to be okay with it all. And I'll help you, I said. She laughed. How do you suppose you'll do that? I can think of one way to make it all a bit more palatable for you, I said, kissing her neck. She liked to be kissed right below and just behind her ear, where her earlobe hit her neck. Oh, you are too much, she said, but she didn't say anything else. She did not stop me as I moved my hand across her breasts, down her stomach, between her legs. She moaned and pulled me closer to her, and she ran her own hand down my body. She touched me while I touched her, soft at first and then harder, faster. I love you, she said, breathless. I love you, I said back to her. She looked into my eyes and made me feel rapture, and that night, in giving of herself, she gave me a baby.
Photo moment. May 23, 1975. Evelyn Hugo and Harry Cameron have a baby girl. Evelyn Hugo is finally a mother. At the age of 37, the stunning bombshell is adding parent to her resume. Connor Margot Cameron, 6 pounds, 9 ounces, was born late last Tuesday at Mount Sinai Hospital. Dad Harry Cameron is said to be over the moon about the little bambina. With a string of hits behind them, Evelyn and Harry are sure to consider the littlest Cameron their most exciting co-production yet.
I was in love with Connor from the moment she looked at me. With her full head of hair and her round blue eyes, I thought for a moment she looked just like Celia. Connor was always hungry and hated being alone. She wanted nothing more than to lie on me, quietly sleeping. She absolutely adored Harry. During those first few months, Celia shot 2 movies back-to-back, both out of town. One of them, The Buyer, was a movie I knew she was passionate about, but the second, a mob movie, was exactly the sort of work she hated. On top of the violence and darkness, it shot for 8 weeks, 4 in Los Angeles and 4 in Sicily. When the offer came in, I was expecting her to turn it down. Instead, she took the part, and John decided to go with her. During the time they were gone, Harry and I lived almost exactly like a traditional married couple. Harry made me bacon and eggs for breakfast and ran my baths. I fed the baby and changed her nearly hourly. We had help, of course. Louisa was taking care of the house. She was changing the sheets, doing the laundry, cleaning up after all of us. On her days off, it was Harry who stepped in. It was Harry who told me I looked beautiful, even though we both knew I'd seen better days. It was Harry who read script after script, looking for the perfect project for me to take on once Connor was old enough. It was Harry who slept next to me every night, who held my hand as we fell asleep, who held me when I was convinced I was a terrible mother after I scratched Connor's cheek, giving her a bath. Harry and I had always been close, had long been family, but during that time, I truly felt like a wife. I felt like I had a husband, and I grew to love him even more. Connor and that time with her bonded Harry and me in ways I could never imagine. He was there to celebrate the good and support me during the bad. It was around that time that I started to believe that friendships could be written in the stars. If there are all different types of soulmates, I told Harry one afternoon when the 2 of us were sitting out on the patio with Connor, then you are one of mine. Harry was wearing a pair of shorts and no shirt. Connor was lying on his chest. He hadn't shaved that morning, and his stubble was coming in. It had just the slightest gray patch under his chin. Looking at him with her, I realized how much they looked alike. Same long lashes, same pert lips. Harry held Connor to his chest with one hand and grabbed my free hand with the other. I am absolutely positive that I need you more than I've ever needed another living soul, he said. The only exception being Connor, I said. We both smiled. For the rest of our lives, we would say that. The only exception to absolutely everything was Connor. When Celia and John came home, things went back to normal. Celia lived with me, Harry lived with John. Connor stayed at my place with the assumption that Harry would come by days and nights to be with us, to care for us. But that first morning, just around the time Harry was due for breakfast, Celia put on her robe and headed to the kitchen. She started making oatmeal. I had just come down, still in my pajamas. I was sitting at the island, nursing Connor, when Harry walked in. "Oh," he said, looking at Celia, noticing the pan. Louisa was washing dishes in the sink. I was coming in to make bacon and eggs. "I've got it," Celia said. A nice warm bowl of oatmeal for everybody. There's enough for you too if you're hungry." Harry looked at me, unsure what to do. I looked at him, equally uncertain. Celia just kept stirring, and then she grabbed 3 bowls and set them down. She put the pot in the sink for Louisa to wash. It occurred to me then how odd this system was. Harry and I paid Louisa's salary, but Harry didn't even live here. Celia and John paid the mortgage on the home Harry lived in. Harry sat down and grabbed the spoon in front of him. He and I dug into our oatmeal at the same time. When Celia's back was to us, we looked at each other and grimaced. Harry mouthed something to me, and even though I could barely read his lips, I knew what he was saying because it was exactly what I was thinking. So bland. Celia turned back to us and offered us some raisins. We both took her up on it, and then the 3 of us sat in the kitchen, eating our oatmeal quietly, all aware that Celia had staked her claim. I was hers. She would make my breakfast. Harry was a visitor. Connor started crying, so Harry took her and changed her. Louisa went downstairs to grab the laundry, and when we were alone, Celia said, "Max Girard is doing a movie called 3 a.m. for Paramount. It's supposed to be a real art house piece, and I think you should do it." I had kept in touch with Max, on and off, since he directed me in Bout-en-Train. I never forgot that it was with him that I was able to catapult my name to the top again, but I knew Celia couldn't stand him. He was too overt in his interest in me, too salacious about it. Celia used to jokingly call him Pepe Le Pew. "You think I should do a movie with Max?" Celia nodded. "They offered it to me, but it makes more sense for you. Regardless of the fact that I think he's a Neanderthal, I can recognize that the man makes good movies, and this role is exactly your thing." "What do you mean?" Celia got up and took my bowl with hers. She rinsed them both in the sink and then turned back to me, leaning against it. "It's a sexy part. They need a real bombshell." I shook my head. "I'm someone's mother now. The whole world knows it." Celia shook her head. "That's exactly why you have to do it." "Why?" "Because you're a sexual woman, Evelyn. You're sensual, and you're beautiful, and you're desirable. Don't let them take that away from you. Don't let them desexualize you. Don't let your career be on their terms. What do you want to do? You want to play a mom in every role you take from now on? You want to play only nuns and teachers?" "No," I said, "of course not. I want to play everything." "So play everything," she said. "Be bold. Do what no one expects you to do." "People will say it's unbecoming." "The Evelyn I love doesn't care about that." I closed my eyes and listened to her, nodding. She wanted me to do it for me. I really believe that. She knew I wouldn't be happy being limited, being relegated. She knew I wanted to continue to make people talk, to tantalize, to surprise. But the part she wasn't mentioning, the part I'm not even sure she truly understood, was that she also wanted me to do it because she didn't want me to change. She wanted to be with a bombshell. It's always been fascinating to me how things can be simultaneously true and false, how people can be good and bad all in one, how someone can love you in a way that is beautifully selfless while serving themselves ruthlessly. It is why I loved Celia. She was a very complicated woman who always kept me guessing. And here she had surprised me one more time. She had said, "Go have a baby," but she had meant to add, "Just don't act like a mother." Fortunately and unfortunately for her, I had absolutely no intention of being told what to do or of being manipulated into a single thing. So I read the script, and I took a few days and thought about it. I asked Harry what he thought, and then I woke up one morning and thought, I want the part. I want it because I want to show I'm still my own woman. I called Max Girard and I told him I was interested if he was interested. And he was. "But I'm surprised you want to do this," Max said. "You are 100% sure." "Is there nudity?" I asked. "I'm okay with the idea. Really, I look fantastic, Max. It's not a problem." I did not look fantastic, nor did I feel fantastic. It was a problem, but it was a solvable problem. And solvable problems aren't really problems, are they? "No," Max said, laughing. "Evelyn, you could be 97 years old, and the whole world would line up to see your chest." "Then what are you talking about?" "Don," he said. "Don who?" "Your part," he said. "The whole movie, all of it." "What?" "You're playing opposite Don Adler."
Why did you agree to do it? I asked her. Why not say you wanted him cut from the film? Well, first of all, you don't go throwing your weight around unless you're sure you'll win, Evelyn says. And I was only about 80% sure that if I pitched a fit, Max would fire him. And second of all, it seemed mildly cruel, to be honest. Don was not doing well. He hadn't had a hit in years, and most younger moviegoers didn't know who he was. He was divorced from Ruby, hadn't remarried, and the rumor was that his drinking had gotten out of control. So you felt bad for him? Your abuser? Relationships are complex, Evelyn says. People are messy, and love can be ugly. I'm inclined to always err on the side of compassion. You're saying you had compassion for what he was going through? I'm saying you should have a little compassion for how complicated it must have been for me. Cut down to size. I find myself staring at the floor, unable to look at her. I'm sorry, I say. I haven't been in that situation before, and I don't know what I was thinking, making any sort of judgment. I apologize. Evelyn smiles gently, accepting my apology. I can't speak for all people who have been hit by someone they love, but what I can tell you is that forgiveness is different from absolution. Don was no longer a threat to me. I was not scared of him. I felt powerful and free. So I told Max I'd meet with him. Celia was supportive, but also hesitant once she learned Don had been cast. Harry, while cautious, trusted my ability to handle the situation. So my representatives called Don's people, and we set a time and place for the next time I was in L.A. I had suggested the bar at the Beverly Hills Hotel, but Don's team changed it at the last minute to Cantor's Deli. That's how I ended up seeing my ex-husband for the first time in more than 15 years, over a pair of Reubens.
"I'm sorry, Evelyn," Don said when he sat down. I had already ordered an iced tea and eaten half of a sour pickle. I thought he was apologizing for being late. "It's only 1:05, I said. "It's fine." "No," he said, shaking his head. He looked pale, but also a bit thinner than some of his recent photos. The years we had been apart had not been good to Don. His face had bloated, and his waistline had widened, but he was still heads and tails more handsome than anyone else in the place. Don was the sort of man who was always going to be handsome, no matter what happened to him. His good looks were just that loyal. "I'm sorry," he said. The emphasis, the meaningfulness of it hit me. It caught me off guard. The waitress came by and asked for his drink order. He didn't order a martini or a beer. He ordered a Coca-Cola. When she left, I found myself unsure what to say to him. "I'm sober," he said. "Have been for 256 days. "That many, huh?" I said as I took a sip of my iced tea. "I was a drunk, Evelyn. I know that now." "You were also a cheater and a pig," I said. Don nodded. "I know that, too." and I'm deeply sorry. I had flown all the way here to see if I could do a movie with him. I had not come to be apologized to. The thought had never occurred to me. I merely assumed I would use him this time the way I used him back then. His name, near mine, would get people talking. But this repentant man in front of me was surprising and overwhelming. "What am I supposed to do with that?" I asked him. "That you're sorry. What is that supposed to mean to me?" The waitress came and took our orders. "A Reuben, please," I said, handing her the menu. If I was going to have a real conversation about this, I needed a hearty meal. "I'll have the same," Don said. She knew who we were. I could see it in the way her lips kept trying to hold back a smile. When she left, Don leaned in. "I know it doesn't make up for what I did to you," he said. "Good," I said, "because it really doesn't." "But I hope it might make you feel a little better," he said, "to know that I know I was wrong. I know you deserved better, and I'm working every day to be a better man." "Well, it's awfully late now," I said. "You being a better man does nothing for me." "I won't hurt anyone like I did then," Don said. "To you, to Ruby." My heart of ice melted briefly, and I admitted that did make me feel better. "Still," I said, "we all can't go around treating people like dog shit and then expecting that a simple 'I'm sorry' erases it." Don shook his head humbly. "Of course not," he said. "No, I know that. And if your movies hadn't tanked, and Ari Sullivan hadn't dropped you like you got him to drop me, you'd probably still be living high on the hog, drunk as a skunk." Don nodded. "Probably. I'm sorry to say you are most likely right about that." I wanted more. Did I want him to grovel, to cry? I wasn't sure. I just knew I wasn't getting it. "Let me just say this," Don said. "I loved you from the moment I saw you. I loved you madly, and I ruined it because I turned into a man I'm not proud of. And because I ruined it the way I did, because I was awful at treating you the way you deserved to be treated, I am sorry. Sometimes I think about going back to our wedding day and wanting to do it all over again, wanting to fix my mistakes so that you never have to go through what I put you through. I know I can't do that, but what I can do is look you in the eye and tell you from the very bottom of my heart that I know how incredible you are. I know how great we could have been together. I know that everything we both lost was my fault. I am dedicated to never behaving that poorly again, and I am truly, truly sorry." In all my years after Don, all my movies, all my marriages, I had never once wanted to go back in time in the hopes that Don and I could get it right. My life since Don had been a story of my own making, a mess and a joy of my own decisions, and a string of experiences that landed me with everything I ever wanted. I was okay. I felt safe. I had a beautiful daughter, a devoted husband, and the love of a good woman. I had money and fame. I had a gorgeous house in a city I had reclaimed. What could Don Adler take from me? If I had come to see if I could stand him, I found that I could. There was not a bone in my body that was afraid of him. And then I realized, if that was true, what did I have to lose? I did not say the words, "I forgive you," to Don Adler. I simply took my wallet out of my purse and said, "Do you want to see a picture of Connor?" He smiled and nodded, and when I showed him her photo, he laughed. "She looks just like you," he said. "I'll take that as a compliment." I don't think there's any other way to take it. I think every woman in this country would like to look like Evelyn Hugo. I threw my head back and laughed. When our Reubens were half-eaten and taken away by the waitress, I told him I'd do the movie. "That's great," he said. "Really great to hear. I think you and I could really... I think we can really give them a show." "We're not friends, Don," I said. "I want to be clear on that." Don nodded. "Okay," he said. "I understand." but I think we can be friendly." Don smiled. "I'd be honored by friendly." Just before shooting was set to commence, Harry turned 45. He said he didn't want a big night out or any sort of formal plans. He just wanted a nice day with all of us. So John, Celia, and I planned a picnic in the park. Louisa packed us lunch, Celia made sangria, John went down to the sporting goods store and got us an extra-large umbrella to shade us from not only the sun but also passers-by. On the way home he got the bright idea to buy us wigs and sunglasses, too. That afternoon the three of us told Harry we had a surprise for him, and we led him into the park, Connor riding on his back. She loved to be strapped to him. She would laugh as he bounced her while he walked. I took his hand and dragged him with us. "Where are we going?" he said. "Someone at least give me a hint." "I'll give you a small one," Celia said, as we were crossing Fifth Avenue. "No," John said, shaking his head. "No hints. He's too good with hints. It takes all the fun out of it." "Connor, where's everyone taking Daddy?" Harry said. I watched as Connor laughed at the sound of her name. When Celia walked through the entrance to the park, not even a block from our apartment, Harry spotted the blanket already set out with the umbrella and the picnic baskets, and he smiled. "A picnic?" he said. "Simple family picnic, just the 5 of us," I said. Harry smiled. He closed his eyes for a moment, as if he'd reached heaven. "Absolutely perfect," he said. "I made the sangria," Celia said. "Louisa made the food, obviously." "Obviously," Harry said, laughing. "And John got the umbrella." John bent down and grabbed the wigs. "And these." He handed me a curly black one and gave Celia a short blonde one. Harry took a red one, and John put on the long brown one that made him look like a hippie. We all laughed as we looked at one another, but I was surprised to see just how realistic they managed to be, and when I put on the coordinating pair of sunglasses, I felt a little freer. "If you got the wigs and Celia made the sangria, what did Evelyn do?" Harry asked as he took Connor off his back and put her on the blanket. I grabbed her and helped her sit up. "Good question," John said, smiling. "You'd have to ask her." "Oh, I helped," I said. "Actually, yeah, Evelyn, what did you do?" Celia said. I looked up to see the 3 of them all staring at me teasingly. I gestured vaguely to the picnic basket. "You know." "No," Harry said, laughing. "I don't know." "Listen, I've been very busy," I said. "Uh-huh," Celia said. "Oh, all right." I lifted Connor up as she started to frown. I knew it meant tears were coming any moment. "I didn't do a damn thing." The 3 of them started laughing at me, and then Connor started laughing, too. John opened the basket, Celia poured wine, Harry leaned over and kissed Connor's forehead. It was one of the last times we were all together, laughing, smiling, happy, a family. Because after that, I ruined it. Don and I were in the middle of shooting 3 a.m. in New York. Louisa, Celia, and Harry were trading off watching Connor while I was at work. The days were longer than we anticipated, and the shoot ran long. I played Patricia, a woman in love with a drug addict, Mark, played by Don. And every day I could see that he was not the old Don I knew, showing up to set and saying some lines with charm. This was striking, superlative, raw acting. He was pulling from his life, and he was putting it on film. On set, you really hope that it's all coming together into something magical in the camera lens, but there's never any way to know for sure. Even when Harry and I were producing work ourselves, when we were watching the dailies so often that my eyes felt dry, and I was losing track of reality versus film, we were never 100% sure that all the parts were coming together perfectly until we saw the first cut. But on the set of 3 a.m., I just knew. I knew it was a movie that would change how people saw me, how people saw Don. I thought it might just be good enough to change lives, to get people clean. It might just be good enough to change the way movies were made. So I sacrificed. When Max wanted more days, I gave up time with Connor to be there. When Max wanted more nights, I gave up dinners and evenings with Celia. I must have called Celia almost every day from the set, apologizing for something. Apologizing that I couldn't meet her at the restaurant in time. Apologizing that I needed her to stay home and watch Connor for me. I could tell that part of her regretted pushing me to do the movie. I don't think she liked me working with my ex-husband every day. I don't think she liked me working with Max Gerard every day. I don't think she liked my long hours. And I got the impression that while she loved my baby girl, babysitting wasn't exactly her idea of a good time. But she kept it to herself and supported me. When I called to say I'd be late for the millionth time, she would say, "It's okay, honey. Don't worry. Just be great." She was an excellent partner in that regard, putting me first, putting my work first. And then, toward the end of shooting, after a long day of emotional scene work, I was in my dressing room getting ready to go home when Max knocked on my door. "Hey," I said, "what's on your mind?" He looked at me with consideration and then took a seat. I remained standing, committed to leaving. "I think, Evelyn, we have something to think about." "We do?" "The love scene is next week." "I'm aware." "This movie, it is almost done." "Yes." "And I think it is missing something." "Like what?" "I think that the viewer needs to understand the raw magnetism of Patricia and Mark's attraction." "I agree. That's why I agreed to really show my breasts. You're getting what no other filmmaker, including yourself, has ever gotten from me before. I'd think you'd be thrilled." "Yes, of course I am, but I think we need to show that Patricia is a woman who takes what she wants, who delights in the sins of the flesh. She is right now such a martyr. She's a saint, helping Mark all through the film, standing by him." "Right, because of how much she loves him." "Yes, but we also need to see why she loves him. What does he give to her? What does she get from him?" "What are you getting at?" "I want us to shoot something almost no one does, which is, I want to show you screwing because you love it." His eyes were wide and excited. He was creatively enthralled. I always knew Max was a little lascivious, but this was different. This was a rebellious act. Think about it. Sex scenes are about love or power. "Sure, and the purpose of the love scene next week is to show how much Patricia loves Mark, how much she believes in him, how strong their connection is." Max shakes his head. "I wanted to show the audience that part of the reason Patricia loves Mark is because he makes her orgasm." I felt myself pulling back, trying to take it all in. It shouldn't have felt so scandalous, and yet it absolutely was. Women have sex for intimacy. Men have sex for pleasure. That's what culture tells us. The idea that I'd be shown to enjoy my body, to desire the male form just as strongly as I was desired, to show a woman putting her own physical pleasure at the forefront, it felt daring. What Max was talking about was a graphic portrayal of female desire, and my gut instinct was that I loved the idea. I mean, the thought of filming a graphic sex scene with Don was about as arousing to me as a bowl of bran flakes, but I wanted to push the envelope. I wanted to show a woman getting off. I liked the idea of showing a woman having sex because she wanted to be pleased, instead of being desperate to please. So, in a moment of excitement, I grabbed my coat, put out my hand, and said, "I'm in." Max laughed and hopped out of his chair, taking my hand and shaking it. "Fantastique, ma belle!" What I should have done was tell him I had to think about it. What I should have done was tell Celia about it the moment I got home. What I should have done was give her a say. I should have given her the opportunity to express any misgivings. I should have respected that while she had no place to tell me what I could and could not do with my body, I did have a responsibility to inquire about how my actions might affect her. I should have taken her out to dinner and told her what I wanted to do, and explained why I wanted to do it. I should have made love to her that night, to show her that the only body I was truly interested in deriving pleasure from was hers. These are simply things you do. These are kindnesses you extend to the person you love when you know that your job will entail the world seeing images of you having sex with another person. I did none of that for Celia. Instead, I avoided her. I went home and checked on Connor. I went into the kitchen and ate a chicken salad Louisa had left in the fridge. Celia came in and hugged me. "How was shooting?" "Good," I said, "completely fine." And because she didn't say, "How was your day?" or "Anything interesting happen with Max?" or even, "How's next week looking?" I didn't bring it up. I had 2 shots of bourbon before Max yelled, "Action!" The set was closed. Just me, Don, Max, the cinematographer, and a couple of guys working lighting and sound. I closed my eyes and told myself to remember how good it felt to want Don all those years ago. I thought of how sublime it was to awaken my own desire, to realize I liked sex, that it wasn't just about what men wanted, that it was about me too. I thought of how I wanted to put that seed of a thought into other women's brains. I thought of how there might be other women out there scared of their own pleasure, of their own power. I thought of what it would mean to have just one woman go home to her husband and say, "Give me what he gave her." I put myself in that place of desperate wanting, the ache of needing something only someone else can give you. I used to have that with Don. I had it then with Celia. So I closed my eyes, I focused in on myself, and I went there. Later on, people would say that Don and I were really having sex in the movie. There were all sorts of rumors that the sex was unsimulated, but those rumors were complete and utter bullshit. People just thought they saw real sex because the energy was searing, because I convinced myself in that moment that I was a woman in urgent need of him, because Don was able to remember how it felt to want me before he ever had me. That day on set, I truly let go. I was present and wild and unrestrained, more than I ever had been on film before, more than I ever have been since. It was a moment of purely imagined, reckless euphoria. When Max yelled "cut," I snapped out of it. I stood up and rushed to my robe. I blushed. Me, Evelyn Hugo, blushing. Don asked if I was all right, and I turned away from him, not wanting him to touch me. "I'm fine," I said, and then I went to my dressing room, closed the door, and bawled my eyes out. I wasn't ashamed of what I'd done. I wasn't nervous for audiences to see it. The tears that fell down my face were because I realized what I had done to Celia. I had been a person who believed she stuck by a certain code. It may not have been a code that others subscribed to, but it was one that made sense to me. And part of that code was being honest with Celia, being good to her. And this was not good to Celia. Doing what I had just done without her blessing was not good for the woman I loved. When we wrapped for the day, I walked the 50 blocks home instead of grabbing a car. I needed the time to myself. I stopped on the way and bought flowers. I called Harry from a payphone and asked him to take Connor for the night. Celia was in the bedroom when I got home, drying her hair. "I got you these," I said, handing her the bouquet of white lilies. I did not mention that the florist had said that white lilies mean "my love is pure." "Oh, my God," she said, "they are gorgeous, thank you." She smelled them and then grabbed a water glass, filled it from the tap, and put the flowers in it. "Just for a moment," she said, "until I have a chance to choose a vase." "I wanted to ask you something," I said. "Oh, boy," she said. "Are these flowers just to butter me up?" I shook my head. "No," I said. "The flowers are because I love you, because I want you to know how often I think of you, how important you are to me. I don't tell you that enough. I wanted to tell you this way with those. Guilt is a feeling I've never made much peace with. I find that when it rears its head, it brings an army. When I feel guilty for one thing, I start to see all the other things I should feel guilty for." I sat on the foot of our bed. I wanted to let you know that Max and I have discussed it, and I think the love scene in the movie will be more graphic than you and I were thinking." "How graphic?" "Something a bit more intense, something that conveys Patricia's desperate need to be pleasured." I was lying outright to hide a lie of omission. I was crafting a new narrative in which Celia would believe that I had asked for her blessing before doing what I had already done. Her need to be pleasured? We need to see what Patricia gets out of her relationship with Mark. It's not just love, it has to be more than that. "That makes sense," Celia said. "You're saying it answers the question, why does she stay with him?" "Yeah," I said, excited that maybe she would understand. Maybe I could fix this retroactively. "Exactly. So we're going to shoot an explicit scene between Don and me. I'll be mostly nude. For the heart of the movie to really sink in, we need to see the two main characters truly vulnerable together, connecting sexually." Celia listened as I spoke, letting the words sink in. I could see her grappling with what I was saying, trying to make it fit for her. "I want you to do the movie as you want to do it," she said. "Thank you. She looked down and started shaking her head. "I'm feeling I don't know. I'm not sure I can do this. Knowing you're with Don all day, with these long nights, and I never see you, and sex. Sex is sacred between us. I'm not sure I can stand to watch that." "You won't need to watch it." "But I'll know it happened. I'll know it's out there, and everyone will see it. I want to be okay with this, I really do." "So be okay with it." "I'm going to try." "Thank you. I'm really going to try." "Great. But, Evelyn, I don't think I can. Just knowing that when you slept with Mick, I was sick for years afterward, thinking about the two of you together." "I know." "And you slept with Harry God knows how many times," she said. "I know, honey, I know, but I'm not sleeping with Don." "But you have slept with him, you have. When people watch the two of you on screen, they will be watching something the two of you have already done." "It's not real," I said. "I know, but what you're saying to me is that you are prepared to make it look real. You're saying you're going to make it look more real than anything else any of us have done so far." "Yes," I said, "I guess I am saying that." She started crying. She put her head in her hands. "I feel like I'm failing you," she said, "but I can't do it. I can't. I know myself, and I know this is too much for me. I'll be too sick over it. I'll make myself ill thinking of you with him." She shook her head, resolved. "I'm sorry. I don't have it in me. I can't handle it. I want to be stronger for you. I do. I know that if the tables were turned, you could handle it. I feel like I'm disappointing you, and I'm so sorry, Evelyn. I will work forever to make it up to you. I'll help you get any part you want, for the rest of our lives. And I'll work on getting there so that the next time this happens, I can be stronger. But please, Evelyn, I can't live through you sleeping with another man. Even if this time it only looks real, I can't do it. Please, she said, please don't do this. My heart sank. I nearly vomited. I looked down at the floor. I studied the way two planks of wood met just under my feet, how the nail heads were just the littlest bit sunken in. And then I looked up at her and said, I already did it. I sobbed, and I pleaded, and I groveled desperately on my knees, having long ago learned the lesson that you have to throw yourself at the mercy of the things you truly want. But before I was done, Celia said, all I've ever wanted was for you to be truly mine, but you've never been mine, not really. I've always had to settle for one piece of you, while the world gets the other half. I don't blame you. It doesn't make me stop loving you, but I can't do it. I can't do it, Evelyn. I can't live with my heart half broken all the time. And she walked out the door and left me. Within a week, Celia had packed up all her things at my apartment and hers and moved back to L.A. She would not answer the phone when I called. I couldn't get hold of her. Then, weeks after she left, she filed for divorce from John. When he got the papers, I swear it was as if she had served them to me directly. It was clear, in no uncertain terms, that by divorcing him, she was divorcing me. I got John to make some calls to her agent, her manager. He tracked her down at the Beverly Wilshire. I flew to Los Angeles, and I pounded on her door. I was wearing my favorite Diane von Furstenberg because Celia had once said I was irresistible in it. There were a man and a woman coming out of their hotel room, and as they walked down the hall, they couldn't stop looking at me. They knew who I was, but I refused to hide. I just kept knocking on the door. When Celia finally opened it, I looked her in the eye and didn't say a word. She stared back at me, silent, and then, with tears in my eyes, I said simply, "Please." She turned away from me. "I made a mistake," I said. "I'll never do it again." The last time we had fought like this, I had refused to apologize, and I really thought that this time, if I just admitted how wrong I was, if I gave in sincerely and with all my heart, she would forgive me. But she didn't. "I can't do it anymore," she said, as she shook her head. She was wearing high-waisted jeans and a Coca-Cola t-shirt. Her hair was long past her shoulders. She was 37, but still looked like she was in her 20s. She always had a youthfulness to her that I never really had. I was 38 then, and I was starting to look it. When she said that, I got down on my knees in the hallway of the hotel and bawled my eyes out. She pulled me inside. "Take me back, Celia," I begged her. "Take me back, and I'll give the rest of it up. I'll give up everything but Connor. I won't ever act again. I'll let the world know about us. I'm ready to give you all of me, please." Celia listened, but then she very calmly sat down in the chair by the bed and said, "Evelyn, you are not capable of giving it up, and you never will be, and it will be the tragedy of my life that I cannot love you enough to make you mine, that you cannot be loved enough to be anyone's." I stood there for a moment longer, waiting for her to say something else, but she didn't. She had nothing else to say, and there was nothing I could say that would change her mind. Facing reality, I got hold of myself, held in my tears, kissed her on her temple, and walked away. I got back on the plane to New York, hiding my pain, and it wasn't until I was back in my apartment that I lost it, sobbing as if she'd died. That's how final it felt. I had pushed her too far, and it was over.
That was truly it, I say. She was done with me, Evelyn says. What about the movie? Are you asking if it was worth it? I guess so. The movie was a huge hit. Didn't make it worth it. Don Adler won an Oscar for it, didn't he? Evelyn rolls her eyes. That bastard won an Oscar, and I wasn't even nominated. Why not? I've seen it, I say. Parts of it, at least. You're great. Really exceptional. You think I don't know that? Well, then, why weren't you nominated? Because, Evelyn says, frustrated. Because I wasn't allowed to be applauded for it. It had an X rating. It was responsible for letters to the editor at nearly every paper in the country. It was too scandalous, too explicit. It got people excited, and when they felt that way, they had to blame someone, and they blamed me. What else were they going to do? Blame the French director? The French are like that, and they weren't going to blame the newly redeemed Don Adler. They blamed the sex pot they'd created, whom they could now call a tramp. They weren't going to give me an Oscar for that. They were going to watch it alone in a dark theater, and then chastise me in public. But it didn't hurt your career, I say. You did 2 more movies the next year. I made people money. No one turns away money. They were all too happy to get me in their movies and then talk about me behind my back. Within a few years, you delivered what is considered one of the most noble performances of the decade. Yeah, but I shouldn't have had to turn it around. I did nothing wrong. Well, we know that now. People were praising you and the film as early as the mid-'80s. It's all fine in hindsight, Evelyn says, except that I spent years with a scarlet A on my chest, while women and men across the country screwed each other's brains out thinking about what the movie meant. People were shocked by the representation of a woman wanting to get fucked, and while I'm aware of the crassness of my language, it's really the only way to describe it. Patricia was not a woman who wanted to make love. She wanted to get fucked, and we showed that. And people hated how much they loved it. She's still angry. I can see it in the way her jaw tightens. You won an Oscar shortly after that. I lost Celia for that movie, she says. My life, which I loved so much, was turned upside down over that movie. Of course, I understand it was my own fault. I'm the one who filmed an explicit sex scene with my ex-husband without talking to her about it first. I'm not trying to blame other people for the mistakes I made in my own relationship, but still. Evelyn is quiet, lost in her thoughts for a moment. I want to ask you something, because I think it's important for you to speak directly about it, I say. Okay. Did being bisexual put a strain on your relationship? I want to make sure to portray her sexuality with all of its nuance, in all of its complexity. What do you mean? She asks. There's a slight edge to her voice. You lost the woman you loved because of your sexual relationships with men. I think that's relevant to your larger identity. Evelyn listens to me and considers my words. Then she shakes her head. No. I lost the woman I loved because I cared about being famous as much as I cared about her. It had nothing to do with my sexuality. But you were using your sexuality to get things from men that Celia couldn't give you. Evelyn shakes her head even more emphatically. There's a difference between sexuality and sex. I used sex to get what I wanted. Sex is just an act. Sexuality is a sincere expression of desire and pleasure. that I always kept for Celia. I hadn't thought about it like that before, I say. Being bisexual didn't make me disloyal, Evelyn says. One has nothing to do with the other, nor did it mean that Celia could only fulfill half my needs. I find myself interrupting her. I know you're not saying that, Evelyn says, but I want you to have it in my words. When Celia said she couldn't have all of me, it was because I was selfish and because I was scared of losing everything I had. Not because I had two sides of me that one person could never fulfill. I broke Celia's heart because I spent half my time loving her and the other half hiding how much I loved her. Never once did I cheat on Celia. If we're defining cheating by desiring another person and then making love to that person, I never once did that. When I was with Celia, I was with Celia. The same way any woman married to a man is with that man. Did I look at other people? Sure, just like anyone in a relationship does, but I loved Celia. And I shared my true self only with Celia. The problem was, I used my body to get other things I wanted, and I didn't stop doing that even for her. That's my tragedy. That I used my body when it was all I had, and then I kept using it even when I had other options. I kept using it even when I knew it would hurt the woman I loved. And what's more, I made her complicit in it. I put her in a position to continually have to approve of my choices at her own expense. Celia may have left me in a huff, but it was a death by 1,000 cuts. I hurt her with these tiny scratches day after day, and then I got surprised when it left a wound too big to heal. I slept with Mick because I wanted to protect our careers, mine and hers, and that was more important to me than the sanctity of our relationship. And I slept with Harry because I wanted a baby and I thought people would get suspicious if we adopted. Because I was afraid to draw attention to the sexlessness of our marriage. And I chose that over the sanctity of our relationship. And when Max Gerard had a good idea about a creative choice in a movie, I wanted to do it. And I was willing to do it at the expense of the sanctity of our relationship. You're hard on yourself, I think, I say. Celia wasn't perfect. She could be cruel. Evelyn shrugs slightly. She always made sure the bad was outweighed by so much good. I didn't do that for her. I made it 50-50, which is about the cruelest thing you can do to someone you love. Give them just enough good to make them stick through a hell of a lot of bad. Of course, I realized all this when she left me, and I tried to fix it, but it was too late. As she said, she simply couldn't do it anymore, because it took me too long to figure out what I cared about. Not because of my sexuality. I feel confident you're going to get that right. I promise, I say. I will. I know you will. And while we're on the subject of how I'd like to be portrayed, there's something else you need to get exactly right. I won't be able to clear things up after I'm gone. I want to know now. I want to be absolutely sure that you'll represent what I'm telling you accurately. Okay, I say. What is it? Evelyn's mood turns a bit darker. I'm not a good person, Monique. Make sure in the book that that's clear. That I'm not claiming to be good, that I did a lot of things that hurt a lot of people, and I would do them over again if I had to. I don't know, I say. You don't seem so bad, Evelyn. You, of all people, are going to change your mind about that, she says. very soon. And all I can think is, what the fuck did she do?
John died of a heart attack in 1980. He was just shy of 50. It didn't make any sense. The most athletic and fit of us, the one who didn't smoke, the one who exercised every day, he shouldn't have been the one whose heart stopped. But things don't make sense, and when he left us, he left a giant-sized hole in our lives. Connor was 5. It was hard to explain to her where Uncle John went. It was even harder to explain to her why her father was so heartbroken. For weeks, Harry could barely get out of bed. When he did, it was to drink bourbon. He was rarely sober, always somber, and often unkind. Celia was photographed in tears, her eyes bloodshot, walking into her trailer on location in Arizona. I wanted to hold her. I wanted us all to see one another through it. But I knew that wasn't in the cards. But I could help Harry. So Connor and I stayed with him at his apartment every day. She slept in her room there. I slept on the sofa in his bedroom. I made sure he ate. I made sure he bathed. I made sure he played make-believe with his daughter. One morning I woke up to find Harry and Connor both in the kitchen. Connor was pouring herself a bowl of cereal while Harry stood in his pajama bottoms looking out the window. He had an empty glass in his hand. When he turned away from the view and back toward Connor, I said, "Good morning." And Connor said, "Daddy, why do your eyes look wet?" I wasn't sure if he'd been crying or if he was already a few drinks into the day that early in the morning. At the funeral, I wore a black vintage Halston. Harry wore a black suit with a black shirt, black tie, black belt, and black socks. Grief never left his face. His profound, guttural pain didn't follow the story we had sold the press, that Harry and John were friends, that Harry and I were in love. Nor did the fact that John left the house to Harry. But despite my instincts, I did not encourage Harry to hide his feelings or decline the house. I had very little energy left to try to hide who we were. I had learned all too well that pain was sometimes stronger than the need to keep up appearances. Celia was there, in a long-sleeved black mini-dress. She did not say hello to me. She barely looked at me. I stared at her, aching to walk over and grab her hand, but I didn't take a single step in her direction. I was not going to use this loss of Harry's to ease my own. I wasn't going to make her talk to me, not like that. Harry held back tears as John's casket was lowered into the ground. Celia walked away. Connor watched me watch her and said, "Mom, who's that lady? I think I know her." "You do, honey," I said. "You did." And then Connor, my adorable baby girl, said, "She's the one who dies in your movie." And I realized she didn't remember Celia at all. She recognized her from Little Women. "She's the nice one, the one who wants everyone to be happy," Connor said. That's when I knew the family I had made had truly disintegrated.
Now this. July 3rd, 1980. Celia St. James and Joan Marker, best of friends. Celia St. James and Hollywood newcomer Joan Marker have become the talk of the town lately. Marker, best known for her star-making turn in last year's Promise Me, is quickly becoming the it girl of the season, and who better to show her the ropes than America's sweetheart? Seen shopping together in Santa Monica and grabbing lunches in Beverly Hills, the two can't seem to get enough of each other. We certainly hope this means the duo are planning a movie together, because that would be a tour de force of performances.
I knew the only way to get Harry to start living his life again was to surround him with Connor and work. The Connor part was easy. She loved her father. She wanted his attention every second of the day. She was growing up to look even more like him, with his ice-blue eyes and his broad, tall frame. And when he was with her, he would stop drinking. He cared about being a good father, and he knew he had a responsibility to be sober for her. But when he went back to his own home every night, a fact still secret from the outside world, I knew he was drinking himself to sleep. On the days he was not with us, I knew he wasn't getting out of bed. So work was my only option. I had to find something he would love. It had to be a script he would feel passionate about and one with a great role for me. Not just because I wanted a great role, but also because Harry wouldn't do anything for himself, but he would do anything if he believed I needed him to. So I read scripts, hundreds of scripts over the months. And then Max Girard sent me one that he was having trouble getting made. It was called All for Us. It was about a single mother of 3 who moves to New York City to try to support her children and pursue her dreams. It was about trying to make ends meet in the cold, hard city, but it was also about hope and daring to believe you deserve more, both of which I knew would appeal to Harry. And the role of Renee, the mother, was honest, righteous, and powerful. I ran it over to Harry and begged him to read it. When he tried to avoid it, I said, "I think it will finally get me my Oscar." That's what made him pick it up. I loved shooting All for Us. And it wasn't because I finally got that goddamn statue for it, or because I became even closer with Max Girard on the set. I loved shooting All for Us because while it didn't get Harry to put down the bottle, it did get him out of bed. 4 months after the movie came out, Harry and I went to the Oscars together. Max Girard had attended with a model named Bridget Manners, but he had joked for weeks before the event that all he wanted was to attend with me, to have me on his arm. He had even taken to joking that given all the men I'd married, he was crushed that I'd never married him. I had to admit that Max was quickly becoming someone I truly felt close to. So while he did technically have a date, it felt, as we all sat in the first row together, that I was there with the 2 men who meant the most to me. Connor was back at the hotel, watching on TV with Louisa. Earlier that day, she had given Harry and me each a picture she had drawn. Mine was a gold star. Harry's was a lightning bolt. She said they were for luck. I tucked mine into my clutch. Harry put his in his tuxedo pocket. When they called out the nominees for Best Actress, I realized that I hadn't really ever believed I could win. With the Oscar would come certain things I'd always wanted: credibility, gravitas. And if I truly looked inward, I realized I didn't think I had credibility or gravitas. Harry squeezed my hand as Brick Thomas opened the envelope. And then, despite everything I had told myself, he said my name. I stared straight ahead, my chest heaving, unable to process what I'd heard. And then Harry looked at me and said, "You did it." I stood up and hugged him. I walked to the podium. I took the Oscar that Brick was handing me, and I put my hand to my chest to try to slow down my heartbeat. When the clapping subsided, I leaned into the microphone and gave a speech that was both premeditated and extemporaneous. I tried to remember what I'd prepared to say all the other times I thought I might win. "Thank you," I said, looking out into a sea of familiar, gorgeous faces. "Thank you not just for this award, which I will cherish forever, but also for letting me work in this business. It hasn't always been easy, and God knows I've made a bumpy road of it. But I feel so incredibly lucky to live this life. So thank you not just to every producer I've worked with since the mid-50s, oh God, I'm really dating myself here, but specifically To my favorite producer, Harry Cameron. I love you. I love our child. Hi, Connor. Go to sleep now, honey. It's getting late. And to all the other actors and actresses I've worked with, to all the directors who have helped me grow as a performer, especially Max Girard, I thank you. By the way, I believe this counts as a hat trick, Max. And there's one other person out there whom I think of every day. 10 years before, I would have been far too scared to say anything more. I probably would have been too scared even to say that. But I had to tell her, even though I hadn't spoken to her in years, I had to show her that I still loved her, that I always would. I know she's watching right now, and I just hope she knows how important she is to me. Thank you all. Thank you. Shaking, I walked backstage and got hold of myself. I talked to reporters, I accepted congratulations, and I got back to my seat just in time for Max to win Best Director and Harry to win Best Picture. Afterward, the three of us posed for photo after photo, grinning from ear to ear. We had climbed to the very top of the mountain, and that night we stuck our flags into the summit. Sometime around 1 in the morning, after Harry had already gone back to the hotel to check on Connor, Max and I were outside in the courtyard of a mansion owned by the head of Paramount. There was a circular fountain spraying water into the night sky. Max and I sat, marveling at what we had accomplished together. His limo pulled up. "Can I give you a ride back to your hotel?" he asked. "Where's your date?" Max shrugged. "I fear she was only interested in the ticket to the show." I laughed. Poor Max. "Not poor Max," he said, shaking his head. "I spent my evening with the most beautiful woman in the world." I shook my head. "You are too much." "You look hungry. Come, get in the car. We will get hamburgers." "Hamburgers?" "I'm sure even Evelyn Hugo eats a hamburger from time to time." Max opened the limo door and waited for me to get in. "Your chariot," he said. I wanted to go home and see Connor. I wanted to watch the way her mouth hung open as she slept. But the idea of getting a hamburger with Max Girard actually didn't sound so bad. Minutes later, the limo driver was trying to navigate the drive-through of a Jack-in-the-Box, and Max and I decided it was easier to get out of the car and go in. The two of us stood in line, me in my navy blue silk gown, him in his tux, behind two teenage boys ordering French fries. And then when we got to the front of the line, the cashier screamed as if she'd seen a mouse. "Oh, my God," she said, "you're Evelyn Hugo." I laughed. "I have no idea what you're talking about," I said. After 25 years, that line still worked every time. "You're her! Evelyn Hugo!" "Nonsense." "This is the greatest day of my life," she said, and then she called to the back, "Norm, you have to come see this. Evelyn Hugo is here, in a gown." Max laughed as more and more people started to stare. I was beginning to feel like a caged animal. It's not something you really ever get used to, being stared at in small spaces. A few of the people in the kitchen came forward to look at me. "Any chance we could get 2 burgers?" Max said. "Extra cheese on mine, please." Everyone ignored him. "Can I have your autograph?" the woman behind the counter asked. "Sure," I said kindly. I was hoping it would be over soon, that we could get the food and go. I started signing paper menus and paper hats. I signed a couple of receipts. "We really should be going," I said. "It's late." But no one stopped. They all just kept pushing things at me. "You won an Oscar," an older woman said, "just a few hours ago." "I saw it. I saw it myself." "I did, yes," I said. I pointed at Max with the pen in my hand. "So did he." Max waved. I signed a few more things, shook a few more hands. Okay, I really must be going, I said. But the mob of people crowded me more. Okay, Max said, let the lady breathe. I looked in the direction of his voice and saw him coming toward me, breaking up the crowd. He handed me the burgers, picked me up, threw me over his shoulder, and walked us right out of the restaurant and into the limo. Wow, I said when he put me down. He got in next to me. He grabbed the bag. Evelyn, he said. What? I love you. What do you mean you love me? He leaned over, smooshed the burgers, and kissed me. It felt as if someone had turned on the electricity in a long-abandoned building. I had not been kissed like that since Celia left me. I had not been kissed with desire, the kind of desire that spurs desire, since the love of my life walked out the door. And here was Max, 2 deformed burgers in between us, his warm lips on mine. That is what I mean, he said when he pulled away from me. Do with that what you will. The next morning, I woke up as an Oscar winner with a precious 6-year-old eating room service in my bed. There was a knock at the door. I grabbed my robe. I opened the door. In front of me were 24 red roses with a note that said, I have loved you since I met you. I have tried to stop. It will not work. Leave him, ma belle. Marry me. Please. X.O.M.
We should stop there, Evelyn says. She's right. It's getting late, and I suspect I have a number of missed calls and emails to return, including what I know will be a voicemail from David. Okay, I say, closing my notebook and pressing stop on the recording. Evelyn gathers some of the papers and stale coffee mugs that have accumulated over the day. I check my phone. 2 missed calls from David, 1 from Frankie, 1 from my mother. I say goodbye to Evelyn and make my way onto the street. The air is warmer than I anticipated, so I take off my coat. I pull my phone out of my pocket. I listen to my mother's voicemail first, because I'm not sure I'm ready to know what David has to say. I don't know what I want him to say, and thus, I don't know what will disappoint me when he doesn't say it. Hi, honey, my mom says. I'm just calling to remind you that I'll be there soon. My flight gets in Friday evening, and I know you're going to insist on meeting me at the airport because of that time I got lost on the subway. But don't worry about it. Really, I can figure out how to get to my daughter's apartment from JFK or LaGuardia. Oh, God, you don't think I accidentally booked the flight to Newark, do you? No, I didn't. I wouldn't have. Anyway, I'm so excited to see you, my little dumpling baby. I love you. I'm already laughing before the message is over. My mother has gotten lost in New York a number of times, not just once. And it's always because she refuses to take a cab. She insists that she can navigate public transportation, even though she was born and raised in Los Angeles and therefore has no real sense of how any 2 modes of transportation intersect. Also, I've always hated it when she called me her dumpling baby, mostly because we both know it's a reference to how fat I was as a child. I looked like an overstuffed dumpling. By the time her message is over and I'm done texting her back, so excited to see you. We'll meet you at the airport. Just tell me which one. I'm at the subway station. I could easily make the argument to myself that I should listen to David's voicemail when I get to Brooklyn. And I almost do. I very nearly do. But instead I stand outside the stairwell and hit play. Hey, he says, his gravelly voice so familiar. I texted you, but I didn't hear back. I'm in New York. I'm home. I'm here at the apartment, our apartment. Or, your apartment, whatever. I'm here, waiting for you. I know it's short notice, but don't you think we should talk about things? Don't you think there's more to say? I'm just rambling now, so I'm gonna go. But hopefully, I'll see you soon. When the message is over, I run down the stairs, swipe my card, and slip onto the train just as it's leaving. I pack myself into the crowded car and try to calm down as we roar through each stop. What the hell is he doing home? I get off the train and make my way to the street. I put my coat on when I hit the fresh air. Brooklyn feels colder than Manhattan tonight. I try not to run to my apartment. I try to remain calm, to remain composed. There is no need for you to rush, I tell myself. Besides, I don't want to show up out of breath, and I really don't want to ruin my hair. I head through the front entrance and up the stairs to my apartment. I slip my key into my door, and there he is, David. In my kitchen, cleaning dishes as if he lives here. "Hi," I say, staring at him. He looks exactly the same. Blue eyes, thick lashes, cropped hair. He's wearing a maroon, heathered t-shirt and dark gray jeans. When I met him, as we fell in love, I remember thinking that the fact that he was white made things easier, because I knew he would never tell me I wasn't black enough. I think of Evelyn the first time she heard her maid speaking Spanish. I remember thinking that the fact that he wasn't that well-read meant he would never think I was a bad writer. I think of Celia telling Evelyn she wasn't a good actress. I remember thinking that the fact that I was clearly the more attractive one made me feel better, because I thought that meant he'd never leave. I think of how Dawn treated Evelyn despite her being arguably the most beautiful woman in the world. Evelyn rose to those challenges. But looking at David right now, I can see that I've hidden from them. Perhaps my entire life. "Hi," he says. I can't help but vomit the words out of my mouth. I do not have the time or energy or restraint to curate them well or deliver them mildly. "What are you doing here?" I say. David puts the bowl in his hand into the cupboard and then turns back to me. "I came back to iron out a few things," he says. "And am I something to iron out?" I ask. I put my bag down in the corner. I kick off my shoes. "You're something I need to set right," he says. "I made a mistake. I think we both did." Why, until this moment, did I not realize that the issue is my own confidence? That the root of most of my problems is that I need to be secure enough in who I am to tell anyone who doesn't like it to go fuck themselves. Why have I spent so long settling for less, when I know damn well the world expects more? I didn't make a mistake, I say, and it surprises me just as much, if not more, than it surprises him. "Monique, we were both acting rash. I was upset that you wouldn't move to San Francisco, because it felt like I had earned the right to ask you to sacrifice for me, for my career." I start formulating a response, but David keeps talking. "And you were upset that I would ask that of you in the first place, because I know how important your life is here. But there are other ways to handle this. We can do long distance for a little while, and eventually I can move back here, or you can move to San Francisco down the line. We have options. That's all I'm saying. We don't have to get a divorce. We don't have to give up on this." I sit down on the couch, fiddling with my hands as I think. Now that he says it, I realize what has made me so sad these past few weeks, what has plagued me and made me feel so terrible about myself. It isn't rejection, and it isn't heartbreak. It is defeat. I wasn't heartbroken when Dawn left me. I simply felt like my marriage had failed, and those are very different things. Evelyn said that just last week, and now I understand why it got under my skin. I have been reeling because I failed, because I picked the wrong guy for me, because I entered the wrong marriage, because the truth is that at the age of 35, I have yet to love someone enough to sacrifice for them. I've yet to open my heart enough to let someone in that much. Some marriages aren't really that great. Some loves aren't all-encompassing. Sometimes you separate because you weren't that good together to begin with. Sometimes divorce isn't an earth-shattering loss. Sometimes it's just two people waking up out of a fog. I think you should go home to San Francisco, I say to him finally. David comes and joins me on the couch. And I think I should stay here, I say. And I don't think a long-distance marriage is the right play. I think divorce is the right play. Monique, I'm sorry, I say as he takes my hand. I wish I didn't feel that way. But I suspect deep down you think it too. Because you didn't come here and tell me how much you miss me, or how hard it has been to live without me. You said you didn't want to give up. And look, I don't want to give up either. I don't want to fail at this. But that's not actually a great reason to stay together. We should have reasons why we don't want to give up. It shouldn't just be that we don't want to give up. And I don't. I don't have any. I'm unsure how to say what I want to say gently, so I just say it. You have never felt like my other half. It is only once David gets up off the sofa that I realize I assumed we would be sitting here talking for a long time. And it is only once he puts on his jacket that I realize he probably assumed he would sleep here tonight. But once he has his hand on the doorknob, I realize that I have put into motion the end of a lackluster life in the interest of eventually finding a great one. I hope one day you find someone who feels like the other half of you, I guess, David says. Like Celia. Thank you, I say. I hope you find it too. David smiles in a way that is more of a frown, and then he leaves. When you end a marriage, you're supposed to lose sleep over it, aren't you? But I don't. I sleep free. I get a call from Frankie the next morning, just as I'm sitting down at Evelyn's. I consider putting it through to voicemail, but there's already too much swirling around in my brain. To add, call back Frankie might just put me over the edge. Better to handle it now. Have it behind me. Hi, Frankie, I say. Hey, she says. Her voice is light, almost cheerful. So we need to schedule the photographers. I assume Evelyn will want them to come to her there at the apartment. Oh, that's a good question, I say. 1 second. I mute my phone to turn to Evelyn. They're asking when and where you'll want to do the photo shoot. Here is fine, Evelyn says. Let's aim for Friday. That's 3 days away. Yes, I believe Friday comes after Thursday. Do I have that right? I smile and shake my head at her and then unmute Frankie. Evelyn says here at the apartment on Friday. Late morning, maybe. Evelyn says 11. 11 okay? I say to Frankie. Frankie agrees. Absolutely fantastic. I hang up and look at Evelyn. You want to do a photo shoot in 3 days? No, you want me to do a photo shoot, remember? You're sure about Friday, though? We'll be done by then, Evelyn says. You'll have to work even later than normal. I'll make sure Grace has those muffins you like, and the coffee from Pete's that I know you prefer. Okay, I say. That's fine, but there's still a lot of ground to cover. Don't worry, we'll be done by Friday. When I look at her skeptically, she says, You should be happy, Monique. You're going to get your answers.
When Harry read the note Max had sent me, he was stunned silent. At first I thought I had hurt his feelings by showing it to him, but then I realized he was thinking. We had taken Connor to a playground in Coldwater Canyon in Beverly Hills. Our flight back to New York left in a few hours. Connor was playing on the swings as Harry and I watched her. Nothing would change between us, he said, if we divorced. But Harry, John is gone, Celia is gone. There is no need to hide behind double dates. Nothing would change. We would change, I said, watching Connor pump her legs harder, swing higher. Harry was watching her through his sunglasses, smiling at her. He waved to her. "Good job, honey," he called out. "Remember to keep your hands tight on the chains if you're going to go that high." He had started to control his drinking a bit. He had learned to pick and choose his moments of indulgence. And he never let anything get in the way of his work or his daughter. But I still worried about what he'd do if left too much to his own devices. He turned to me. "We wouldn't change, Ev. I promise you that. I would live in my house just like now. You'd live in yours. I'd come by every day. Connor would sleep at my place the nights she wanted. If anything, appearances-wise, it might make more sense. Pretty soon people are going to start asking why we own two different houses." "Harry, you do what you want. If you don't want to be with Max, don't be. I'm just saying that there are some fairly good reasons for us to get divorced, and not many cons, except that I won't call you my wife anymore, which I've always been so proud to do. But we will still be, as we've always been, a family, and I think it would be good for you to fall in love with someone. You deserve to be loved that way. So do you." Harry smiled sorrowfully. "I had my love, and he's gone. But for you, I think it's time. Maybe it will be Max, maybe it won't, but maybe it should be somebody." "I don't like the idea of divorcing you," I said, "no matter how meaningless it might actually be." "Dad, watch!" Connor said as she flung her legs into the air, swung high, and then leaped, landing on her feet. She nearly gave me a heart attack. Harry laughed. "Outstanding," he said to her, and then he turned to me. "Sorry, I might have taught her that." "I figured." Connor got back onto the swing, and Harry leaned toward me and put his arm around my shoulders. "I know you don't like the idea of divorcing me," he said, "but I think you do like the idea of marrying Max. Otherwise, I don't think you would have bothered to show me that note." "Are you really serious about this?" I asked. Max and I were back in New York at his apartment. It had been 3 weeks since he had told me he loved me. "I am very serious," Max said. "What is the saying? As serious as cancer? A heart attack. Fine, I am as serious as a heart attack." "We barely know each other," I said. "We have known each other since 1960, ma belle. You simply do not realize how much time has passed. That's more than 20 years. I was in my mid-40s. Max was a few years older. With a daughter and a fake husband, I thought falling in love again was out of the question for me. I wasn't sure how it would ever happen. And here was a man, a handsome man, a man I did rather like, a man I shared a history with, who was saying he loved me. "So, you're suggesting I leave Harry just like that, because of what we think might be between us?" Max frowned at me. "I am not as stupid as you think I am," he said. "I don't think you're stupid at all." "Harry is a homosexual," he said. I felt my body pull back as far away from him as possible. "I have no idea what you're talking about," I said. Max laughed. "That line didn't work when we were getting burgers, and it won't work now." "Max, do you enjoy spending time with me?" "Of course I do." And do you not agree that we understand each other, creatively speaking? Of course. Have I not directed you in 3 of the most important films of your career? You have. And do you think that is an accident? I thought about it. No, I said, it's not. No, it isn't, he said. It's because I see you. It is because I ache for you. It is because from the very moment I set my eyes on you, my body was full of desire for you. It is because I have been falling in love with you for decades. The camera sees you as I see you. And when that happens, you soar. You're a talented director. Yes, of course I am, he said, but only because you inspire me. You, my Evelyn Hugo, are the talent that powers every movie you are in. You are my muse, and I am your conductor. I am the person who brings out your greatest work. I breathed in deeply, considering what he was saying. You're right, I said. You are absolutely right. I can't think of anything more erotic than that, he said, than being each other's inspiration. He leaned in close to me. I could feel the heat of him on my skin. And I can think of nothing more meaningful than the way we understand each other. You should leave Harry. He will be fine. No one knows what he is, and even if they do, no one's talking. He doesn't need you to protect him anymore. I need you, Evelyn. I need you so badly, he whispered into my ear. The heat of his breath, the way his stubble scratched my cheek, awakened me. I grabbed him. I kissed him. I pulled my shirt off. I tore his. I unfastened the belt of his pants, flinging the buckle. I ripped apart the button-fly of my jeans. I pushed myself against him. The way he grabbed me back, the way he moved, made it clear he was yearning for me, that he couldn't believe his luck to be touching me. When I pulled off the straps of my bra and exposed my breasts, he looked me in the eye and then placed his hands on my chest, as if he'd unlocked a hidden treasure. It felt so good to be touched like that, to set free my desire. He lay down on the couch, and I sat on top of him, moving the way I wanted to, taking what I needed from him, feeling pleasure for the first time in years. It felt like water in the desert. When it was over, I didn't want to be apart from him. I wanted to never leave his side. You'd be a stepfather, I said. Do you get that? I love Connor, Max said. I love children, so to me that is a benefit. And Harry will always be around. He will never go away. He's a constant. He does not bother me. I've always liked Harry. I'd want to stay in my house, I said, not here. I won't uproot Connor. Fine, he said. I was quiet. I didn't know exactly what I wanted, except that I wanted more of him. I wanted the experience of him again. I kissed him. I moaned. I eased him on top of me. I closed my eyes, and for the first time in years, when I closed them, I did not see Celia. Yes, I said as he made love to me. I'll marry you. Disappointing Max Girard.
Now this. June 11th, 1982. Evelyn Hugo divorces Harry Cameron to marry director Max Girard. Evelyn Hugo is the marrying kind. After 15 years of marriage, she and producer Harry Cameron are going their separate ways. The two have just come off a winning streak, both taking home Oscar Gold earlier this year for their film All for Us. But sources claim Evelyn and Harry have been separated for some time. Their marriage turned into little more than friendship within the past few years. Some are claiming that Harry has been living in the home of their late friend John Braverman, just down the street from Evelyn. Meanwhile, Evelyn must have used that time to warm up to Max Girard, her director on All for Us. The two have announced plans to marry. Only time will tell if Max is the lucky ticket to happiness for Evelyn. But what we do know is that he will be husband number 6.
Max and I got married in Joshua Tree with Connor, Harry, and Max's brother Luke. Max had originally suggested Saint-Tropez or Barcelona for our wedding and honeymoon, but both of us had just finished movie shooting in Los Angeles, and I thought it sounded nice, just a small group of us in the desert. I dispensed with white, having long ago stopped feigning innocence. Instead, I wore an ocean blue maxi dress, my blonde hair feathered ever so slightly. I was 44. Connor wore a flower in her hair. Harry stood next to her in dress pants and a button-down. Max, my groom, wore white linen. We joked that it was his first wedding, so he should be the one to wear white. That evening, Harry and Connor flew back to New York. Luke flew back to his home in Lyon. Max and I stayed in a cabin, a rare night alone. We made love on the bed, on the desk, and in the middle of the night on the porch underneath the stars. In the morning, we ate grapefruit and played cards. We flipped channels on the television. We laughed. We talked about movies we loved, movies we'd shot, movies we wanted to make. Max said he had an idea for an action movie starring me. I told him I wasn't sure I was fit to be an action hero. "I'm in my 40s, Max," I said. We were walking in the desert, the sun beating down on us. I had forgotten the water in the cabin. "You are ageless," he said to me, kicking up sand as we went. "You can do anything. You are Evelyn Hugo." "I'm Evelyn," I told him. I stopped in place. I grabbed his hand. "You don't always need to call me Evelyn Hugo." "But that is who you are," he said. "You are the Evelyn Hugo. You are extraordinary." I smiled and kissed him. I was so relieved to feel loved. To feel love. I was so exhilarated by wanting to be with someone again. I thought Celia would never come back to me, but Max, he was right there. He was mine. When we got back to the cabin, the two of us were sunburned and parched. I made us peanut butter and jelly for dinner, and we sat in bed and watched the news. It felt so peaceful. Nothing to prove, nothing to hide. We went to sleep with Max cradling me. I could feel his heartbeat against my back. But the next morning, when I woke up and my hair was out of place and my breath smelled, I looked over at him, expecting to see a smile on his face. Instead, he looked stoic, as if he had been staring at the ceiling for hours. "What's on your mind?" I said. "Nothing." His chest hair was graying. I thought it made him look regal. "What is it?" I said. "You can tell me." He turned and looked at me. I fixed my hair, feeling somewhat embarrassed at how unkempt I looked. He looked back up at the ceiling. "This is not how I imagined it." "What did you imagine?" "You," he said. "I imagined the glory of a life with you." "And now you don't?" "No, that's not it," he said, shaking his head. "Can I be honest? I think I hate the desert. There's too much sun and no good food, and why are we here? We are city people, my love. We should go home." I laughed, relieved that it wasn't anything more. "We still have 3 days here," I said. Yes, I know, my belle, but please let us go home." "Early? We can get a room at the Waldorf for a few days instead of here." "Okay," I said, "if you're sure." "I'm sure," he said. And then he got up and took a shower. Later on at the airport, as we waited to board, Max went to buy something to read on the flight. He came back with People magazine and showed me the write-up of our wedding. They called me a daring sexpot and Max my white knight. "Pretty cool, no?" he said. "We look like royalty. You look so beautiful in this picture. But of course you do. That's who you are." I smiled, but all I could think about was Rita Hayworth's famous line, "Men go to bed with Gilda, but wake up with me." "I think maybe I will lose a few pounds," he said, patting his belly. "I want to be handsome for you." "You are handsome," I said. "You've always been handsome." "No," he said, shaking his head. "Look at this photo they have of me. I look like I have 3 chins. It's just a bad picture. You look marvelous in person. I wouldn't change a single thing about you, really." But Max wasn't listening. "I think I will stop eating fried foods. I have gotten too American, don't you think? I want to be handsome for you." But he didn't mean handsome for me. He meant handsome for the pictures he'd be taking with me. My heart tore just a little as we boarded the plane. It split further and further as I watched him read the magazine during the flight. Just before we landed, a man flying in coach came up to first class to use the bathroom and did a double take when he saw me. When he was gone, Max turned to me smiling and said, "Do you think all these people are going to go home and tell everyone they were on a flight with Evelyn Hugo?" The moment he was done saying it, my heart had completely torn in half. It took me about 4 months to realize that Max had no intention of even trying to love me, that he was only capable of loving the idea of me. And then, after that, it seems so silly to say it, but I didn't want to leave him because I didn't want to get divorced. I'd only married a man I loved once before. This was only the second time in my life I had gone into a marriage believing it could last. And after all, I hadn't left Don. Don had left me. With Max, I thought that something might change, something might click, something might make him see me as I truly was and love me for it. I thought maybe I could love the real him enough that he'd start loving the real me. I thought I could finally have a meaningful marriage with someone. But that never happened. Instead, Max paraded me around town like the trophy I was. Everyone wanted Evelyn Hugo, and Evelyn Hugo wanted him. That girl in bout-en-train mesmerized everybody, even the man who created her, and I didn't know how to tell him that I loved her too, but I wasn't her. In 1988, Celia took the role of Lady Macbeth in a film adaptation. She could have submitted herself for Best Actress. There was no other woman with a bigger part in the movie than her. But she must have submitted herself for Best Supporting, because when the ballot came out, that was what she was nominated for. The moment I saw it, I knew it had been her call. She was just that smart. Naturally, I voted for her. When she won, I was in New York with Connor and Harry. Max had gone to the awards that year alone. It was a fight between the two of us. He wanted me with him, but I wanted to spend the evening with my family, not in a control slip and 6-inch heels. Also, if I'm being entirely frank, I was 50 years old. There was an entire new generation of actresses to compete with. They were all gorgeous, with smooth skin and shiny hair. When you are known for being gorgeous, you cannot imagine suffering a fate worse than standing next to someone and falling short. It did not matter how beautiful I used to be. The clock was ticking, and everyone could see it. My roles were starting to dry up. The parts I was being offered were the mothers of the great roles being offered to women literally half my age. Life in Hollywood is a bell curve, and I had prolonged my time at the top for as long as possible. I'd lasted longer than most, but I had come around the corner now, and they were all but putting me out to pasture. So no, I did not want to go to the Academy Awards. Instead of flying to L.A. and spending the day in a makeup chair, and then sucking in and standing up straight in front of hundreds of cameras and millions of eyes, I spent the day with my daughter. Louisa was on vacation, and we had not found someone we liked to step in for her, so Connor and I spent the day making a game out of cleaning the house. We made dinner together. Afterward, we popped some popcorn and sat down with Harry to watch as Celia won. Celia was wearing a yellow silk dress with a ruffled edge. Her red hair, now shorter, was pulled back in a chignon. She was older, certainly, but never more breathtaking. When they called her name, she got up on the stage and accepted her award with the grace and sincerity that audiences had always known her for. And just as she was about to leave the microphone, she said, "And to anyone tempted to kiss the TV tonight, please don't chip your tooth." "Mom, why are you crying?" Connor asked. I put my hand to my face and realized that I had teared up. Harry smiled at me and rubbed my back. "You should call her," he said. "It's never a bad idea to bury hatchets." Instead, I wrote a letter. My dearest Celia, congratulations. You absolutely deserve it. There is no doubt you are the most talented actress of our generation. I wish for nothing more than your complete and total happiness. I did not kiss the TV this time, but I did cheer just as loudly as I did the other times. All my love, Evelyn. I sent it with the peace of sending off a message in a bottle, which is to say that I expected no response. But a week later, there it was, a small, square, cream-colored envelope addressed to me. My dearest Evelyn, reading your letter felt like gasping for air after being trapped under water. I hope you will forgive me for being so blunt, but how did we make such a mess of it all? And what does it mean that we have not spoken in a decade, but I still hear your voice in my head every day? XO, Celia. My dearest Celia, I own all of our missteps. I was selfish and short-sighted. I can only hope that you have found bliss somewhere else. You deserve so much happiness, and I am sorry I could not give that to you. Love, Evelyn. My dearest Evelyn, you are dealing in revisionist history. I was insecure and petty and naive. I blamed you for the things you did to keep our secrets. But the truth is, each time you stopped the outside world from coming into our life, I felt immense relief, and all my happiest moments were orchestrated by you. I never gave you enough credit for that. We were both to blame, but you were the only one to ever apologize. Please let me rectify that now. I'm sorry, Evelyn. Love, Celia. P.S. I watched 3 a.m. some months ago. It is a bold, brave, important film. I would have been wrong to stand in the way of it. You have always been so much more talented than I ever gave you credit for. My dearest Celia, do you think lovers can ever be friends? I hate to think of the years we have left in this life, wasted by continuing not to speak. Love, Evelyn. My dearest Evelyn, is Max like Harry? Like Rex? Love, Celia. My dearest Celia, I am sorry to say that no, he's not. He is different. But I am desperate to see you. Can we meet? Love, Evelyn. My dearest Evelyn, to be frank, that news breaks me. I do not know if I could bear seeing you, given those circumstances. Love, Celia. My dearest Celia, I have called you many times in the past week, but you have not returned my calls. I'll try again. Please, Celia. Please. Love, Evelyn. Hello? Her voice sounded exactly like it used to. Sweet, but somehow firm. It's me, I said. Hi. The way she warmed up in that moment made me hopeful that I might be able to put my life back together the way it should have always been. I did love him, I said, Max, but I don't anymore. The line was quiet. Then she asked, What are you saying? I'm saying I'd like to see you. I can't see you, Evelyn. Yes, you can. What do you want us to do, she said. Ruin each other all over again? "Do you still love me?" I asked. She was silent. "I still love you, Celia. I swear I do. I don't think we should talk about this. Not if what?" "Nothing has changed, Evelyn. Everything has changed. People still can't know who we really are." "Elton John is out of the closet," I said. "Has been for years. Elton John doesn't have a child and a career based on audiences believing he's a straight man." "You're saying we'll lose our jobs?" "I can't believe I have to tell you this," she said. "Well, let me tell you something that has changed," I told her. "I no longer care. I'm ready to give it all up." "You can't be serious." "I'm absolutely serious. Evelyn, we haven't even seen each other in years." "I know you were able to forget me," I said. "I know you were with Joan. I'm sure you were with others." I waited, hoping she would correct me, hoping she would tell me there had been no one else, but she didn't. And so I continued. "But can you honestly say that you stopped loving me?" "Of course not." "And I can't say that either. I have loved you every single day." "You married someone else." "I married him because he helped me forget you," I said, "not because I stopped loving you." I heard Celia breathe deeply. "I'll come to L.A., I said, "and you and I will have dinner, okay?" "Dinner?" she said. "Just dinner. We have things to talk about. I think we at least owe each other a nice long talk. How about the week after next? Harry can watch Connor. I can stay for a few days." Celia was quiet again. I could tell she was thinking. I got the impression that this was a deciding moment for my future, our future. "Okay," she said. "Dinner." The morning I left for the airport, Max slept in late. He was supposed to be on set later in the afternoon for a night shoot, so I squeezed his hand goodbye and then grabbed my things from the closet. I couldn't decide if I wanted to take Celia's letters with me or not. I had kept them all, with their envelopes, in a box at the back of my closet. Over the past few days, as I was gathering what I would take, I packed them and then unpacked them, trying to decide. I had been rereading them every day since Celia and I started talking. I didn't want to be apart from them. I liked to run my fingers over the words, feeling the way the pen had embossed the paper. I liked hearing her voice in my head, but I was flying to see her, so I decided I didn't need them. I put on my boots and grabbed my jacket, then unzipped my bag and pulled the letters out. I hid them behind my furs. I left Max a note. "I will be back on Thursday, Maximilian. Love, Evelyn." Connor was in the kitchen, grabbing Pop-Tarts before heading over to Harry's house to stay while I was gone. "Doesn't your dad have Pop-Tarts?" I asked. "Not the brown sugar kind. He gets the strawberry ones, and I hate those." I grabbed her and kissed her on the cheek. "Goodbye. Be good while I'm gone," I said. She rolled her eyes at me, and I wasn't sure if it was for the kiss or the directive. She had just turned 13, beginning her ascent into adolescence, and it was already breaking my heart. Yeah, she said. "I'll see you when I see you." I went down to the sidewalk to find my limo waiting. I gave the driver my bag, and at the very last minute, it occurred to me that after my dinner with Celia, she might tell me she didn't want to see me again. She might tell me she didn't think we should talk anymore. I might be on the flight back, aching for her more than I ever had. I decided I wanted the letters. I wanted them with me. I needed them. "Hold on one moment," I said to the driver, and I dashed back into the house. I caught Connor coming out of the elevator just as I was going in. "Back so soon?" she said, her knapsack on her back. "I forgot something. Have fun this weekend, sweetheart. Tell your dad I'll be home in a few days." "Yeah, okay. Max just woke up, by the way." "I love you," I said to her as I pushed the button in the elevator. "I love you too," Connor said. She waved goodbye and headed out the front entrance. I made my way upstairs and walked into the bedroom, and there, in my closet, was Max. Celia's letters, which I had kept in such pristine condition, were flung about the room, most of them torn from the envelopes as if they were nothing more than junk mail. "What are you doing?" I said. He was in a black t-shirt and sweatpants. "What am I doing?" he said. "That is too much. You coming in here asking me what I am doing? Those are mine." "Oh, I see that, ma belle." I leaned down and tried to take them from him. He pulled them away. "You are having an affair?" he said, smiling. "How very French of you." "Max, stop it." "I do not mind some infidelity, my dear, if it is respectfully done, and one does not leave evidence." The way he said it, I realized he had slept with people outside our marriage, and I wondered if any woman was ever really safe from men like Max and Don. I thought of how many women out there thought they could prevent their husbands from cheating if only they were as gorgeous as Evelyn Hugo, but it never stopped any man I loved. "I am not cheating on you, Max, so would you cut it out?" "Maybe you are not," he said. "I suppose I can believe that. But what I can't believe is that you are a dyke." I closed my eyes, my anger burning so hot inside me that I needed to check out of the world, to momentarily gather myself in my own body. "I am not a dyke," I said. "These letters beg to differ. Those letters are none of your business." "Maybe," Max said. "If these letters are just Celia St. James talking to you about her feelings for you in the past, then I am in the wrong here. And I will put them away right now, and I will apologize to you immediately." "Good." "I said if." He stood up and came closer to me. "It is a big if. If these letters were sent leading up to you deciding to visit Los Angeles today, then I am angry, because you are playing me for a fool. I really do think that if I told him I had absolutely no intention of seeing Celia in Los Angeles, if I really sold it well, he would have backed off. He might have even said he was sorry and driven me to the airport himself. And that was my gut instinct, to lie, to hide, to cover up what I was doing and who I was. But just as I opened my mouth to feed him a line, something else came out. "I was going to see her. You're right." "You were going to cheat on me?" "I was going to leave you," I said. "I think you know that. I think you've known that for some time. I am going to leave you. If not for her, for me." "For her?" he said. "I love her. I always have." Max looked floored, as if he had been pushing me in this game, assuming I'd forfeit. He shook his head in disbelief. "Wow," he said. "Incredible. I married a dyke." "Stop saying that," I said. "Evelyn, if you have sex with women, you are a lesbian. Don't be a self-hating lesbian. That's not becoming." "I don't care what you think is becoming. I don't hate lesbians at all. I'm in love with one. But I loved you too." "Oh, please," he said. "Please don't try to make me any more of a fool than you already have. I have spent years loving you, only to find it meant nothing to you." "You didn't love me for one goddamn day," I said. "You loved having a movie star on your arm. You loved getting to be the one who slept in my bed. That's not love. That's possession." "I have no idea what you're talking about," he said. "Of course you don't," I said, "because you don't know the difference between the two." "Did you ever love me?" "Yes, I did. When you made love to me, and you made me feel desire, and you took good care of my daughter, and I believed that you saw something in me that no one else saw. When I believed you had an insight and a talent that no one else had. I loved you very much." "So you are not a lesbian," he said. "I don't want to discuss this with you." "Well, you're going to. You have to." "No," I said, gathering the letters and envelopes and shoving them into my pockets. "I don't." "Yes," he said, blocking the door. "You do." "Max, get out of my way. I'm leaving." "Not to see her," he said. "You can't." "Of course I can." The phone started ringing. but I was too far away to answer it. I knew it was the driver. I knew that if I didn't leave, I might miss my flight. There would be other flights, but I wanted to catch that one. I wanted to get to Celia as soon as possible. "Evelyn, stop," Max said. "Think about this. It makes no sense. You can't leave me. I could make one phone call and destroy you. I could tell anyone at all, about this, and your life would never be the same." He wasn't threatening me. He was simply explaining to me what was so clearly obvious. It was as if he was saying, "Honey, you're not thinking clearly. That won't end well for you." "You're a good man, Max," I said. "I can see you being angry enough to try to hurt me, but I've known you to at least try to do the right thing most of the time." "And what if this time I don't?" he said. And there finally was the threat. "I'm leaving you, Max. It either happens now or it happens later, but it's happening sometime. If you decide you want to try to bring me down over it, then I guess that's just what you'll have to do." When he wouldn't move, I shoved him out of the way and walked right past him out the door. The love of my life was waiting, and I was going to go get her back. When I got to Spago, Celia was already seated. She was wearing black slacks and a gauzy, cream-colored sleeveless blouse. The temperature outside was a warm 78 degrees, but the restaurant's air conditioning was on high, and she looked just a little bit cold. Her arms were covered in goosebumps. Her red hair was still stunning, but now clearly dyed. The golden undertones that had been there before, the result of nature and sunlight, were now slightly saturated, coppery. Her blue eyes were just as enticing as they always had been, but now the skin around them was softer. I'd been to a plastic surgeon a few times in the past several years. I suspected she had, too. I was wearing a deep V-necked black dress, belted at the waist. My blonde hair, a bit lighter now from the gray that had been creeping in and cut shorter, was framing my face. She stood when she saw me. "Evelyn," she said. I hugged her. "Celia." "You look great," she said. "You always do." "You look just like you did the last time I saw you," I said. "We never did tell each other lies," she said, smiling. "Let's not start now." "You're gorgeous," I said. "Ditto." I ordered a glass of white wine. She ordered a club soda with lime. "I don't drink any more," Celia said. "It's not sitting with me the way it once did." "That's fine. If you want, I can toss my wine right out the window the moment it gets to the table." "No," she said, laughing. "Why should my low tolerance be your problem?" "I want everything about you to be my problem," I said. "Do you realize what you're saying?" she whispered to me as she leaned across the table. The neck of her blouse opened and dipped into the breadbasket. I was worried it would graze the butter, but somehow it didn't. Of course I realize what I'm saying. "You destroyed me," she said. "Twice now in our lives. I have spent years getting over you." "Did you succeed? Either time?" "Not completely." "I think that means something." "Why now?" she asked. "Why didn't you call years ago?" "I called you 1,000,000 times after you left me. I practically knocked down your door," I reminded her. "I thought you hated me." "I did," she said. She pulled back a bit. "I still hate you, I think. At least a little bit." "You think I don't hate you, too?" I tried to keep my voice down, tried to pretend it was a chat between two old friends. "Just a little bit?" Celia smiled. "No. I suppose it would make sense that you do. But I'm not going to let that stop me," I said. She sighed and looked at her menu. I leaned in conspiratorially. "I didn't think I had a shot before," I told her. "After you left me, I thought the door was closed, and now it's open a crack, and I want to swing it wide open and walk in." "What makes you think the door is open?" she asked, looking at the left side of the menu. "We are having dinner, aren't we?" As friends, she said. You and I have never been friends. She closed her menu and put it down on the table. I need reading glasses, she said. Can you believe that? Reading glasses. Join the club. I can be mean sometimes when I'm hurt, she reminded me. You're not exactly telling me something I don't know. I made you feel like you weren't talented, she said. I tried to make you think you needed me because I made you legitimate. I know that. But you've always been legitimate. I know that now, too, I told her. I thought you would call me after you won the Oscar. I thought maybe you would want to show me, you'd want to shove it in my face. Did you listen to my speech? Of course I did, she said. I reached out to you, I said. I picked up a piece of bread and buttered it, but I put it down immediately, not taking a single bite. I wasn't sure, Celia said. I wasn't sure if you meant me. I all but said your name. You said she. Precisely. I thought maybe you had another she. I had looked at other women besides Celia. I had pictured myself with other women besides her. But everyone, for what had felt like my whole life, had always been divided into Celia and not Celia. Every other woman I considered striking up a conversation with might as well have had not Celia stamped on her forehead. If I was going to risk my career and everything I loved for a woman, it was going to be her. There is no she but you, I told her. Celia listened and closed her eyes, and then she spoke. It was as if she had tried to stop herself and simply couldn't. But there were he's. This old song and dance, I said, trying to stop myself from rolling my eyes. I was with Max. You were clearly with Joan. Did Joan hold a candle to me? No, Celia said. And Max didn't hold a candle to you. But you're still married to him. I'm filing papers. He's moving out. It's over. That's abrupt. It's not, actually. It's overdue. And anyway, he found your letters, I said. And he's leaving you? No, he's threatening to out me if I don't stay with him. What? I'm leaving him, I said, and I'm letting him do whatever the hell he wants, because I'm 50 years old, and I don't have the energy to be controlling every single thing anyone says about me until I die of old age. The parts I'm being offered are shit. I have the Oscar on my mantle. I have a spectacular daughter. I have Harry. I'm a household name. They will write about my movies for years to come. What more do I want? A gold statue in my honor? Celia laughed. That's what an Oscar is, she said. I laughed too. Exactly. Excellent point. I already have that then. There's nothing else, Celia. There are no more mountains to climb. I spent my life hiding so no one would knock me off the mountain. Well, you know what? I'm done hiding. Let them come and get me. They can throw me down a well as far as I'm concerned. I'm signed on to do one last movie over at Fox later this year, and then I'm done. You don't mean that. I do. Any other line of thinking, it's how I lost you. I don't want to lose any more. It's not just our careers, she said. The ramifications are unpredictable. What if they take Connor away? Because I'm in love with a woman? Because they think both her parents are queers. I sipped my wine. I can't win with you, I said finally. If I want to hide, you call me a coward. If I'm tired of hiding, you tell me they'll take my daughter. I'm sorry, Celia said. She did not seem sorry for what she had said, so much as sorry that we lived in the world we lived in. Do you mean it? She asked. Will you really give it up? Yes, I said. Yes, I would. Are you absolutely sure? She asked, just as the waiter put her steak down in front of her and my salad in front of me. I mean, absolutely sure. Yes. Celia was quiet for a moment. She stared down at her plate. She seemed to be considering everything about this moment, and the longer she took to speak, the farther I found myself bending forward, trying to get closer to her. "I have chronic obstructive pulmonary disease," she said finally. "I probably won't make it much past 60. I stared at her. "You're lying," I said. "I'm not." "Yes, you are. That can't be true." "It is true." "No, it's not," I said. "It is," she said. She picked up her fork. She sipped the water in front of her. My mind was reeling, thoughts bouncing around my brain, my heart spinning in my chest. And then Celia spoke again, and the only reason I was able to focus on her words was that I knew they were important. I knew they mattered. "I think you should do your movie," she said. "Finish strong, and then after that, I think we should move to the coast of Spain." "What?" "I have always liked the idea of spending the last years of my life on a beautiful beach, with the love of a good woman," she said. You're dying?" "I can look into some locations in Spain while you're shooting. I'll find a place where Connor can get a great education. I'll sell my home here. I'll get a compound somewhere with enough space for Harry, too. And Robert." "Your brother Robert?" Celia nodded. "He moved out here for business a few years ago. We've become close. He knows who I am. He supports me." "What is chronic obstructive?" "Emphysema, more or less," she said, "from smoking. Do you still smoke? You should stop right now." I shook my head, having long ago given it up. "They have treatments to slow down the process. I can live a normal life for the most part for a while. And then what? And then eventually it will become difficult to be active, hard to breathe. When that happens, I won't have much time. All told, we're looking at 10 years, give or take, if I'm lucky." 10 years? You're only 49. "I know." I started crying. I couldn't help it. "You're making a scene," she said. "You have to stop." "I can't," I said. "Okay," she said. "Okay." She picked up her purse and threw down a $100 bill. She pulled me out of my chair, and we walked to the valet. She gave him her ticket. She put me in the front seat of the car. She drove me to her house. She sat me on the sofa. "Can you handle this?" she said. "What do you mean?" I asked her. "Of course I can't handle it." "If you can handle this," she said, "then we can do this. We can be together. I think we can spend the rest of our lives together, Evelyn, if you can handle this. But I can't in good conscience do this to you if you don't think you'll survive it." "Survive what, exactly?" "Losing me again. I don't want to let you love me if you don't think you can lose me again, one last time." "I can't. Of course I can't. But I want to anyway. I'm going to anyway." "Yes," I said finally. "I can survive it. I'd rather survive it than never feel it." "Are you sure?" she said. "Yes," I said. "Yes, I'm sure. I've never been more sure about anything. I love you, Celia. I've always loved you. And we should spend the rest of the time we have together." She grabbed my face, she kissed me, and I wept. She started crying with me, and soon I couldn't tell whether the tears I was tasting were hers or mine. All I knew was that I was once again in the arms of the woman I was always meant to love. Eventually, Celia's blouse was on the floor, and my dress was hiked up around my thighs. I could feel her lips on my chest, her hands on my stomach. I stepped out of my dress. Her sheets were stark white and perfectly soft. She no longer smelled like cigarettes and alcohol, but like citrus. In the morning I woke up with her hair in my face, fanned across the pillow. I rolled to my side and curved my body against the back of hers. "Here's what we're going to do," Celia said. "You're going to leave Max. I'm going to call a friend of mine in Congress. He's a representative from Vermont. He needs some press. You're going to be seen around with him. We're going to spread a rumor that you're stepping out on Max with a younger man." "How old is he?" 29. "Jesus, Celia, he's a child," I said. "That's exactly what people will say. They'll be shocked that you're dating him. And when Max tries to slander me, it won't matter what he's trying to claim about you. It will look like he's just bitter." "And then?" I asked. "And then, down the line, you marry my brother." "Why am I going to marry Robert?" "So that when I die, everything I own will be yours. My estate will be under your control, and you can keep my legacy." "You could appoint that to me? And have someone try to take it away because you were my lover? No, this is better. This is smarter." "But marrying your brother? Are you crazy?" "He'll do it," she said, "for me, and because he's a rake who likes to bed almost every woman he sees. You'd be good for his reputation. It's a win-win. All this instead of just telling the truth." I could feel Celia's ribcage expand and contract underneath me. "We can't tell the truth. Did you see what they did to Rock Hudson? If it was cancer he was dying of, there'd be telethons." "People don't understand AIDS," I said. "They understand it just fine," Celia said. "They just think that he deserves it because of how he got it." I rested my head on the pillow while my heart sank in my chest. She was right, of course. The past few years I'd watched Harry lose friend after friend, former lovers, to AIDS. I'd watch him cry his eyes red out of fear that he'd get sick, for not knowing how to help the people he loved. And I'd watched Ronald Reagan never so much as acknowledge what was happening in front of our eyes. "I know things have changed since the 60s, she said, "but they haven't changed that much. It wasn't that long ago that Reagan said gay rights weren't civil rights. You can't risk losing Connor. So I'll call Jack, my friend in the House of Representatives. We'll plant the story. You'll shoot your movie, you'll marry my brother, and we'll all move to Spain." "I'll have to talk to Harry." "Of course," she said, "talk to Harry. If he hates Spain, we'll go to Germany or Scandinavia or Asia. I don't care. We just need to go somewhere where people won't care who we are, where people will leave us alone, and Connor can live a normal childhood." "You'll need medical care." "I'll fly where I need to, or we can bring people to me." I thought about it. "It's a good plan." "Yeah?" Celia was flattered. I could tell. "The student has become the master," I said. She laughed, and I kissed her. "We're home," I said. This wasn't my home. We'd never lived here together before. But she knew what I meant. "Yes," she said, "we're home."
Now this. July 1st, 1988. Evelyn Hugo and Max Girard divorce turns ugly amid reports of Hugo cheating. Evelyn Hugo is headed to divorce court one more time. She filed papers citing irreconcilable differences this week, and while she's an old hand at this, it looks like this one's gonna be a doozy. Sources say Max Girard is seeking spousal support, and reports have surfaced claiming that Girard is bad-mouthing Hugo all over town. He's so angry he's saying just about anything he can to get back at her, an insider close to the former couple says. You name it, he's said it. She's a cheater. She's a lesbian. She owes him her Oscar. It's clear he's very heartbroken. Hugo was recently seen out with a much younger man last week. Jack Easton, a Democratic congressman from Vermont, is only 29 years old. That's more than 2 decades younger than Evelyn. And if the photos of their evening together out to dinner in Los Angeles are any indication, it looks like a blossoming romance. Hugo doesn't have a great track record, but in this case, it seems like one thing is clear. Girard's comments certainly sound like sour grapes.
Harry wasn't on board. He was the one piece of the plan that wasn't up to me, The one person I wasn't willing to manipulate into doing what I wanted him to do. And he didn't want to leave everything behind and fly off to Europe. "You're suggesting I retire," Harry said. "And I'm not even 60 yet. My God, Evelyn, what on earth am I going to do all day? Play cards on the beach?" "That doesn't sound nice." "It sounds nice for about an hour and a half," he said. He was drinking what looked like orange juice, but I suspected was a screwdriver. "And then I'd be stuck trying to occupy myself for the rest of my life." We were sitting in my dressing room on the set of Teresa's Wisdom. Harry had found the script and sold it to Fox with me attached to play Teresa, a woman who is leaving her husband while desperately trying to keep her children together. It was the third day of shooting, and I was in costume, a white Chanel pantsuit and pearls, about to go on set to shoot the scene where Teresa and her husband announce that they are divorcing over Christmas dinner. Harry looked as handsome as ever in khaki slacks and an Oxford shirt. He had gone almost entirely gray by then, and I actively resented him for growing more attractive as he aged, while I had to watch my value disappear by the day like a molding lemon. "Harry, don't you want to stop living this lie?" "What lie?" he asked. "I understand it's a lie for you because you want to make it work with Celia, and you know that I support that, I do. But this life isn't a lie for me." "There are men," I said, my voice losing patience, as if Harry was trying to pull one over on me. "Don't pretend there aren't men." "Sure, but there is not a single man anyone could draw any sort of meaningful connection to," Harry said, "because I have only loved John, and he's gone. I'm only famous because you're famous, Ev. They don't care about me or what I'm doing unless it somehow relates to you. Any men in my life, I see them for a few weeks and then they're gone. I'm not living a lie, I'm just living my life." I took a deep breath, trying not to get too worked up before having to go on set and pretend to be a repressed wasp. "Don't you care that I have to hide?" "I do," he said. "You know I do." "Well, then, but why does your relationship with Celia mean that we should uproot Connor's life and mine?" "She's the love of my life," I said. "You know that. I want to be with her. It's time for us all to be together again." "We can't be together again," he said, putting his hand down on the table. "Not all of us." And he walked away. Harry and I were flying home every weekend to be with Connor, and during the weeks we shot, I was with Celia, and he was, well, I didn't know where he was, but he seemed happy, so I didn't question it. I suspected in the back of my mind that he might have met someone who was capable of keeping his interest for more than a few days. So when Teresa's Wisdom went 3 weeks over our shooting schedule because my co-star Ben Madley was hospitalized for exhaustion, I was torn. On the one hand, I wanted to go back to being with my daughter every night. On the other hand, Connor was growing more and more annoyed by me every day. She found her mother to be the very epitome of embarrassment. The fact that I was a world-renowned film star seemed to have absolutely no effect on just how big of an idiot Connor saw me to be. So I was often happier in L.A. with Celia than I was in New York, constantly rejected by my own flesh and blood. But I would have dropped it all in a heartbeat if I thought Connor might want even an evening of my time. The day after filming wrapped, I was packing up some of my things and talking to Connor on the phone, making plans for the next day. "Your father and I are getting on the red-eye tonight, so I'll be there when you wake up in the morning," I told her. "Okay," she said, "cool. I thought we could go to breakfast at Channing's." "Mom, no one goes to Channing's anymore." "I hate to break it to you, but if I go to Channing's, Channing's will still be considered cool." "This is exactly what I'm talking about when I say you're impossible." "All I'm trying to do is take you to eat French toast, Connie. There are worse things." There was a knock on the door of the Hollywood Hills bungalow I'd rented. I opened it to see Harry. "I gotta go, Mom," Connor said. "Karen is coming over. Louisa's making us barbecue meatloaf," she said. "Wait 1 second," I said. "Your father is here. He wants to say hi to you. Goodbye, honey. I'll see you tomorrow." I handed Harry the phone. "Hi, little bug." "Well, she has a point. If your mother shows up somewhere, that does sort of mean that, by definition, it will be considered a hot spot." "That's fine. That's fine. Tomorrow morning, the 3 of us will go out for breakfast, and we can go to whatever the cool new place is." "It's called what?" "Whiffles." "What kind of a name is that?" Okay, we'll go to Whiffles." "All right, honey. Good night. I love you. I'll see you tomorrow." Harry sat down on my bed and looked at me. "Apparently we are going to Whiffles." "You're like putty in her hands, Harry," I said. He shrugged. "I feel no shame in it." He stood up and poured himself a glass of water while I continued packing. "Listen, I have an idea," he said. As he moved closer to me, I realized he smelled vaguely of liquor. "About what?" "About Europe." "Okay," I said. I had resigned to letting it go until Harry and I were settled back in New York. I assumed that then he and I would have the time and the patience to discuss it in more depth. I thought the idea was good for Connor. New York, as much as I loved it, had become a somewhat dangerous place to live. Crime rates were skyrocketing and drugs were everywhere. We were fairly protected from it on the Upper East Side, but I was still uncomfortable with the idea that Connor was growing up so close to so much chaos. And even more to the point, I was no longer sure that a life where her parents were practically bi-coastal and she was being cared for by Louisa when we were gone was the best thing for her. Yes, we'd be uprooting her, and I knew she'd hate me for making her say goodbye to her friends, but I also knew she would benefit from living in a small town. She'd be better off with a mother who could be around more. And, to be frank, she was getting old enough to read gossip columns and watch entertainment news. Was turning on the television and seeing her mother's 6th divorce really the best thing for a child? "I think I know what to do," Harry said. I sat down on the bed, and he sat next to me. "We move here. We move back to Los Angeles." "Harry," I said, "and Celia marries a friend of mine." "A friend of yours?" Harry shifts toward me. "I've met someone." "What?" "We met on the lot. He's working on another production. I thought it was just a casual thing. I think he did too, but I think this is a man I could see myself with." I was so happy for him in that moment. "I thought you couldn't see yourself with anyone," I said, surprised but pleased. "I couldn't," he said. "And what happened?" "Now I can." "I'm thrilled to hear that, Harry. You have no idea." "I'm just not sure this is a good idea." I said, "I don't even know this guy." "You don't need to," Harry said. "I mean, it's not like I chose Celia. You did, and I think I'd like to choose him." "I don't want to act anymore, Harry," I said. All through shooting this last movie, I found myself burning out. I wanted to roll my eyes when asked to do a scene more than once. Hitting my marks felt like running a marathon I'd already run 1,000 times before. So easy, so unchallenging, so uninspiring that you resent even being asked to lace up your shoes. Maybe if I was getting roles that excited me, maybe if I still felt I had something to prove, I don't know, maybe I would have reacted differently. There are so many women who continue to do incredible work well into their 80s or 90s. Celia was like that. She could have turned in riveting performance after riveting performance forever, because she was always consumed by the work. But my heart wasn't in it. My heart was never in the craft of acting, only in the proving. Proving my power, proving my worth, proving my talent. I'd proved it all. "That's fine," Harry said. "You don't have to act anymore." "But if I'm not acting, why would I live in Los Angeles? I want to live somewhere I can be free, where no one will pay attention to me. Do you remember when you were little, and whether it was on your block or a few blocks down, there was inevitably a pair of older ladies who lived together as roommates, and no one asked any questions because nobody cared? I want to be one of those ladies. I can't do that here. You can't do that anywhere, Harry said. That's the price you pay for who you are. I don't accept that. I think it's very possible for me to do that. Well, I don't want to do that. So what I'm proposing is that you and I remarry, and Celia marries my friend. We can talk about it later, I said, standing up and taking my toiletry bag to the bathroom. Evelyn, you don't get to decide what this family does unilaterally. Who said anything about unilaterally? All I'm saying is that I want to talk about it later. There are a number of options here. We can go to Europe, we can move here, we can stay in New York. Harry shook his head. He can't move to New York. I sighed, losing my patience. All the more reason for us to discuss this later. Harry stood up, as if he was about to give me a piece of his mind, but then he calmed down. You're right, he said. We can discuss it later. He came over to me as I was packing my soap and makeup. He took my arm and kissed my temple. You'll pick me up tonight, he said, at my place? We'll have the whole trip to the airport and the flight to discuss it more. We can throw back a couple of Bloody Marys on the plane. We will figure this out, I told him. You know that, right? I'm never going to do anything without you. You're my best friend, my family. I know, he said, and you're mine. I never thought I could love someone after John. But this guy, Evelyn, I'm falling in love with him. And to know that I could love, that I can. I know, I said, grabbing his hand and squeezing it. I know. I promise I'll do whatever I can. I promise you we will figure this out. Okay, Harry said, and then he squeezed my hand back and walked out the door. We will figure this out. My driver, who introduced himself as Nick, as I got into the back of the car, picked me up at around 9 in the evening. To the airport, Nick said. Actually, we're going to make a stop on the west side first, I said, giving him the address of the home where Harry was staying. As we made our way across town, through the seedy parts of Hollywood, over the Sunset Strip, I found myself depressed about how unseemly Los Angeles had gotten since I'd left. It was similar to Manhattan in that regard. The decades had not been good to it. Harry was talking about raising Connor here, but I couldn't shake the feeling that we needed to leave both big cities for good. As we were stopped at a red light close to Harry's rented home, Nick turned around briefly and smiled at me. He had a square jaw and a crew cut. I could tell he had probably bedded a number of women based on his smile alone. I'm an actor, he said, just like you. I smiled politely. Nice work if you can get it. He nodded. Got an agent this week, he said as we started moving again. I feel like I'm really on my way, but you know, if we get to the airport with time to spare, I'd be interested in any tips you have for somebody starting out. Uh-huh, I said, looking out the window. I decided as we drove up the dark, winding streets of Harry's neighborhood that if Nick asked me again after we got to the airport, I was going to tell him that it's mostly luck. And that you have to be willing to deny your heritage, to commodify your body, to lie to good people, to sacrifice who you love in the name of what people will think, and to choose the false version of yourself time and time again until you forget who you started out as or why you started doing it to begin with. But just as we pulled around the corner onto Harry's narrow private road, every thought I'd ever had before that moment was erased from my mind. Instead, I was leaning forward, shocked still. In front of us was a car, bent around a fallen tree. The sedan looked as if it had run head-on into the trunk, knocking the tree down on top of it. Miss Hugo, Nick said. I see it, I told him, not wanting him to confirm that it was really in front of us, that it wasn't merely an optical illusion. He pulled over to the side of the road. I heard the scrape of branches on the driver's side of the car as we parked. I froze with my hand on the door handle. Nick jumped out and ran over. I opened my door and put my feet on the ground. Nick stood to the side, trying to see if he could get one of the doors of the crashed car open. But I walked right to the front, by the tree. I looked in through the windshield, and I saw what I had both feared and yet not truly believed possible. Harry was slumped over the steering wheel. I looked over and saw a younger man in the passenger seat. Everyone sort of assumes that when faced with life-and-death situations, you will panic. But almost everyone who's actually experienced something like that will tell you that panic is a luxury you cannot afford. In the moment, you act without thinking, doing all you can with the information you have. It's when it's over that you scream and cry and wonder how you got through it. Because most likely, in the case of real trauma, your brain isn't great at making memories. It's almost as if the camera is on, but no one's recording, so afterward you go to review the tape and it's all but blank. Here is what I remember. I remember Nick breaking open Harry's car door. I remember helping to pull Harry out. I remember thinking that we shouldn't move Harry because we could paralyze him. But I also remember thinking that I couldn't possibly stand by and allow Harry to stay there, slumped on the wheel like that. I remember holding Harry in my arms as he bled. I remember the deep gash in his eyebrow, the way the blood coated half his face in thick rust red. I remember seeing the cut from where the seat belt had sliced the lower side of his neck. I remember 2 of his teeth being in his lap. I remember rocking him back and forth. I remember saying, "Stay with me, Harry. Stay with me. Stay, True Blue." I remember the other man on the road next to me. I remember Nick telling me he was dead. I remember thinking that no one who looked like that could be alive. I remember Harry's right eye opening. I remember the way it inflated me with hope, the way the white of his eye looked so bright against the deep red of the blood. I remember how his breath and even his skin smelled like bourbon. I remember how startling the realization was. Once I knew Harry might live, I knew what had to be done. It wasn't his car. No one knew he was here. I had to get him to the hospital, and I had to make sure no one found out he'd been driving. I couldn't let him go to jail. What if they tried him for vehicular manslaughter? I couldn't let my daughter find out her father had been driving drunk and killed someone, had killed his lover, had killed the man who he said was showing him he could love again. I enlisted Nick to help me get Harry into our car. I made him help me put the other man back into the totaled sedan, this time in the driver's seat. And then I quickly grabbed a scarf from my bag and wiped the steering wheel clean, wiped the blood, wiped the seat belt. I erased all traces of Harry. And then we took Harry to the hospital. There, blood-stained and crying, I called the police from a payphone and reported the accident. When I hung up the phone, I turned and saw Nick sitting in the waiting room, blood on his chest, his arms, even some on his neck. I walked over to him. He stood up. "You should go home," I said. He nodded, still in shock. "Can you get yourself home? Do you want me to call you a ride?" "I don't know," he said. "I'll call you a cab then." I grabbed my purse. I pulled out 2 20s from my wallet. "This should be enough to get you there." "Okay," he said. "You're going to go home, and you're going to forget everything that happened, everything you saw." "What did we do?" he said. "How did we—" How could we? You're going to call me, I said. I'll get a room at the Beverly Hills Hotel. Call me there tomorrow, first thing in the morning. You're not going to talk to anyone else between now and then, do you hear me? Yes. Not your mother, or your friends, or even the cab driver. Do you have a girlfriend? He shook his head. A roommate? He nodded. You tell them that you found a man on the street and you brought him to the hospital, okay? That's all you tell them, and you only tell them if they ask. Okay. He nodded. I called him a cab and waited with him until it arrived. I put him in the back seat. What are you going to do first thing tomorrow? I asked him through the rolled-down window. I'm going to call you. Good, I said. If you can't sleep, think. Think about what you need. What you need from me as a thank you for what you did. He nodded, and the cab zoomed off. People were staring at me. Evelyn Hugo in a pantsuit covered in blood. I was afraid paparazzi would be there any minute. I went inside. I talked my way into borrowing some scrubs and being given a private room to wait in. I threw my clothes away. When a man from the hospital staff asked me for a statement about what happened to Harry, I said, "How much will it take for you to leave me alone?" I was relieved when the dollar figure he came up with was less than what I had in my purse. Just after midnight, a doctor came into the room and told me that Harry's femoral artery had been severed. He had lost too much blood. For a brief moment I wondered if I should go get my old clothes, if I could give some of his blood back to him, if it worked like that. But I was distracted by the next words out of the doctor's mouth. He will not make it. I started gasping for air as I realized that Harry, my Harry, was going to die. Would you like to say goodbye? He was unconscious in the bed when I walked into the room. He looked paler than normal, but they had cleaned him up a bit. There was no longer blood everywhere. I could see his handsome face. He doesn't have long, the doctor said, but we can give you a moment. I did not have the luxury of panic. So I got into the bed with him. I held his hand even though it felt limp. Maybe I should have been mad at him for getting behind the wheel of a car when he'd been drinking. But I couldn't ever get very mad at Harry. I knew he was always doing the very best he could with the pain he felt at any given moment. And this, however tragic, had been the best he could do. I put my forehead to his and said, "I want you to stay, Harry. We need you, me and Connor." I grabbed his hand tighter. "But if you have to go, then go. Go if it hurts. Go if it's time. Just go knowing you are loved, that I will never forget you, that you will live in everything Connor and I do. Go knowing I love you purely, Harry, that you were an amazing father. Go knowing I told you all my secrets, because you were my best friend." Harry died an hour later. After he was gone, I had the devastating luxury of panic. In the morning, a few hours after I'd checked into the hotel, I woke up to a phone call. My eyes were swollen from crying and my throat hurt. The pillow was still stained with tears. I was pretty sure I'd only slept for an hour, maybe less. "Hello," I said. "It's Nick." "Nick? Your driver." "Oh," I said, "yes, hi." "I know what I want," he said. His voice was confident. Its strength scared me. I felt so weak right then, but I knew it had been my idea for this call to happen. I had set up the nature of it. "Tell me what you want to keep you quiet," was what I had said without saying it. "I want you to make me famous," he said. And when he did, the very last shred of affection I had for stardom drained out of me. "Do you realize the full extent of what you're asking?" I said. "If you're a celebrity, last night will be dangerous for you, too." "That's not a problem," he said. I sighed, disappointed. Okay, I said, resigned. I can get you parts. The rest is up to you. That's fine. That's all I need. I asked him his agent's name, and I got off the phone. I made 2 phone calls. One was to my own agent, telling him to poach Nick from his guy. The second was to a man with the highest-grossing action movie in the country. It was about a police chief in his late 50s who defeats Russian spies on the day he's supposed to retire. "Don," I said when he answered the phone. "Evelyn, what can I do for you?" "I need you to hire a friend of mine in your next movie, the biggest part you can get him." "Okay," he said, "you got it." He did not ask me why. He did not ask me if I was okay. We had been through enough together for him to know better. I simply gave him Nick's name, and I got off the phone. After I set the phone back in the cradle, I bawled and I howled. I gripped the sheets. I missed the only man I'd ever loved with any lasting meaning. My heart ached in my chest when I thought about telling Connor, when I thought about trying to live a day without him, when I thought of a world without Harry Cameron. It was Harry who created me, who powered me, who loved me unconditionally, who gave me a family and a daughter. So I bellowed in my hotel room. I opened the windows and I screamed out into the open air. I let my tears soak everything in sight. If I had been in a better frame of mind, I might have marveled at just how opportunistic Nick was, how aggressive. In my younger years, I might have been impressed. Harry most certainly would have said he had guts. Plenty of people can make something out of being in the right place at the right time, but Nick somehow turned being in the wrong place at the wrong time into a career. Then again, I might be giving that moment too much credit in Nick's own story. He changed his name, cut his hair, and went on to do very, very big things. And something tells me that even if he had never run into me, he would have made it happen all on his own. I guess what I'm saying is, it's not all luck. It's luck and being a son of a bitch. Harry taught me that.
Now this. February 28, 1989. Producer Harry Cameron has died. Harry Cameron, prolific producer and one-time husband of Evelyn Hugo, died of an aneurysm over the weekend in Los Angeles. He was 58 years old. The independent producer, formerly a Sunset Studios mogul, was known for shepherding some of Hollywood's greatest films, including the 50s classics To Be With You and Little Women, and some of the most exciting films of the 60s, 70s, and 80s, such as 1981's All for Us. He had just wrapped on the upcoming Teresa's Wisdom. Cameron was known for his keen taste and kind but firm demeanor. Hollywood has been left heartbroken with the loss of one of its favorites. Harry was an actor's producer, said a former colleague. If he picked up a project, you knew you wanted to be involved. Cameron is survived by his teenage daughter with Evelyn Hugo, Connor Cameron. Now this. September 4th, 1989. Wild Child. Blind item. Which precious Hollywood progeny was caught with her pants down? And we mean that literally. This daughter of former A++ list actress has been having a rough time, and it appears that instead of lying low, she's going wild. We hear that at the age of 14, this wild child has been MIA from her prestigious high school and is often seen out at one of New York's various high-profile clubs, at which she's rarely, sober. We're not just talking alcohol, either. There seems to be some powder under your nose there. Apparently, her mother has been trying to get a handle on the situation, but things hit the fan when Wild Child was caught with 2 fellow students in bed.
6 months after Harry died, I knew I had no choice but to get Connor out of town. I had tried everything else. I was attentive and nurturing. I tried to get her into therapy. I talked with her about her father. She, unlike the rest of the world, knew he had been in a car accident, and she understood why something like that needed to be delicately handled. But I knew it only compounded her stress. I tried to get her to open up to me, but nothing was helping me get her to make better choices. She was 14 years old and had lost her father with the same swiftness and heartbreak with which I had lost my mother so many years before. I had to take care of my child. I had to do something. My instinct was to move her away from the spotlight, away from people willing to sell her drugs, willing to take advantage of her pain. I needed to bring her someplace where I could watch her, where I could protect her. She needed to process and heal, and she could not do that with the life I had made for us. "Aldise," Celia said. We were talking on the phone. I had not seen her in months, but we talked every night. Celia helped ground me, helped me to keep moving forward. Most nights, as I lay in bed speaking to Celia on the phone, I could speak of nothing but my daughter's pain. And when I could speak of something different, it was my own pain. I was just starting to come out of it, to see a light at the end of the tunnel, when Celia suggested Aldise. "Where's that?" I asked. "It's on the southern coast of Spain. It's a small city. I've talked to Robert. He has a call-in to some friends he knows in Malaga, which isn't too far. He's going to ask about any English-language schools. It's mostly a fishing village. I don't get the impression anyone will care about us." "It's quiet?" I asked. "I think so," she said. "I think Connor would have to really go out of her way to find trouble." "That seems to be her M.O., I said. "You'll be there for her. I'll be around. Robert will be there. We will make sure she's okay. We will make sure she's supported, that she has people to talk to, that she makes the right types of friends." I knew that moving to Spain would mean losing Louisa. She had already moved with us from L.A. to New York. She wouldn't want to uproot her life again to move to Spain. But I also knew she had been taking care of our family for decades and was tired. I got the impression that our leaving the United States would be just the excuse she needed to move on. I would make sure she was taken care of. And anyway, I was ready to take a more hands-on approach to maintaining my home. I wanted to be the kind of person who made dinner, who scrubbed a toilet, who was available to my daughter at all times. "Are any of your movies big in Spain?" I asked. "Nothing recently," Celia said. "Yours?" "Just bout en train," I said, "so no." "Do you really think you'll be able to handle this?" "No," I said, even before I knew what Celia was specifically talking about. "Which part do you mean?" "Insignificance." I laughed. "Oh, God," I said, "yes, that's about the only part I am ready for." When the plans were finalized, when I knew what school Connor would go to, what houses we were going to buy, how we were going to live, I walked into Connor's room and sat down on her bed. She was wearing a Duran Duran t-shirt and faded jeans. Her blonde hair was teased at the crown. She was still grounded from when I had caught her having a threesome, so she had no choice but to sit there with a sour face and listen as I spoke. I told her I was retiring from acting. I told her we were moving to Spain. I told her I thought she and I would be happier living with good people, away from all the fame and the cameras. And then I very gently, very tentatively, told her that I was in love with Celia. I told her I was going to marry Robert, and I explained why, succinctly and clearly. I did not treat her like a child. I spoke to her as an adult. I finally gave her the truth, my truth. I did not tell her about Harry. about how long I had been with Celia or anything that she didn't need to know. Those things would come in time. But I told her what she deserved to understand. And when I was done, I said, "I'm ready to hear everything you have to say. I'm ready to answer any questions at all. Let's have a discussion about this." But all she did was shrug her shoulders. "I don't care, Mom," she said, sitting on her bed with her back against the wall. "I really don't. You can love whoever, marry anybody, you can make me live wherever, go to whatever school you decide. I don't care, okay? I just don't care. All I want is to be left alone, so just leave my room, please. If you can do that, then the rest of it, I don't care." I looked at her, stared right into her eyes, and ached for her aching. With her blonde hair and her face thinning out, I was starting to fear that she looked more like me than Harry. Sure, conventionally speaking, she would be more attractive if she looked like me, but she should look like Harry. The world should give us that. "All right," I said, "I will leave you alone for now." I got up, I gave her some space. I packed up our things, I hired movers, I made plans with Celia and Robert. 2 days before we left New York, I walked into her bedroom and said, "I'll give you your freedom in Aldis. You can choose your own room. I'll make sure you can come back here to visit some of your friends. I'll do whatever I can to make life easier for you, but I need 2 things. "What?" she said. Her voice sounded disinterested, but she was looking at me, she was talking to me. "Dinner together every night." "Mom, I'm giving you a lot of leeway here, a lot of trust. All I'm asking for is 2 things. One is dinner every night. But it's non-negotiable. You only have 3 more years until you're in college anyway. You can handle 1 meal a day." She looked away from me. "Fine. What's the second?" "You're going to see a psychologist. At least for a little while. You've been through too much. We all have. You need to start talking to someone." When I had tried this before, months earlier, I was too weak with her. I let her tell me no. I wasn't going to do that this time. I was stronger now. I could be a better mother. Maybe she could detect it in my voice because she didn't try to fight me. She just said, "Okay, whatever." I hugged her and kissed the top of her head, and just when I was going to let go, she wrapped her arms around me and hugged me back.
Evelyn's eyes are wet. They have been for some time. She stands up and grabs a tissue from across the room. She's such a spectacular woman, by which I mean she herself is a spectacle. But she's also deeply, deeply human, and it is simply impossible for me in this moment to remain objective. Against all journalistic integrity, I simply care about her too much not to be moved by her pain, not to feel for all she has felt. It must be so hard, what you're doing, telling your story with so much frankness. I just want you to know that I admire you for it. "Don't say that," Evelyn says. "Okay, just do me a favor, and don't say anything like that. I know who I am. By tomorrow you will too." "You keep saying that, but we're all flawed. Do you really believe you're past redemption?" She ignores me. She looks out the window without even looking at me. "Evelyn," I say, "do you honestly—" She cuts me off as she looks back at me. "You agreed not to press. We'll be done soon enough, and you won't be left wondering about anything." I look at her skeptically. "Really," she says. "This is one thing on which you can trust me."
Agreeable Robert Jameson.
Now this. January 8th, 1990. Evelyn Hugo marries for the 7th time. Evelyn Hugo got married this past Saturday to financier Robert Jameson. While this is the 7th trip down the aisle for Evelyn, it is the first for Robert. If his name sounds familiar, it might be because Evelyn isn't the only member of Hollywood royalty he's linked to. Jameson is an older brother of Celia St. James. Sources say the two met at a party of Celia's just 2 months ago. They have been falling head over heels in love since. The ceremony took place at the Beverly Hills courthouse. Evelyn wore a cream-colored suit. Robert looked dapper in pinstripes. Evelyn's daughter with the late Harry Cameron, Connor Cameron, was the maid of honor. Shortly thereafter, the three left on a trip to Spain. We can only assume they are off to visit Celia, who just recently bought property off the southern coast.
Connor came back to life on the rocky beaches of Aldis. It was slow but steady, like a seed sprouting. She liked playing Scrabble with Celia. As she'd promised, she ate dinner with me every night, sometimes even coming down to the kitchen early to help me make tortillas from scratch or my mother's caldo gallego. But it was Robert she gravitated toward. Tall and broad, with a gentle beer belly and silver hair, Robert had no idea what to do with a teenage girl at first. I think he was intimidated by her. He was unsure what to say, so he gave her space, maybe even more of a wide berth. It was Connor who reached out, who asked him to teach her how to play poker, asked him to tell her about finance, asked him if he wanted to go fishing. He never replaced Harry, no one could, but he did ease the pain, a little bit. She asked his opinion about boys. She took the time to find him the perfect sweater on his birthday. He painted her bedroom for her. He made her favorite barbecue ribs on the weekends. And slowly, Connor began to trust that the world was a reasonably safe place to open your heart to. I knew the wounds of losing her father would never truly heal. That scar tissue was forming all through her high school years. But I saw her stop partying. I saw her start getting A's and B's. And then when she got into Stanford, I looked at her and realized I had a daughter with 2 feet placed firmly on the ground and her head squarely on her shoulders. Celia, Robert, and I took Connor out for dinner the night before she and I left to take her to school. We were at a tiny restaurant on the water. Robert had bought her a present and wrapped it. It was a poker set. He said, "Take everybody's money like you've been taking mine with all those flushes." "And then you can help me invest it," she said with devilish glee. "Atta girl," he said. Robert always claimed that he married me because he would do anything for Celia. But I think he did it in at least some small part because it gave him a chance to have a family. He was never going to settle down with one woman, and Spanish women proved to be just as enchanted by him as American ones had been. But this system, this family, was one he could be a part of, and I think he knew that when he signed up. Or maybe Robert merely stumbled into something that worked for him, unsure what he wanted until he had it. Some people are lucky like that. Me, I've always gone after what I wanted with everything in me. Others fall into happiness. Sometimes I wish I was like them. I'm sure sometimes they wish they were like me. With Connor back in the United States, coming home only during school breaks, Celia and I had more time with each other than we ever had before. We did not have film shoots or gossip columns to worry about. We were almost never recognized, and if people did recognize one of us, they mostly steered clear and kept it to themselves. There in Spain, I had the life I truly wanted. I felt at peace, again waking up every day seeing Celia's hair fanned on my pillow. I cherished every moment we had to ourselves, every second I spent with my arms around her. Our bedroom had an oversized balcony that looked out onto the ocean. Often the breeze from the water would rush into our room at night. We would sit out there on lazy mornings, reading the newspaper together, our fingers gray from the ink. I even started speaking Spanish again. At first I did it because it was necessary. There were so many people we needed to converse with, and I was the only one truly prepared to do it. But I think the necessity of it was good for me, because I couldn't worry too much about feeling insecure. I simply had to get through the transaction. And then, over time, I found myself proud of how easily it came to me. The dialect was different. The Cuban Spanish of my youth was not a perfect match for the Castilian of Spain, but years without the words had not erased many of them from my mind. I would often speak Spanish even at home, making Celia and Robert piece together what I was saying from their own limited knowledge. I loved sharing it with them. I loved being able to show a part of myself that I had long buried. I was happy to find that when I dug it up, that part was still there, waiting for me. But of course, no matter how perfect the days seemed, there was one ache looming over us night after night. Celia was not well. Her health was deteriorating. She did not have much time. "I know I shouldn't," Celia said to me one night as we lay together in the dark, neither of us yet sleeping. "But sometimes I get so mad at us for all the years we lost, for all the time we wasted." I grabbed her hand. "I know," I said, "me too." "If you love someone enough, you should be able to overcome anything," she said. "And we have always loved each other so much, more than I ever thought I could be loved, more than I ever thought I could love. So why couldn't we overcome it?" "We did," I said, turning toward her. "We're here." She shook her head. "But the years," she said. "We're stubborn," I said, "and we weren't exactly given the tools to succeed. We're both used to being the one who calls the shots. We both have a tendency to think the world revolves around us. And we've had to hide that we're gay," she said. "Or rather, I'm gay, you're bisexual." I smiled in the dark and squeezed her hand. "The world hasn't made that easy," she said. I think both of us wanted more than was realistic. I'm sure we could have made it work, the two of us in a small town. You could have been a teacher, I could have been a nurse. We could have made it easier on ourselves that way. I could feel Celia shaking her head next to me. But that's not who we are. That's not who we have ever been or could ever be. I nodded. I think being yourself, your true, entire self, is always going to feel like you're swimming upstream. "Yeah," she said, "but if the last few years with you have been any indication, I think it also feels like taking your bra off at the end of the day." I laughed. "I love you," I said. "Don't ever leave me." But when she said, "I love you too, I never will," we both knew she was making a promise she couldn't keep. I couldn't stand the thought of losing her again, losing her in a deeper way than I'd ever lost her before. I couldn't bear the idea that I would be forever without her, with no tie to her. "Will you marry me?" I said. She laughed and I stopped her. "I'm not kidding. I want to marry you, for once and for all. Don't I deserve that? 7 marriages in, shouldn't I finally get to marry the love of my life?" "I don't think it works that way, sweetheart," she said. "And need I remind you I'd be stealing my brother's wife?" "I'm serious, Celia." "So am I, Evelyn. There's no way for us to marry. All a marriage is a promise." "If you say so," she said. "You're the expert. Let's get married right here and now, me and you, in this bed. You don't even have to put on a white nightgown." "What are you talking about?" "I'm talking about a spiritual promise between the two of us for the rest of our lives." When Celia didn't say anything, I knew that she was thinking about it. She was thinking about whether it could mean anything, the two of us there in that bed. "Here's what we'll do," I said, trying to convince her. We will look each other in the eye, and we will hold hands, and we will say what's in our hearts, and we will promise to be there for each other. We don't need any government documents or witnesses or religious approval. It doesn't matter that I'm already legally married, because we both know that when I was marrying Robert, I was doing it to be with you. We don't need anybody else's rules. We just need each other." She was quiet. She sighed, and then she said, "Okay, I'm in." "Really?" I was surprised at just how meaningful this moment was becoming. "Yeah," she said. "I want to marry you. I've always wanted to marry you. It never occurred to me that we could, that we didn't need anyone's approval." "We don't," I said. "Then I do." I laughed and sat up in our bed. I turned on the light on my nightstand. Celia sat up too. We faced each other and held hands. "I think you should probably perform the ceremony," she said. "I suppose I have been in more weddings," I joked. She laughed, and I laughed with her. We were in our mid-50s, giddy at the idea of finally doing what we should have done years ago. "Okay," I said, "no more laughing. We're going to do it." "Okay," she said, smiling. "I'm ready." I breathed in. I looked at her. She had crow's feet around her eyes. She had laugh lines around her mouth. Her hair was mussed from the pillow. She was wearing an old New York Giants t-shirt with a hole in the shoulder. Convention be damned, she never looked more beautiful. "Dearly beloved," I said. I suppose that's just us. "Okay," Celia said, "I follow. We are gathered here today to celebrate the union of us." Great. Two people who come together to spend the rest of their lives with each other. Agreed. Do you, Celia, take me, Evelyn, to be your wedded wife, in sickness and in health, for richer and for poorer, till death do us part, as long as we both shall live? She smiled at me. "I do." "And do I, Evelyn, take you, Celia, to be my wedded wife, in sickness and in health and all the other stuff?" "I do." I realized there was a slight hiccup. "Wait, we don't have rings." Celia looked around for something that might suffice. Without taking my hands from her, I checked the nightstand. "Here," Celia said, taking the hair tie from her head. I laughed and took mine out of my ponytail. "Okay," I said. "Celia, repeat after me. Evelyn, take this ring as a symbol of my never-ending love." "Evelyn, take this ring as a symbol of my never-ending love." Celia took the hair tie and wrapped it around my finger 3 times. "Say, with this ring I thee wed." "With this ring I thee wed." "Okay, now I do it. Celia, take this ring as a symbol of my never-ending love. With this ring I thee wed." I put my hair tie on her finger. "Oh, I forgot vows. Should we do vows?" "We can," she said, "if you want to." "Okay," I said. "You think of what you want to say. I'll think too." "I don't need to think," she said. "I'm ready. I know." "Okay," I said, surprised to find that my heart was beating quickly, eager to hear her words. "Go." "Evelyn, I have been in love with you since 1959. I may not have always shown it. I may have let other things get in the way. But know that I have loved you that long, that I have never stopped, and that I never will." I closed my eyes briefly, letting her words sink in. And then I gave her mine. I have been married 7 times, and never once has it felt half as right as this. I think that loving you has been the truest thing about me. She smiled so hard I thought she might cry, but she didn't. I said, "By the power vested in me by us, I now declare us married." Celia laughed. "I may now kiss the bride," I said, and I let go of her hands, grabbed her face, and kissed her. my wife. 6 years later, after Celia and I had spent more than a decade together on the beaches of Spain, after Connor had graduated from college and taken a job on Wall Street, after the world had all but forgotten about Little Women and Bout en Train and Celia's 3 Oscars, Cecilia Jameson died of respiratory failure. She was in my arms, in our bed. It was summer. The windows were open to let in the breeze. The room smelled of sickness, but if you focused hard enough, you could still smell the salt from the ocean. Her eyes went still. I called out for the nurse who had been downstairs in the kitchen. I think I stopped making memories again in those moments when Celia was being taken from me. I only remember clinging to her, holding her as best I could. I only remember saying, "We didn't have enough time." It felt as if by taking her body, the paramedics were ripping out my soul. And then when the door shut, when everyone had left, when Celia was nowhere to be seen, I looked over at Robert. I fell to the floor. The tiles felt cold on my flushed skin. The hardness of the stone ached in my bones. Underneath me puddles of tears were forming, and yet I could not lift my head off the ground. Robert did not help me up. He got down on the floor next to me and wept. I had lost her, my love, my Celia, my soulmate, the woman whose love I'd spent my life earning. Simply gone, irrevocably and forever. And the devastating luxury of panic overtook me again.
Now this. July 5th, 2000. Screen queen Celia St. James has died. 3-time Oscar-winning actress Celia St. James died last week of complications related to emphysema. She was 61 years old. From a well-to-do family in a small town in Georgia, the red-haired St. James was often referred to as the Georgia Peach early in her career. But it was her role as Beth in the 1959 adaptation of Little Women that brought her her first Academy Award and turned her into a bona fide star. St. James would go on to be nominated 4 other times and take home the trophy twice more over the next 30 years. For Best Actress in 1970 for Our Men, and for Best Supporting Actress for her role as Lady Macbeth in the 1988 adaptation of the Shakespearean tragedy. In addition to her remarkable talent, St. James was known for her girl-next-door allure and her 15-year marriage to football hero John Braverman. The two divorced in the late 1970s, but remained friendly until Braverman's passing in 1980. She never remarried. St. James's estate is to be managed by her brother Robert Jameson, husband of actress and St. James's former co-star Evelyn Hugo.
Celia, like Harry, was buried in Forest Lawn in Los Angeles. Robert and I held her funeral on a Thursday morning. It was kept private, but people knew we were there. They knew she was being laid to rest. When she was lowered to the ground, I stared at the hole in the earth. I stared at the glossy sheen of the wood of her casket. I could not keep it in. I could not keep my true self from coming out. "I need a minute," I said to Robert and Connor, and then I turned away. I walked, farther and farther up the winding hillside roads of the cemetery, until I found what I was looking for. Harry Cameron. I sat down at his tombstone, and I cried out everything within me. I cried until I felt depleted. I did not say a single thing. I did not feel any need. I had talked to Harry in my head and my heart for so long, for so many years, that it felt as if we transcended words. He had been the one to help me, to support me through everything in my life, and now I needed him more than ever. So I went to him the only way I knew how. I let him heal me as only he could. And then I stood up, dusted off my skirt, and turned around. There in the trees were 2 paparazzi taking my photo. I was neither angry nor flattered. I simply didn't care. It cost so much, caring. I didn't have any currency to spend on it. Instead, I walked away. 2 weeks later, after Robert and I had gone home to Aldis, Connor sent me a magazine with the image of me at Harry's grave on the cover. She had attached a note to the front. It said simply, "I love you." I pulled off the note and read the headline, "Legend, Evelyn Hugo weeps at Harry Cameron's grave years later." Even long past my prime, people were still easily distracted from seeing how I felt about Celia St. James, but this time was different, because I wasn't hiding anything. The truth had been there for them to grab if they'd paid attention. I had been my truest self, searching for the help of my best friend to ease the pain of the loss of my lover. But of course they got it wrong. They never did care about getting it right. The media are going to tell whatever story they want to tell. They always have. They always will. It was then that I knew that the only time anyone would know anything true about my life was when I told them directly. In a book. I saved Connor's note and threw the magazine in the trash. With Celia's passing and Harry gone, and myself finally in a marriage that, while chaste, was stable, my life officially became entirely void of scandal. Me, Evelyn Hugo, a boring old lady. Robert and I lived a friendly marriage for the next 11 years. We moved back to Manhattan in the mid-2000s to be closer to Connor. We refinished this apartment. We donated some of Celia's money to LGBTQ+ organizations and lung disease research. Every Christmas we threw a benefit for homeless youth organizations in New York City. After years on a quiet beach, it was nice to be members of society again in some ways. But all I really cared about was Connor. She had worked her way up the ladder at Merrill Lynch, and then, shortly after Robert and I moved back to New York, she admitted to him that she hated the culture of finance. She told him she had to leave. He was disappointed that she hadn't been happy with what had made him happy. That was obvious. But he was never disappointed in her. And he was the first person to congratulate her when she took a job teaching at Wharton. She never knew that he had made a few calls on her behalf. He never wanted her to know. He merely wanted to help her in any and all ways that he could, and he did that lovingly until he died at age 81. Connor gave the eulogy. Her boyfriend, Greg, was one of the pallbearers. Afterward, she and Greg came to stay with me for a while. "Mom, after 7 husbands, I'm not sure you've had any practice living on your own," she said, as she sat at my dining room table, the same table she used to sit at in a high chair with Harry, Celia, John, and me. "I lived a very full life before you were born," I told her. "I lived alone once, and I can do it again. You and Greg should go live your lives, really." But the moment I shut the door behind them, I realized just how huge this apartment was, just how quiet. That's when I hired Grace. I had inherited multiple millions from Harry, Celia, and now Robert, and I had only Connor to spoil, so I also spoiled Grace and her family. It gave me happiness to give them happiness, to give them just a little bit of the luxury I'd had for most of my life. Living alone isn't so bad once you get used to it, and living in a big apartment like this, well, I've kept it because I wanted to give it to Connor, but I have enjoyed some aspects of it. Of course, I always liked it more when Connor would spend the night, especially after she and Greg broke up. You can make quite a life for yourself, hosting charity dinners and collecting art. You can find a way to be happy with whatever the truth is. Until your daughter dies. Connor was diagnosed with late-stage breast cancer 2.5 years ago when she was 39. She was given months to live. I knew what it was like to realize that the one you love would leave this earth well before you. But nothing could prepare me for the pain of watching my child suffer. I held her when she puked from the chemo. I wrapped her in blankets when she was so cold she was crying. I kissed her forehead like she was my baby again, because she was forever my baby. I told her every single day that her life had been the world's greatest gift to me, that I believed I was put on earth not to make movies or wear emerald green gowns and wave at crowds, but to be her mother. I sat next to her hospital bed. Nothing I have ever done, I said, has made me as proud as the day I gave birth to you. I know, she said. I've always known that. I had made a point of not bullshitting her ever since her father died. We had the sort of relationship where we believed each other, believed in each other. She knew she was loved. She knew that she had changed my life, that she had changed the world. She made it 18 months before she passed away. And when they put her in the ground next to her father, I broke like I have never broken before. The devastating luxury of panic overtook me, and it has never left. That's how my story ends, with the loss of everyone I have ever loved. With me in a big, beautiful Upper East Side apartment, missing everyone who ever meant anything to me. When you write the ending, Monique, make sure it's clear that I don't love this apartment, that I don't care about all my money, that I couldn't give a rat's ass if people think I'm a legend, that the adoration of millions of people never warmed my bed. When you write the ending, Monique, tell everyone that it is the people I miss. Tell everyone that I got it wrong, that I chose the wrong things most of the time. When you write the ending, Monique, make sure the reader understands that all I was ever really looking for was family. Make sure it's clear that I found it. Make sure they know that I am heartbroken without it. Spell it out if you have to. Say that Evelyn Hugo doesn't care if everyone forgets her name. Evelyn Hugo doesn't care if everyone forgets she was ever alive. Better yet, remind them that Evelyn Hugo never existed. She was a person I made up for them, so that they would love me. Tell them that I was confused, for a very long time, about what love was. Tell them that I understand it now, and I don't need their love anymore. Say to them, Evelyn Hugo just wants to go home. It's time for her to go to her daughter, and her lover, and her best friend, and her mother. Tell them Evelyn Hugo says goodbye.
What do you mean, goodbye? Don't say goodbye, Evelyn. She looks me right in the eye and ignores my words. When you put it all together into one narrative, she says, make sure it's clear that of all the things I did to protect my family, I would do every one again. And I would have done more, would have behaved even uglier if I thought it could have saved them. I think most people probably feel the same way, I tell her, about their lives, their loved ones. Evelyn looks disappointed in my response. She gets up and walks over to her desk. She pulls out a piece of paper. It is old, crinkled and folded, with a burnt orange hue on one edge. The man in the car with Harry, Evelyn says. The one I left. This is, of course, the most egregious thing she's ever done. But I'm not sure I wouldn't have done the same for someone I loved. I'm not saying I would have done the same. I'm just saying that I'm not sure. Harry had fallen in love with a black man. His name was James Grant. He died on February 26th, 1989. Here's the thing about fury. It starts in your chest. It starts as fear. Fear quickly moves to denial. No, that must be a mistake. No, that can't be. And then the truth hits. Yes, she's right. Yes, it can be. Because you realize, yes, it is true. And then you have a choice. Are you sad or are you angry? And ultimately, the thin line between the two comes down to the answer to one question. Can you assign blame? The loss of my father, when I was 7, was something for which I only ever had one person to blame, my father. My father was driving drunk. He'd never done anything like it before. It was entirely out of character, but it happened. And I could either hate him for it, or I could try to understand it. Your father was driving under the influence and lost control of the car. But this? The knowledge that my father never willingly got behind the wheel of a car drunk, that he was left dead on the side of the road by this woman, framed for his own death, his legacy tarnished. The fact that I grew up believing he'd been the one to cause the accident. There is so much blame hanging in the air, waiting for me to snatch it and pin it on Evelyn's chest. And the way she is sitting in front of me, remorseful but not exactly sorry, makes it clear she's ready to be pinned. This blame is like a flint to my years of aching, and it erupts into fury. My body goes white-hot, my eyes tear, my hands ball into fists, and I step away because I'm afraid of what I might do. And then, because stepping away from her feels too generous, I edge back to where she is and I push her against the sofa and I say, I'm glad you have no one left. I'm glad there's no one alive to love you. I let go of her, surprised at myself. She sits back up. She watches me. You think that giving me your story makes up for any of it? I ask her. All this time you've been making me sit here, listening to your life so that you could confess, and you think that your biography makes up for it? No, she says. I think you know me well enough by now to know I'm not nearly naive enough to believe in absolution. What then? Evelyn reaches out and shows me the paper in her hand. I found this in Harry's pants pocket the night he died. My guess is that he'd read it, and it was the reason he'd been drinking so much to begin with. It was from your father. So I found great peace in my daughter knowing the truth about me. There was immense comfort in knowing the real her. I wanted to. I think I'm the only person alive who can give that to you, can give it to your dad. I want you to know who he truly was. I know who he was to me, I say, while realizing that that's not exactly true. I thought you would want to know all of him. Take it, Monique. Read the letter. If you don't want it, you don't have to keep it. But I always planned on sending it to you. I always thought you deserved to know. I snatch it from her, not wanting even to extend the kindness of taking it gently. I sit down. I open it. There are what can only be blood stains on the top of the page. I wonder briefly if it's my father's blood. Or Harry's? I decide not to think about it. Before I can read even one line, I look up at her. Can you leave? I say. Evelyn nods and walks out of her own office. She shuts the door behind her. I look down. There is so much to reframe in my mind. My father did nothing wrong. My father didn't cause his own death. I've spent years of my life seeing him from that angle, making peace with him through that lens. And now, for the first time in nearly 30 years, I have new words, fresh thoughts from my father. Dear Harry, I love you. I love you in a way that I never thought possible. I've spent so much of my life thinking that this type of love was a myth. And now here it is, so real, I can touch it. And I finally understand what the Beatles were singing about all those years. I do not want you to move to Europe, but I also know that what I may not want may very well be the best thing for you. So despite my desires, I think you should go. I cannot and will not be able to give you the life you are dreaming of here in Los Angeles. I cannot marry Celia St. James, although I do agree with you that she is a stunningly beautiful woman, and if I'm being honest, I did nurse a small crush on her in Royal Wedding. But the fact remains that though I have never loved my wife the way I love you, I will never leave her. I love my family too much to fracture us for even a moment of time. My daughter, whom I desperately hope you can one day meet, is my reason for living, and I know that she is happiest with me and her mom. I know that she will live her best life only if I stay where I am. Angela is perhaps not the love of my life. I know that now that I've felt real passion. But I think in many ways she means to me what Evelyn means to you. She is my best friend, my confidant, my companion. I admire the forthrightness with which you and Evelyn discuss your sexuality, your desires. But it is not how Angela and I work, and I'm not sure I'd want to change that. We do not have a vibrant sex life, but I love her the way one loves a partner. I would never forgive myself for causing her pain, and I would find myself desperate to call her, to hear her thoughts, to know how she is every moment of every day if I was not with her. My family is my heart, and I cannot break us up, not even for the type of love that I've found with you, my Harry. Go to Europe, if you believe it is what is best for your family, and know that here in Los Angeles I am with mine, thinking of you. Forever yours, James. I put down the letter. I stare straight ahead into the air. And then, and only then, it hits me. My father was in love with a man. I don't know how long I sit on the couch, staring at the ceiling. I think of the memories of my dad, the way he would throw me up in the air in the backyard, the way he would every once in a while let me eat banana splits for breakfast. Those memories have always been tinged by how he died. They have always had a bitter sweetness to them, because I believed it was his mistakes that took him from me too soon. And now, I don't know what to make of him. I don't know how to think of him. A defining trait is gone and is replaced by so much more, for better or for worse. At some point, after I start replaying the same images over and over in my mind, memories of my father alive, imagined images of his final moments and his death, I realize I can't sit still anymore. So I stand up, I walk into the hallway, and I start looking for Evelyn. I find her in the kitchen with Grace. "So this is why I'm here?" I say, holding the letter in the air. "Grace, would you mind giving us a moment?" Grace gets up from her stool. "Sure." She disappears down the hall. When she's gone, Evelyn looks at me. "It's not the only reason I wanted to meet you. I tracked you down to give you the letter, obviously. And I'd been looking for a way to introduce myself to you that wasn't quite so out of the blue, quite so shocking. Vivant helped you with that, clearly. It gave me a pretense, yes. I felt more comfortable having a major magazine send you than calling you up on the phone and trying to explain how I knew who you were. So you figured you'd just lure me here with the promise of a bestseller?" "No," she says, shaking her head. "Once I started researching you, I read most of your work. Specifically, I read your Right to Die piece." I put the letter on the table. I consider taking a seat. "So, I thought it was beautifully written. It was informed, intelligent, balanced, and compassionate. It had heart. I admired the way you deftly handled an emotional and complicated topic. I don't want to let her say anything nice to me because I don't want to have to thank her for it. But my mother instilled in me a politeness that kicks in when I least expect it. Thank you. When I read it, I suspected that you would do a beautiful job with my story. Because of one small piece I wrote. Because you're talented. And if anyone could understand the complexities of who I am and what I've done, it was probably you. And the more I've gotten to know you, the more I know I was right. Whatever book you write about me, it will not have easy answers, but it will, I predict, be unflinching. I wanted to give you that letter. And I wanted you to write my story because I believe you to be the very best person for the job. So you put me through all this to assuage your guilt and make sure you got the book about your life that you wanted? Evelyn shakes her head, ready to correct me, but I'm not done. It's amazing, really, how self-interested you can be. That even now, even when you appear to want to redeem yourself, it's still about you. Evelyn puts up her hand. Don't act like you haven't benefited from this. You've been a willing participant here. You wanted the story. You took advantage, deftly and smartly, I might add, of the position I put you in. Evelyn, seriously, I say, cut the crap. You don't want the story? Evelyn asks, challenging me. If you don't want it, don't take it. Let my story die with me. That is just fine. I am quiet, unsure how to respond. Unsure how I want to respond. Evelyn puts out her hand expectantly. She's not going to let the suggestion be hypothetical. It's not rhetorical. It demands an answer. Go ahead, she says. Get your notes and the recordings. We can burn them all right now. I don't move, despite the fact that she gives me ample time to do so. I didn't think so, she says. It's the least I deserve, I tell her, defensive. It's the fucking least you can give me. Nobody deserves anything, Evelyn says. It's simply a matter of who's willing to go and take it for themselves, and you, Monique, are a person who has proven to be willing to go out there and take what you want. So be honest about that. No one is just a victim or a victor. Everyone is somewhere in between. People who go around casting themselves as one or the other are not only kidding themselves, but they're also painfully unoriginal. I get up from the table and walk to the sink. I wash my hands, because I hate how clammy they feel. I dry them, I look at her. I hate you, you know. Evelyn nods. Good for you. It's such an uncomplicated feeling, isn't it? Hatred. Yes, I say. It is. Everything else in life is more complex, especially your father. That's why I thought it was so important that you read that letter. I wanted you to know. What exactly? That he was innocent or that he loved a man? That he loved you, like that. He was willing to turn down romantic love in order to stand by your side. Do you know what an amazing father you had? Do you know how loved you were? Plenty of men say they'll never leave their families, but your father was put to the test and didn't even blink. I wanted you to know that. If I had a father like that, I would have wanted to know. No one is all good or all bad. I know this, of course. I had to learn it at a young age. But sometimes it's easy to forget just how true it is, that it applies to everyone. Until you're sitting in front of the woman who put your father's dead body in the driver's seat of a car to save the reputation of her best friend, and you realize she held on to a letter for almost 3 decades because she wanted you to know how much you were loved. She could have given me the letter earlier. She also could have thrown it away. There's Evelyn Hugo for you. Somewhere in the middle. I sit down, I put my hands over my eyes, rubbing them, hoping that if I rub hard enough, maybe I can make my way to a different reality. When I open them, I'm still here. I have no choice but to resign myself to it. When can I release the book? I won't be around much longer, Evelyn says, sitting down on a stool by the island. Enough with the vagaries, Evelyn. When can I release the book? Evelyn absent-mindedly starts folding an errant napkin that is sitting haphazardly on the counter. Then she looks up at me. It's no secret that the gene for breast cancer can be inherited, she says. Although if there were any justice in the world, the mother would die of it well before the daughter. I look at the finer points of Evelyn's face. I look at the corners of her lips, the edges of her eyes, the direction of her brows. There's very little emotion in any of them. Her face remains as stoic as if she were reading me the paper. You have breast cancer? I ask. She nods. How far along is it? Far enough for me to need to hurry up and get this done. I look away when she looks at me. I'm not sure why. It's not out of anger, really. It's out of shame. I feel guilty that so much of me does not feel bad for her, and stupid for the part of me that does. I saw my daughter go through this, Evelyn says. I know what's ahead of me. It's important that I get my affairs in order. In addition to finalizing the last copy of my will and making sure Grace is taken care of, I handed over my most prized gowns to Christie's. And this is the last of it, that letter. And this book. You. I'm leaving. I say, I can't take any more today. Evelyn starts to say something, and I stop her. No, I say, I don't want to hear anything else from you. Don't say another goddamn word, okay? I can't say I'm surprised when she speaks, anyway. I was just going to say that I understand, and I'll see you tomorrow. Tomorrow? I say, just as I remember that Evelyn and I aren't done. For the photo shoot, she says. I'm not sure I'm prepared to come back here. Well, Evelyn says, I very much hope that you do. When I get home, I instinctively throw my bag onto the couch. I am tired, and I am angry, and my eyes feel dry and stiff as if they've been wrung out like wet laundry. I sit down, not bothering to take off my coat or my shoes. I respond to the email my mother has sent containing her flight information for tomorrow. And then I lift my legs and rest my feet on the coffee table. As I do, they hit an envelope resting on the surface. It is only then that I realize I even have a coffee table in the first place. David brought it back, and on it rests an envelope addressed to me. M. I should never have taken the table. I don't need it. It's silly for it to sit in the storage unit. I was being petty when I left. Enclosed is my key to the apartment and the business card of my lawyer. I suppose there is not much else to say, except that I thank you for doing what I could not. D. I put the letter down on the table. I put my feet back up. I wrestle myself out of my coat. I kick off my shoes. I lay my head back. I breathe. I don't think I would have ended my marriage without Evelyn Hugo. I don't think I would have stood up to Frankie without Evelyn Hugo. I don't think I would have had the chance to write a surefire bestseller without Evelyn Hugo. I don't think I would understand the true depths of my father's devotion to me without Evelyn Hugo. So I think Evelyn is wrong about at least one thing. My hate is not uncomplicated. When I get to Evelyn's apartment in the morning, I'm unsure when I even made the actual decision to come. I simply woke up and found myself on my way. When I rounded the corner walking here from the subway, I realized I could never have not come. I cannot and will not do anything to compromise my standing at Vivant. I did not fight for writer-at-large to bunt at the last minute. I'm right on time, but somehow the last to arrive. Grace opens the door for me, and already looks as if a hurricane hit her. Her hair is falling out of her ponytail, and she's trying harder than usual to keep a smile on her face. They showed up almost 45 minutes early, Grace says to me in a whisper. Evelyn had a makeup person in at the crack of dawn to get her ready before the magazine's makeup person. She had a lighting consultant come in at 8:30 this morning to guide her on the most flattering light in the house. Turns out it's the terrace, which I have not been as diligent about cleaning because it's still cold out every day. Anyway, I've been scrubbing the terrace from top to bottom for the past 2 hours. Grace jokingly rests her head on my shoulder. Thank God I'm going on vacation. Monique, Frankie says when she sees me in the hallway. What took you so long? I look at my watch. It's 11:06. I remember the first day I met Evelyn Hugo. I remember how nervous I was. I remember how larger than life she seemed. She's painfully human to me now. But this is all new to Frankie. She hasn't seen the real Evelyn. She still thinks we're photographing an icon more than a person. I step out onto the terrace and see Evelyn in the midst of lights, reflectors, wires, and cameras. There are people circled around her. She is sitting on a stool. Her gray blonde hair is being blown in the air by a wind machine. She is wearing her signature emerald green, this time in a long-sleeved silk gown. Billie Holiday is playing on a speaker somewhere. The sun is shining behind Evelyn. She looks like the very center of the universe. She is right at home. She smiles for the camera, her brown eyes sparkling in a different way from anything I've ever seen in person. She seems at peace, somehow in full display. And I wonder if the real Evelyn isn't the woman I've been talking to for the past 2 weeks, but instead the one I see before me right now. Even at almost 80, she commands a room in a way I've never seen before. A star is always and forever a star. Evelyn was born to be famous. I think her body helped her. I think her face helped her. But for the first time, watching her in action, moving in front of the camera, I get the sense that she has sold herself short in one way. She could have been born with considerably less physical gifts and probably still made it. She simply has it, that undefinable quality that makes everyone stop and pay attention. She spots me as I stand behind one of the lighting guys, and she stops what she's doing. She waves me over to her. Everyone, she says. We need a few photos of Monique and me, please. Oh, Evelyn, I say. I don't want to do that. I don't want to even be close to her. Please, she says, to remember me by. A couple of people laugh, as if Evelyn is making a joke, because, of course, no one could forget Evelyn Hugo. But I know she's serious. And so, in my jeans and blazer, I step up next to her. I take off my glasses. I can feel the heat of the lights, the way they glare in my eyes, the way the wind feels on my face. Evelyn, I know this isn't news to you, the photographer says, but boy, does the camera love you. Oh, Evelyn says, shrugging. It never hurts to hear it one more time. Her dress is low-cut, revealing her still ample cleavage. And it occurs to me that it is the very thing that made her that will be the thing that finally takes her down. Evelyn catches my eye and smiles. It is a sincere smile, a kind smile. There is something almost nurturing about it, as if she is looking at me to see how I'm doing, as if she cares. And then in an instant, I realize that she does. Evelyn Hugo wants to know that I'm okay, That with everything that has happened, I will still be all right. In a moment of vulnerability, I find myself putting my arm around her. A second after I do, I realize that I want to pull it back, that I'm not ready to be this close. "I love it," the photographer says, just like that. I cannot pull my arm away now, and so I pretend. I pretend for one picture that I am not a bundle of nerves. I pretend that I am not furious and confused and heartbroken and torn up and disappointed and shocked and uncomfortable. I pretend that I am simply captivated by Evelyn Hugo. Because despite everything, I still am. After the photographer leaves, after everyone is cleaned up, after Frankie has left the apartment so happy that she could have sprouted wings and flown herself back to the office, I am preparing to leave. Evelyn is upstairs changing her clothes. "Grace," I say, as I spot her gathering disposable cups and paper plates in the kitchen, "I wanted to take a moment to say goodbye, since Evelyn and I are done." "Done?" Grace asks. I nod. "We finished up the story yesterday. Photo shoot today. Now I get to writing," I say, even though I haven't the foggiest idea how I'm going to approach any of this or what exactly my next step is. "Oh," Grace says, shrugging. "I must have misunderstood. I thought you were going to be here with Evelyn through my vacation. But honestly, all I could focus on was that I had 2 tickets to Costa Rica in my hands." "That's exciting. When do you leave?" "On the red-eye, later," Grace says. "Evelyn gave them to me last night, for me and my husband. All expenses paid. A week. We're staying near Monteverde. All I heard was zip-lining in the cloud forest, and I was sold." "You deserve it," Evelyn says as she appears at the top of the stairs and walks down to meet us. She is in jeans and a t-shirt, but has kept her hair and makeup. She looks gorgeous, but also plain. 2 things that only Evelyn Hugo can be at once. "Are you sure you don't need me here? I thought Monique would be around to keep you company," Grace says. Evelyn shakes her head. "No, you go. You've done so much for me lately. You need some time on your own. If something comes up, I can always call downstairs." "I don't need to—" Evelyn cuts her off. "Yes, you do. It's important that you know how much I appreciate all that you've done around here. So let me say thank you this way." Grace smiles demurely. "Okay," she says, "if you insist." "I do. In fact, go home now. You've been cleaning all day, and I'm sure you need more time to pack, so go on, get out of here." Surprisingly, Grace doesn't fight her. She merely says thank you and gathers her things. Everything seems to be happening seamlessly until Evelyn stops her on her way out and gives her a hug. Grace seems slightly surprised, though pleased. "You know, I could never have spent these past few years without you, don't you?" Evelyn says as she pulls away from her. Grace blushes. "Thank you." "Have fun in Costa Rica," Evelyn says. "The time of your life." And once Grace is out the door, I suspect I understand what is going on. Evelyn was never going to let the thing that made her be the thing to destroy her. She was never going to let anything, even a part of her body, have that sort of power. Evelyn is going to die when she wants to, and she wants to die now. "Evelyn," I say, "what are you—" I can't bring myself to say it or even suggest it. It sounds so absurd, even the thought of it. Evelyn Hugo taking her own life. I imagine myself saying it out loud, and then watching Evelyn laugh at me, at how creative my imagination is, at how silly I can be. But I also imagine myself saying it and having Evelyn respond with a plain and resigned confirmation. and I'm not sure I'm ready to stomach either scenario. Evelyn says, looking at me. She does not seem concerned, or disturbed, or nervous. She looks as if this is any normal day. Nothing, I say. Thank you for coming today, she says. I know you were unsure if you would be able to make it, and I'm just glad that you did. I hate Evelyn, but I think I like her very much. I wish she had never existed, and yet I can't help but admire her a great deal. I'm not sure what to do with that. I'm not sure what any of it means. I turn the front doorknob. All I can manage to squeak out is the very heart of what I mean. Please take care, Evelyn, I say. She reaches out and takes my hand. She squeezes it briefly and then lets go. You too, Monique. You have an exceptional future ahead of you. You will wrangle the very best out of this world. I really do believe that. Evelyn looks at me, and for one split second, I can read her expression. It is subtle, and it is fleeting, but it is there. And I know that my suspicions are right. Evelyn Hugo is saying goodbye. As I walk into the subway tunnel and through the turnstiles, I keep wondering if I should turn back. Should I knock on her door? Should I call 911? Should I stop her? I can walk right back up the subway steps. I can put one foot in front of the other and make my way back to Evelyn's and say, don't do this. I am capable of that. I just have to decide if I want to do it, if I should do it, if it's the right thing to do. She didn't pick me just because she felt she owed me. She picked me because of my right to die piece. She picked me because I showed a unique understanding of the need for dignity in death. She picked me because she believes I can see the need for mercy, even when what constitutes mercy is hard to swallow. She picked me because she trusts me, and I get the feeling she trusts me now. My train comes thundering into the station. I need to get on it and meet my mother at the airport. The doors open, the crowds flow out, the crowds flow in. A teenage boy with a backpack shoulders me out of the way. I do not set foot in the subway car. The train dings, the doors close, the station empties. And I stand there, frozen. If you think someone is going to take her own life, don't you try to stop her? Don't you call the cops? Don't you break down walls to find her? The station starts to fill again, slowly. A mother with her toddler, a man with groceries, 3 hipsters in flannel with beards. The crowd starts gathering faster than I can clock them now. I need to get on the next train to see my mother and leave Evelyn behind me. I need to turn around and go save Evelyn from herself. I see the 2 soft lights on the track that signal the train approaching. I hear the roar. My mom can get to my place on her own. Evelyn has never needed saving from anyone. The train rolls into the station, the doors open, the crowds flow out. And it is only once the doors close that I realized I've stepped inside the train. Evelyn trusts me with her story. Evelyn trusts me with her death. And in my heart, I believe it would be a betrayal to stop her. No matter how I may feel about Evelyn, I know she is in her right mind. I know she is okay. I know she has the right to die as she lived, entirely on her own terms, leaving nothing to fate or to chance, but instead holding the power of it all in her own hands. I grab the cold metal pole in front of me. I sway with the speed of the car. I change trains. I get on the air train. It is only once I'm standing at the arrivals gate and see my mother waving at me that I realize I have been nearly catatonic for an hour. There is simply too much. My father, David, the book, Evelyn. And the moment my mother is close enough to touch, I put my arms around her and sink into her shoulders. I cry. The tears that come out of me feel as if they were decades in the making. It feels as if some old version of me is leaking out, letting go, saying goodbye in the effort of making room for a new one. One that is stronger and somehow both more cynical about people and also more optimistic about my place in the world. "No, honey," my mom says, dropping her bag off her shoulder, letting it fall wherever it falls, paying no attention to the people who need to get around us. She holds me tightly, with both arms rubbing my back. I feel no pressure to stop crying. I feel no need to explain myself. You don't have to make yourself okay for a good mother. A good mother makes herself okay for you. And my mother has always been a good mother, a great mother. When I am done, I pull away. I wipe my eyes. There are people passing us on the left and the right, businesswomen with briefcases, families with backpacks. Some of them stare. But I'm used to people staring at my mother and me. Even in the melting pot that is New York City, there are still many people who don't expect a mother and daughter to look as we look. "What is it, honey?" my mom asks. "I don't even know where to start," I say. She grabs my hand. "How about I forego trying to prove to you that I understand the subway system, and we hail a cab?" I laugh and nod, drying the edges of my eyes. By the time we are in the back seat of a stale taxi, clips of the morning news cycle repeating over and over on the console, I have gathered myself enough to breathe easily. "So, tell me," she says, "what's on your mind?" Do I tell her what I know? Do I tell her that the heartbreaking thing we've always believed, that my father died driving drunk, isn't true? Am I going to exchange that transgression for another? That he was having an affair with a man when his life ended? David and I are officially getting divorced, I say. "I'm so sorry, sweetheart," she says. I know that had to be hard. I can't burden her with what I suspect about Evelyn. I just can't. "And I miss Dad," I say. "Do you miss Dad?" "Oh, God," she says, "every day." "Was he a good husband?" She seems caught off guard. "He was a great husband, yes," she says. "Why do you ask?" "I don't know. I guess I just realized I don't know very much about your relationship. What was he like with you?" She starts smiling, as if she's trying to stop herself but simply can't. "Oh, he was very romantic. He used to buy me chocolates every single year on the 3rd of May. I thought your anniversary was in September." "It was," she says, laughing. "He always just spoiled me on the 3rd of May for some reason. He said there weren't enough official holidays to celebrate me. He said he needed to make one up just for me." "That's really cute," I say. Our driver pulls out onto the highway. "And he used to write the most beautiful love letters," she says. "Really lovely, with poems in them about how pretty he thought I was, which was silly because I was never pretty." "Of course you were," I say. "No," she says, her voice matter of fact. "I wasn't really, but boy did he make me feel like I was Miss America." I laugh. "It sounds like a pretty passionate marriage," I say. My mom is quiet. Then she says, "No," patting my hand. "I don't know if I would say passionate. We just really liked each other. It was almost as if when I met him, I met this other side of myself. Someone who understood me and made me feel safe. It wasn't passionate, really. It was never about ripping each other's clothes off. We just knew we could be happy together. We knew we could raise a child. We also knew it wouldn't be easy and that our parents wouldn't like it. But in a lot of ways, that just brought us closer. Us against the world, sort of. I know it's not popular to say. I know everybody's looking for some sexy marriage nowadays. But I was really happy with your father. I really loved having someone to look out for me, having someone to look out for, having someone to share my days with. I always found him so fascinating. All of his opinions, his talent. We could have a conversation about almost anything, for hours on end. We used to stay up late, even when you were a toddler, just talking. He was my best friend. Is that why you never remarried? My mom considers the question. You know, it's funny. Talking about passion, since we lost your dad, I've found passion with men from time to time, but I'd give it all back for just a few more days with him, for just one more late-night talk. Passion never mattered very much to me, but that type of intimacy that we had, that was what I cherished. Maybe one day I will tell her what I know. Maybe I never will. Maybe I'll put it in Evelyn's biography, or perhaps I'll tell Evelyn's side of it without ever revealing who was sitting in the passenger's seat of that car. Maybe I'll leave that part out completely. I think I'd be willing to lie about Evelyn's life to protect my mother. I think I'd be willing to omit the truth from public knowledge in the interest of the happiness and sanity of a person I love dearly. I don't know what I'm going to do. I just know that I will be guided by what I believe to be best for my mother. And if it comes at the expense of honesty, if it takes a small chunk out of my integrity, I'm okay with that. Perfectly, stunningly okay. I think I was just very fortunate to find a companion like your father, my mother says. To find that kind of soulmate. When you dig just the tiniest bit beneath the surface, everyone's love life is original and interesting and nuanced and defies any easy definition. And maybe one day I'll find someone I love the way Evelyn loved Celia. Or maybe I might just find someone I love the way my parents loved each other. Knowing to look out for it, knowing there are all different types of great loves out there, is enough for me for now. There's still much I don't know about my father. Maybe he was gay. Maybe he saw himself as straight, but in love with one man. Maybe he was bisexual, or a host of other words. But it really doesn't matter. That's the thing. He loved me, and he loved my mom. And nothing I could learn about him now changes that. Any of it. The driver drops us off in front of my stoop, and I grab my mother's bag. The two of us head inside. My mom offers to make me her famous corn chowder for dinner, but seeing that I have almost nothing in the refrigerator, agrees that ordering pizza might be best. When the food comes, she asks if I want to watch an Evelyn Hugo movie, and I almost laugh before realizing she's serious. I've had the itch to watch All for Us ever since you told me you were interviewing her, my mother says. I don't know, I say, not wanting to have anything to do with Evelyn, but also hoping that my mom will talk me into it, because I know that on some level I'm not yet ready to truly say goodbye. Come on, she says. For me, the movie starts. And I marvel at how dynamic Evelyn is on screen, how it is impossible to look at anything but her when she's there. After a few minutes, I feel the pressing urge to get up and put on my shoes and knock down her door and talk her out of it. But I repress it. I let her be. I respect her wishes. I close my eyes and fall asleep to the sound of Evelyn's voice. I don't know when exactly it happens. I suspect I made sense of things when I was dreaming, but when I woke up in the morning, I realized that even though it is too early yet, I will one day forgive her.
New York Tribune. Evelyn Hugo, legendary film siren, has died. By Priya Amrit. March 26, 2017. Evelyn Hugo died Friday evening at the age of 79. Initial reports are not naming a cause of death, but multiple sources claim that it's being ruled an accidental overdose, as it appears that contradicting prescribed drugs were found in Hugo's system. Reports that the star was battling the early stages of breast cancer at the time of her death have not been confirmed. The actress is to be buried at Forest Lawn Cemetery in Los Angeles. A style icon of the 50s, turned sexpot in the 60s and 70s, and Oscar winner in the 80s, Hugo made a name for herself with her voluptuous figure, her daring film roles, and her tumultuous love life. She was married 7 times and outlived all of her husbands. After retiring from acting, Hugo donated a great deal of time and money to organizations such as battered women's shelters, LGBTQ+ communities, and cancer research. It was just recently announced that Christie's had taken in 12 of her most famous gowns to auction off for the American Breast Cancer Foundation. That auction, already sure to raise millions, will now, no doubt, see soaring bids. It comes as little surprise that Hugo's will has bequeathed the majority of her estate, save for generous gifts to those who worked for her, to charity. The largest recipient appears to be GLAAD. "I've been given so much in this life," Hugo said last year in a speech to the Human Rights Campaign, "but I've had to fight tooth and nail for it. If I can one day leave this world a little bit safer and a little bit easier for those who come after me, well, that just might make it all worth it."
Vivant. Evelyn and Me. June 2017. By Monique Grant. When Evelyn Hugo, legendary actress, producer, and philanthropist, died earlier this year, she and I were in the process of writing her memoirs. To say that spending the last couple of weeks of Evelyn's life with her was an honor would be both an understatement and, to be frank, somewhat misleading. Evelyn was a very complex woman, and my time with her was just as complicated as her image, her life, and her legend. To this day, I wrestle with who Evelyn was and the impact she had on me. Some days I find myself convinced that I admire her more than anyone I've ever met. And other days I think of her as a liar and a cheat. I think Evelyn would be rather content with that, actually. She was no longer interested in pure adoration or salacious scandal. Her primary focus was on the truth. Having gone over our transcripts hundreds of times, having replayed every moment of our days together in my head, I think it's fair to say that I might just know Evelyn even better than I know myself. And I know that what Evelyn would want to reveal in these pages, along with the stunning photos taken just hours before her death, is one very surprising but beautifully true thing. And that is this. Evelyn Hugo was bisexual and spent the majority of her life madly in love with fellow actress Celia St. James. She wanted you to know this because she loved Celia in a way that was in turns breathtaking and heartbreaking. She wanted you to know this because loving Celia St. James was perhaps her greatest political act. She wanted you to know this because over the course of her life she became aware of her responsibility to others in the LGBTQ+ community to be visible, to be seen. But more than anything, she wanted you to know this because it was the very core of herself, the most honest and real thing about her. And at the end of her life, she was finally ready to be real. So I'm going to show you the real Evelyn. What follows is an excerpt from my forthcoming biography, The 7 Husbands of Evelyn Hugo, to be published next year. I've settled on that title because I once asked her if she was embarrassed about having been married so many times. I said, "Doesn't it bother you that your husbands have become such a headline story, so often mentioned that they've nearly eclipsed your work and yourself? That all anyone talks about when they talk about you are the 7 husbands of Evelyn Hugo?" And her answer was quintessential Evelyn. "No," she told me, "because they are just husbands. I am Evelyn Hugo. And anyway, I think once people know the truth, they will be much more interested in my wife."